Good morning, everyone. My name is Leah Kagan. I am the Director of Economic Development for the City of Stamford. On behalf of Mayor Simmons and the city, I want to welcome you to Digital Future Fest 2025 here at UConn Stamford campus. Thank you to Jarvis and the Connecticut Digital Forum team who have been quietly building out this community with many of you here today for several years, right here in Stamford, culminating in today's inaugural event, bringing together some of the best minds and industry leaders in the digital technology space. Today, we gather at the thrilling intersection of innovation and opportunity, as every industry and every job is impacted by this digital transformation. And we are here in Stamford, in a city that is rapidly becoming a global leader in this digital transformation, and in a state that is actively embracing change rather than running from it. Stamford's emergence as a tech hub is no accident. It is the result of deliberate investment, strategic partnerships, and a community committed to progress. Our city boasts a diverse ecosystem. Fortune 500 companies, including Charter Communications, Synchrony Financial, Gartner, alongside leading digital media companies, WWE, NBC Universal, with an abundance of emerging tech firms, cutting-edge startups that all call Stamford home. This blend of industry giants and innovative newcomers fosters a collaborative environment ripe for technological advancement. The city's commitment to innovation at every level is evident from its recent launch of the Stamford Tech Hub, funded by Charter Communications, which aims to provide free technology-focused training to residents, fostering workforce development and inclusivity. Additionally, the city of Stamford, along with UConn, is vying for a portion of the state of Connecticut's $100 million Innovation Cluster Fund to establish an AI institute at UConn Stamford's campus. If awarded, this initiative will enhance our capabilities in artificial intelligence and quantum computing, further solidifying Stamford's position as a tech hub. Empowering much of the progress behind the scenes, and I know you'll hear more today from them, is Connecticut Innovations, the state's strategic venture capital arm, playing a critical role in funding and mentoring startups, accelerating their growth, and helping transform ideas into thriving businesses. These organizations and institutions, among many others, are not just participating in Stamford's growth, they're driving it. And as we embark on today's discussions, I know many of you in the room are the founders, builders, creators, and authors, also driving change forward. Together, we are not just witnessing the future unfold, we are actively creating it. Welcome to Stamford, and welcome to Digital Future Fest 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Future Fest. I think we've got about 350 signed up. So this is after 3 years. We'll see. They'll be coming in and out over the course of the day. And what a great opportunity to bring all of you together to discuss the digital revolution, because it's coming and it's coming fast, and we're covering a lot of stuff. I want to say a couple of thank yous. First to John and Tripp, the co-founders. With me, anything that happens, it's our fault. And I also want to thank our interns. We have about 15 here. We have 2 unbelievable sort of intern captains in Nick and Dedeep in the back, Nick's out front, who we couldn't do this event without them. And I want to thank our sponsors, who we are, fully supported by: Hedera, Van Eck, Silvermine Capital, Wigan X, which is a new Wigan and Dana subsidiary, INX, Cadena, Prometheum, Oasis Pro, Global Stake, and Bankwell. Thank you so much. Now listen, we need to get started. It's going to be a busy day, so I want to just briefly highlight some of the stuff in your agenda. If you don't, you can find the agenda. I'm not sure how readable it is off your QR code on your badge, or you can go get a grab bag and it will be in there. and there's a lot going on. We have various panels, mini keynotes going on throughout the morning and out in the afternoon. And on the third page here, we have workshops, and which all take place through these doors over here. There's a room that's marked workshop, and you'll see on the agenda that these are pretty interesting. You can learn about blockchain technology. You can meet global recruiters from ZRG. There's going to be an incredible workshop on generative AI and the future of business, and managing your career from TradFi to crypto, which is really almost a panel. And then in the gallery, which is out here by the piano, we're going to have, starting I think at 10, some young entrepreneur projects, both students and recent grads. We will do at 12 and at 1. 12 is a box lunch, but you can grab that and go sit at one of the topic tables, which is very sort of famous here. Sit down with 8 people, and the topic table topics you can find with the grab bags out on the table there by the big screen. And then last but hardly least, we're going to have from 2 to 4 an art show. And I believe they're going to be minting NFTs and showing you how that does. Maybe they'll sell you one. Maybe they can do one for the digital forum. We'll see. Anyway, so that's an incredible day. We also have a book signing at noon, The Catalyst by Amanda Wick, which is talking about the forces of accelerating a new financial world order. When those go out, the first 50 copies are free. So you can do that at lunch as well. And we have live podcasting going on all day and reaching, I'm sort of surprised by this, an audience of 250,000. So these podcasters have big followings on X. Finally, obviously there's breakfast, box lunches, cocktails from 5 to 6, and even there's an after party. So, did I get through that in a couple minutes? I got to get Dan O'Keefe on. So let's get on to our keynote. We have this idea that we'll have these mini TED Talk keynotes, then followed directly with a panel. It's an innovation we think we created, probably not. And we're starting the first mini keynote with Connecticut's Chief Innovation Officer and the Commissioner of Economic and Community Development, Dan O'Keefe. He's been here before, he's a fan favorite, and then he'll sit down with our first panel who will discuss the important topic of the future of work. Dan.
Thank you. Great to be back. Great to see you all again. I want to acknowledge Andy in the audience here. Andy Prozis was one of our great CEOs of LexisNexis. We sat in a board together. I haven't seen him in a while. I walked in and he said, "You see what I have to do to talk to you now? Come and actually hear you speak." So this is the job now. I run around the state and I make my mouth move and words come out. I've been trying to really get out a message of optimism. And I'm going to go through some of the reasons why I'm trying to get out of this message of optimism. And it's because we have this long history of skepticism. I probably talked about it last year because it's been something that's been impacting our economy for some time. It's skepticism that was fed with information. So for the 10 years post-global financial crisis, the state of Connecticut went through a very difficult time. By the way, show of hands, who is here not from Connecticut? Because I remember last year, there were some folks who came in from elsewhere. Welcome to Connecticut. Our weather is like this all year round. So you should move here. And I will tell you more about our economy in a second, which is another reason why you should move here. But I want to talk about this concept of skepticism. And I'm doing this talk now in sort of a TED Talk-like format. I'm getting rid of all the data. So there's just going to be images behind me this whole time. At the end, there's going to be a QR code if you want the presentation with all of the data. If you'd like to show it to your friends and help them fall asleep at night, you will have that data. But what I want to do is really just talk about the story of Connecticut. I want to zoom out a little bit and talk about the story of what we went through, but where we are now, because it's where we are now that is incredibly important for folks to understand. In those 10 years, the 10 years post-global financial crisis, on an inflation-adjusted basis, our economy got smaller. By the way, that's not, you don't have to have an MBA to know, that's not the direction economies are supposed to go in. Only 3 states can claim that prize, us, Mississippi, and Wyoming. No offense to those states, not the states I'm seeking to. Hopefully none of you guys are from Wyoming or Mississippi, but not the states I'm seeking to keep economic company with. And then something happened. A global pandemic none of us wanted, an externality that was incredibly challenging for our economy and economies throughout the world. But something funny came out of it. I would argue it was the slap in the face our economy needed. We were in a self-reinforcing negative cycle. During those 10 years, the headlines said things like permanent state of fiscal crisis. True. GE leaving the state. True. Population declines. Our population was getting smaller. People were leaving the state. True. When those are the headlines, that's self-reinforcing. The pandemic changed, I would argue, certain rules. And this is why I think now there is a case for optimism. The rules it changed is it relaxed the concept of where you had to live. It increased fluidity in our labor markets. Essentially what it said was, you no longer have to solely locate yourself within commutable distance to some concrete and glass box somewhere. You had more flexibility. And since then, we've seen a really interesting reversal in all those trends I just articulated. Our economy accelerated. 3 years post-pandemic, we've been the 17th fastest growing economy in the United States. In the 2 years prior to the pandemic, we were the 49th worst performing in terms of GDP growth. By the way, another show of hands. How many folks knew we were the 17th fastest growing economy in the country in the last 2 years? Hopefully folks were at last year's presentation. How many folks knew we were the 49th worst performing economy prior to the pandemic? And this is a group paying attention. This happens throughout the state. I say that, and I see hands go up at the bad and few hands go up at the good. In fact, yesterday I spoke to an audience roughly this size. Not a single hand went up when I talked about how we were doing right now. Population trends reversed. We started to see a reacceleration in population growth. Every single year since the pandemic, it was not just a pandemic blip. Our population has increased. We're the only state in the region whose population has gone up every single year since the pandemic. New York has lost 600,000 people since the pandemic. Massive state, they could handle it. But you see my point. My point is all of those reasons for skepticism were valid. But now all of the reasons for optimism are equally valid, and yet I still see so much skepticism. And I would submit to you that skepticism is an economic toxin. It will hold us back. So this is what I think changed. Again, greater flexibility in labor markets, and this is why it matters. With that greater flexibility, these things here, the soft and fluffy reasons I moved my family here in 2011, high quality of education, high quality of healthcare, high quality of life. This used to be soft and fluffy, now it's economic comparative advantage. Because when people can choose where to live, they're choosing quality of life. Connecticut is a net beneficiary of post-pandemic trends. So when you see this sort of reversal, from an economic strategy perspective, where I spend all of my time, I want to modernize our strategy. I want to now have a strategy of optimism, a strategy of investment. My background prior to getting to this role was investing. I spent 25 years investing in growth stage companies. When you're an investor, you have to believe the future will be brighter than the past. That's why skepticism is such a problem. If you don't believe that, you don't invest. If you don't believe that, you don't buy that piece of equipment, you don't hire that person, you don't start that business, you don't grow that business. And now, because I'm seeing all these signs of optimism, we're working on getting on offense. Now the challenge is we want to make sure we don't squander this moment and we start thinking about ways to strategically invest in our forward economy. Over the last 6 years, we've paid down our unfunded pension liabilities by almost $10 billion, which is awesome. Don't get me wrong. And by the way, we still have a challenge there. We still have a high per capita debt rate. We still have more work to do. But as we kind of look forward, I want to start to see us balancing, not just paying down the mistakes of our past, which is how those unfunded pension liabilities have been growing since the 1930s, by the way, but also thinking about investing more fundamentally in the future. Leah mentioned our program innovation clusters. This is a $100 million innovation program where we're seeking to support the application of next generation technologies, think AI, think quantum, in our industries of strategic importance. If you look at our economy, some of those industries are finance and insurance, no surprise sitting here in Stamford. It is advanced manufacturing, but advanced manufacturing in the sense that we make incredibly complicated things here. Like if you were to say to me, Dan, where are we going to put a manufacturing center of excellence in 2025? I don't know that I would pick the Northeast. We have a high cost of inputs, right? High cost of labor, high cost of energy, but it's here, and by the way, it's growing. It was 10% of our economy. It's now over 12% of our economy. It's growing because we're reprioritizing the reshoring of supply chains feeding our national defense, and because we have an incredibly specialized workforce. We have a workforce who knows how to make incredibly complicated things. One of them, by the way, is photolithography machines. By the way, another show of hands. Sorry to keep making you guys move, but I figure early in the morning, we should get a little jazzercise going. Show of hands. Who knows what a photolithography machine is? Wow, lots of fellow nerds. Great. So photolithography machines are the machines that make semiconductors. Not hyperbole. Most advanced machines in the world ASML, which is the global market leader, 100% market share, their North American headquarters is here in Connecticut. These are incredibly complicated things. We make them here, and so we want to continue to support their growth. And then we've also funded and established Quantum CT. So sitting here at UConn, I should mention this. Quantum CT is the first-time collaboration between Yale University and the University of Connecticut. Think about that for a second. Our two R1 research institutions have never collaborated together, which is bonkers to me. But the good news is they've now established, with the state support, Quantum CT, which is now competing for a National Science Foundation grant of $160 million. We'll know this fall. But regardless of whether that wins, and I'm reasonably confident we will, despite the federal backdrop, we will be supporting that collaboration regardless. So those are some of the things that we're doing to invest in innovation in our forward economy. I want to close, unfortunately, on a slightly negative note, which is also just talking about some of the headwinds we're dealing with right now. I mentioned some of the uncertainty that exists at a federal level. Here's the challenge. If you tell me yes, I can execute. If you tell me no, I can execute. If you tell me maybe, I've got a problem, because that introduces uncertainty to the system. And that's what's happening right now. They're not just simply saying no. I'm not a big government guy. You tell me something's got to get smaller, I'll figure it out. But what they're doing is introducing uncertainty where we actually don't know what is going to get cut, what isn't going to cut, whether it's going to get cut. And when there's uncertainty in the system, that also is an economic toxin. Uncertainty creates an environment where consumers stop spending, right? Consumer sentiment dropped, and so they went into a defensive, I get it. Businesses defer investment. Businesses don't like to invest in an environment where there's uncertainty. We're seeing government spending get cut, and we're seeing net exports fall under pressure because of rising protectionism. What I just described, consumer spending, business investment, government spending, and net exports, that's GDP. And all four elements are under pressure right now. So that is a real challenge, and we are continuing to navigate it. But the challenge is I'm getting lots of calls saying, my funding is at risk, can you replace it with state dollars? Federal funding in the state of Connecticut is $14 billion. We have $4 billion set aside in our rainy day fund, but we don't got $14 billion sitting around. So, and we don't know how big the hole is. Second big challenge is energy prices. Our energy prices, industrial energy prices, are 117% higher than the rest of the United States. That's a challenge right now for our economy because I mentioned we're exposed to a high energy sector and manufacturing. That's a challenge for our forward economy because everything I see in terms of forward innovation, AI, quantum, et cetera, these are energy-centric innovations. We have to fix this. Governor super aligned, we're incredibly focused on it. But I will tell you guys, and I'm now talking about this publicly because I think we have to have this conversation. We started making decisions 15, 20 years ago where we relaxed a variable. We said we're going to start moving towards investing in a green economy, which is laudable and needs to continue. But we said we were going to do it. We didn't keep an eye on relative price. And I would argue the opposite needs to happen. Timelines shouldn't be dictated by goals we made up, 2030, 2050. Timelines should be dictated by relative price, not the opposite. And then the last challenge I know we're going to talk about in this panel is workforce. We have an enduring gap of about 80 to 100,000 jobs, more jobs available than people to fill them. Our population is going up. That's the good news. A lot of that is actually nurses coming out of the pandemic. We started with UConn, a school of nursing. We're working on the problem, but one of the things I'm excited to now talk about with this panel is the future of work and some of the things we're doing to make sure that we're continuing to train the workforce of our future. Okay, now with that, I think I close, and I'm looking for some support to tell me what I do next. I think we're doing it. Can I invite the panel up? All right. I was literally just guessing, but it looks like I'm inviting the panel up, which is great. Oh, by the way, this is the QR code if you want to download the presentation. Great. And where do you want me to put this? Yeah. If anywhere. Let's see what's next. There we go. I figured it out.
Good.
I've done this before. Oh, that's encouraging. You guys look like a bunch of millennials taking a picture of like Taylor Swift right now. Unfortunately, it's a nerdy, data-centric presentation.
Okay, let's
I'll switch it.
let's welcome our Future of Work panel. And we'll turn it over to Michael Castine.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Future Fest. Great segue from Dan here, terrific start. And thank you to Jarvis, Tripp, and John for inviting us to speak about the future of work. I'm Michael Castine. I'm in the executive recruiting business, which I've done for over 30 years. with ZRG Partners, and I typically work with traditional financial firms, broadly defined, but in the last 5 years, I've been in crypto, blockchain, AI, fintech, and on and on. And I'm your moderator for today. We're excited to have Dan O'Keefe. Obviously, he was just, doesn't need a lot of introduction, but clearly brings a lot of enthusiasm, and we're delighted that the governor has him on staff because he's getting a lot done. We were going to have one other panelist, Dr. Alana Ackerson, who many of you know. She's the author of Creative Humans. She's started companies, very involved in venture. She sends her regards from her bedside with COVID, and she's out, so we wish her a speedy recovery. Matthew Breitfelder is the global head of human capital at Apollo, one of the most cutting-edge thinkers on the forefront of the issues affecting the changing workforce. Matthew's helped Larry Fink shape BlackRock and now works with Mark Rowan, keeping Apollo cutting edge. Truth be told, Matthew and I started on the future of work concept in 2019, where I guess we're a little slow to get things done. But this was pre-COVID. COVID hit, we kind of got back together after COVID, and who would have thought that the world would take such a dramatic shift on how we think about life, family, work, and finding the elusive balance. Not long ago, the topics of AI, work from home, robots taking your jobs, longevity, we weren't even talking about those things, not just a few years ago. But the future of work is a topic that not only timely, but deeply personal to each of us, whether we're employers, employees, entrepreneurs, or lifelong learners. And we're living through, as Dan was talking about, living through an historic transformation. You have to think about technology, demographics, climate, geography, globalization, and probably most importantly, culture, and what your organization is going to look like. And it's really reshaping where, how, and why we work. And then from AI and automation to remote collaboration and reimagined career paths, we're seeing the lines among industries, roles, and even life stages blur. For example, when Ford Motor Company starts calling itself a tech company, you know things are changing. When teenagers and 20-somethings are Bitcoin millionaires and educators are on the hook to deliver a cutting-edge educational experience, traditional thinking is getting turned upside down. Students know how to press the ChatGPT button, but can they think critically? Is AI sharpening our thinking or turning life into an autocomplete? The key questions ahead are not just about adapting, but about redefining the purpose, place, and promise of work. Today's panel brings together leaders who are not just observing these changes in the public and private sector, but actively shaping them at the culture, in the culture of their organizations. So jumping in on the panel, we'll explore some skills which are now past their sell-by date, how organizations are preparing for an AI-augmented workforce, what new skills and mindsets will define the next generation of talent, and hopefully end on a positive note of how we can build a more formal, agile, and meaningful world of work. So let's dive in. I'm excited to learn from our panelists and from your questions later as we explore not just the future of work, but the future what we want to create around work. So to Matthew and Dan, given your distinct vantage points from the public sector and private equity talent strategy, what are the top human capabilities we must lead with to stay competitive in an AI-driven economy?
It's great to be with everyone today. It was exciting to listen to Dan's presentation. At Apollo, we're very bullish on Connecticut, so we bought a building in Greenwich and have about 200 people in Greenwich now. It's become a real hotbed of innovation for our company. So thank you to Dan for everything he's doing for the state. When we think about the future of work and AI at Apollo, we have a broad purview over the economy. We manage almost $800 billion of alternative assets and insurance. We're almost like a Berkshire Hathaway type business model in the alternative space. And in our private equity portfolio, we work with all kinds of companies from film studios, ADT home security, grocery stores, hospital chains, all kinds of different industries. And we're seeing AI all across the value chain. And I think one of the things we need to remember is this is not the automation of the past, where I think the mental model many of us have over the years is that new technologies and automation can often be driven top down and they impact the least skilled first. This is kind of inverted. So if you've spent any time with generative AI, this is a really powerful tool that will impact all of our jobs. And I think that's, as a talent person, an executive coach, I think the biggest message I would have is we should all think about how in the old days it would be about coding skills, and now it's actually about things like prompt engineering. Everyone in this room and at this conference, we all just need to be using this technology and figuring out what can it do for us, what kind of bots can we create, all of us in all of our jobs. And I think that will in some ways shift from, only 2, 3, 4 years ago, or when Michael and I were first talking about this conference, it was all about coding and machine learning skills. And that was very limited to the elites. At BlackRock, we had an AI lab at Stanford with some of the smartest people in the world. I used to spend a lot of time with them. And it was a little terrifying because it was like, do only 10 people in the Valley and 10 people at MIT understand how to do this? And the good news is we've moved from that to interfaces that all of us can use in the AI engines that we're all testing. But the real question as we think about it is, where does that leave all of us? Like, what's a good strategy for each of us? So I'd just kick off with a couple of concepts. One is, as an executive coach, it's amazing how many successful people don't have a development plan and haven't wrestled with what got you here won't get you there. So number one, I'd say how many of us in the room what are the 3 things each of us are trying to build our skills on? So that's on learning agility. And then the other 2 things I'd say are, and Satya Nadella on learning agility has a great phrase, the CEO of Microsoft, which is, we got to move from know-it-all to learn-it-all. So all of us need to be in learn-it-all mode. Our learning agility will determine how well each of us navigates this next phase of the economy. But then the other part that's really exciting, as someone who focuses in the HR space, is emotional intelligence. The EQ side is about to massively spike in importance. I've seen across the course of my career a massive underappreciation for the EQ skills as soft skills that only kind of matter in a corporate environment. If you look at the research, that was never actually true. Work from people like Daniel Goleman proved that the best leaders actually had significant skills on the EQ side. That's about to take off big time, where empathy will be the killer app of the next era, and all of us harnessing our own sense of empathy and relationship building and influencing is going to actually be even more important as the technologies take off. The last one I would say is well-being, interestingly, is going to be a massive performance driver. Again, in most companies, that's seen as a nice to have. That's actually part of driving performance. Sports and sports psychology are way ahead of the curve on that. Every serious sports team in the world is massively investing in that. Companies are really not, but they should be, because that's going to matter more than it ever has.
Dan?
Happy to add to it, but I thought that answer was perfect.
It was really great.
Thanks, Dan.
I'll add to it briefly, but I really thought that was a very thoughtful and expansive answer. So what I'll add to it briefly is just the concept of a framework to think about this wave of innovation. And in doing so, I want to kind of describe how I think about innovation. I think about innovation as foundational innovations and derivative innovations. Foundational innovations are the things that really propel our economies and our societies forward. These are the big ones, right? This is the printing press, the steam engine, the telephone, the internet, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then there's derivative innovations that are built on top of them. AI is interesting. In some ways, it's incredibly old, and in many ways, it's incredibly new. The underpinnings of AI have been around for a long time. I mean, the first white paper on neural networks was in the 1950s. The first applications.
1940s.
Fact checking in real time. The derivatives of it and the real practical application started in the 80s, 90s. So in many ways, that concept of automated decision making and what we're seeing is old. But this generative AI and the linkage between the way we interface with the world, which is language, and the programmatic internet, that is new. And it's the tough part about the framework I'm about to describe is the answer is we don't know yet. So if you want to start to think about the framework of what the future of work needs to look like, the answer is we don't know yet. But if I look at every single one of those foundational innovations, we figured it out. And by the way, if we didn't, if societies resisted it, it had the opposite of the intended effect. The Ottoman Empire resisted, made it illegal to have the printing press for 300 years. Anyone visited the Ottoman Empire recently? And I'm kidding, of course. That was for other factors, including World War I. But my point being is that they actually set their society back. They saw less learning. They saw less information flow, as you can imagine. So even though they were trying to protect a very important industry, scribes, what they did was actually render them completely non-economically viable. So that's why I think initiatives like we're talking about today, like what DCG just announced with UConn yesterday around training the workforce of our future, really starting to understand what these tools mean to us and how we can use them to become more productive. That's the important stream of work. Not saying to ourselves, how do we slow this down? How do we resist it? Because guess what? That's impossible. It's just going to make us less competitive. The important thing is to invest in our future and make sure our kids know how to use these tools effectively.
Great, thank you. And Dan, let's go one more step to a little deeper on what you were talking about earlier. But as you're thinking about preparing the workforce for the digital future and jobs, different jobs, are there particular sectors or training models that you're looking at and gaining traction with in Connecticut?
You know, first on the sectors point, this is already in everything. So that's why it's a foundational innovation. It's like asking what sectors will the internet impact, right? I mean, it ultimately impacts all of them. And it's actually the ones that figure it out the quickest that create the most competitive advantage by doing so. So I truly think it's across all sectors. By the way, except government. When I joined government, I had to sign off on I won't use AI in my day-to-day activities. There's a concern that AI can introduce biases. And since I'm someone who allocates state funds, taxpayer dollars, there's a concern that AI could influence it in a way that's unintended. By the way, I think that's not a valid concern. I still have a freaking brain, and I will make sure that stuff doesn't happen. And two, I signed that piece of paper and then went back to my desk where I use the Microsoft Office suite and the Google suite. And by the way, I'm using AI every day in everything I do. By the way, kind of cool application I built. I asked the first day at DECD when I became commissioner, I said, can you guys show me just all of our programs, which municipalities it goes to over time? I like to zoom out when I look at financial analyses. So that's where I get insight or try to get insight. And they said, well, it doesn't exist, but we'll build that for you. I said, okay, great. So they built it, and I got a spreadsheet with exactly what I asked for. And I said, great. Now, where's this live so I can watch it over time? They said, no. We just built that bespoke. We went out and emailed everybody, got everybody's spreadsheets in, put them all in one spreadsheet and sent it to you. I said, okay. So because I'm a nerd, I literally built a script that now via API takes down all of our data every single day, puts it all into an Airtable shared database that I then visualize with a map. I can tell you right now, every dollar I've spent in every municipality, every dollar that DECD has invested in every municipality represented in this room, not New York and elsewhere, sorry guys. But that was leveraging technology to get better at my job. Like that's what we all need to be focusing on is how is it gonna impact our industry, regardless of what that industry is, and start to think about ways that we can use it as a tool. We are now, how many of you don't know how to use a calculator, right? Don't know how to use a spreadsheet. Those were all threatening innovations when they occurred, but we figured it out and got better at what we do. Now to get to your other question, sorry, I went rambling. I like to talk about the nerdy things I create. To talk about kind of how we're investing in workforce, the governor has established a governor's workforce council with $145 million to invest in the workforce of our future. We're going at that really with our educational institutions, as you can imagine, just making sure we're working backwards and building the programs that will start to understand how to leverage these as tools, recognizing that we can't possibly predict the implications for given industries and given job classes. That's going to happen over time as people figure this stuff out.
Great, thank you. Matt, excuse me, Matt, you look at the world as part of your daily canvas, and I have to imagine it's changing in a fundamental way. And how are you rethinking the capabilities that you value, not only in the United States, but around the world?
Yeah, I mean, in addition to being very bullish on Connecticut, we operate in a number of states around the country, and a number of different countries. We have a very big growing office in London, in Hong Kong, Singapore, India. But I'm seeing the same pattern everywhere. and I work with educational institutions in all of the locations that we operate in. And it's interesting, like what you're starting to see is the educational system used to be so siloed, and academics used to think it just in very narrow confines. So I remember I graduated from college in the mid-90s. I remember talking to my advisor when I was probably 18, 19 years old, and I said, I'm interested in economics and psychology. And my advisor said, you cannot study both of those things. They have nothing to do with each other. And I said, really? And he said, the econ department doesn't talk to the psych department. They don't like each other. No one's ever double majored in that before. That's not a thing you have to pick. I obviously got bad advice. But that reflected at a great university how arrogant and ego-driven the academic world was in that era, and how little interdisciplinary education there was. And the whole educational system was built on that, and was built on old school testing, and not built on cross-functional collaboration. And in my work at PwC, MasterCard, BlackRock, Apollo, I've been a recruiter for a long time. And I go to these universities and I say, you are not actually preparing what we need. I have to retrain them because I need collaborators, I need innovators, I need agility, I need strong emotional intelligence, I need pattern recognition. I need people who understand how to change, aren't just taught with an expectation of a static world. And we're seeing universities really change and become much better at that, and understand that we actually need them to inculcate the innovation. I work with a group called the Lumina Foundation, which is upskilling the country and community colleges. So we got some cool stuff happening in community colleges to inculcate that. But we actually have to get that right at high schools too, because high schools are not understanding how the puck is moving with employers, moving at universities. So we got to rewire that. So one other experiment I'll share with you, I've been involved the last 5 or 6 years of building a brand new high school in Greenwich with Greenwich Country Day School. So yes, they have a lot of resources, but when you get to build a brand new high school, what do you do differently? So we decided not to do APs because that was very narrow. We decided to bet big on project-based learning. We basically designed the high school around the skills I talked about earlier. And everyone wondered, could you actually get the kids into college? But because the colleges are changing, the best colleges love what we're producing at Greenwich Country Day. And I think we've actually cracked some of this. So we're trying to share those insights with high schools around the country with less resources. And through Lumina, we're doing the same thing with community colleges. The puck is moving in this direction. Some of the best educational institutions have been slow to understand what's happening. But as an employer, it's too frustrating to have to retrain everybody because they're not agile enough, they're not collaborative enough, and they're not emotionally intelligent enough. We actually need colleges and high schools to not just be teaching digital literacy, which of course is huge, but actually all these other things are going to become even more important. And I've seen in Wall Street that change massively because we've had to change to meet the needs of the era.
And just a quick follow-up. Do you think the high-stakes financial environments are any different from the other industries? And I'm sure there's many investors here in the audience, and they may have their own companies. And I'll follow up with another question in a minute on that. But
of course, I mean, business models are very important as you look at each of these. As you look at how this plays out in different industries. One of our investments is the Venetian Hotel. It's the largest hotel in the country. And using AI is really helpful when you're trying to understand utilization of hotel rooms and how all of that works. But what we're seeing at the Venetian is all the employee stuff. When you're focused on well-being, you're focused on the career experience that hotel workers and casino workers are having in Las Vegas. Guess what happens? You invest a lot more in that. Your attrition comes down. It pays for itself. And we actually are very big into employee ownership. So everyone who works at the Venetian has a equivalent of stock ownership. So even like a housekeeper, if they bring their A game every day and they stick with us, they're going to benefit from that financially in a significant way. That's kind of where the puck is going, even in a hotel environment. But of course, to your point, it differs from industry to industry.
Can I add a point here?
Of course.
I'm going to hijack the question a little bit and answer something else, which I'm in public service. That's what we do. It's to make a point that might not resonate with this audience, but I think is important, which is what you're describing also. You mentioned community colleges and starting to think about how we can work backwards and retrain folks. You know, I think despite being someone who benefited from a four-year college degree, as many people in this room probably did, I think we over-indexed. I think we got to a point where there was so much pressure on making sure you went to the right institution, making sure it was that four-year degree, making sure you got into one of these jobs. And it was pressure not just amongst the kids, but pressure amongst the parents, that we started to see a lot of, it was no longer considered to be kind of the American dream to go and do these other industries, you know, the trades and things like that. And the governor and I visited Germany last year, and they have this incredible apprenticeship program where you go to school for 2 years, you get an apprenticeship for 2 years, you come out with an incredible career, and by the way, a great lifestyle. It supports, you know, the vacation, the car, it supports a middle class lifestyle, and it's aspirational. If you are someone who gets into one of these programs, you tell your friends, and they applaud you, and we don't have that here. And the reason why I bring this up in this conversation, it's not totally hijacking, is that math that I described, that the four-year institution, I don't think actually worked out economically for an increasing portion of our populace. AI might make that math even harder. And so I just think we got to get over it. I think we need to start to establish these programs again that for some of these basic industries that still matter for our economy, still matter for our populace, you know, become aspirational again, that actually people want to do it. And by the way, not just the kids, but the parents.
Great. And take it a little further with, we were talking the other day, and many law firms are getting rid of their analyst programs or their paralegals. Wall Street analysts may go away. The MBA may not be as important as it once was, if it still exists in the same format it is today. Give us your thoughts on that and where education is going, and with respect to jobs and careers.
I'll take the counter of that argument. I still think education matters. I just think we over-index towards one form of education. You know, again, I'm someone who got an MBA, and I'm close to that MBA program, and I know that they're evolving, right? They're going to also teach skills around how you leverage this as a tool, but some of what you described, like also ethical leadership and understanding how to manage resources in such a way. I think, you know, what we'll probably see is that the middle of the tier really get deeply impacted of kind of knowledge work. You know, other industries will take advantage of it and prosper because of it.
Look, I think a couple points on that. So one is, in the old days in Wall Street, it was like an Ivy-only game. The good thing that's happened is data has actually shown us that people from all different kinds of backgrounds can thrive and succeed in a very intense, very demanding environment. And in many ways, a lot of the old things that we thought about meritocracy proved to be wrong. So GPA is overrated. It doesn't necessarily correlate with on-the-job performance. College ranking is overrated, doesn't necessarily correlate. You can find incredible talent at the Baruchs of the world, at the UConn Stanfords of the world. Like, there's something about grit. Angela Duckworth's research on grit, I think, is incredibly compelling. If you look at any of these big companies, the pipeline of the number and types of universities has broadened significantly, and the quality of on-the-job performance has gone up significantly. So I think we've actually seen, at a company like Apollo, we've seen HBCU students really thrive in our company, and they're absolutely crushing it. So the good news is we're actually broadening the pipeline, which is an important point. The second point is, to Dan's point, these universities get what's happening. They know they're being disrupted, and I think we're seeing a lot of innovation out of community colleges and on universities around the country. At the end of the day, this is about getting the cutting edge skills as quickly as you possibly can and getting the training that you need to adopt those skills. I think we're going to see that happen in lots of disruptive ways, but I think we actually need to bet on our universities because they're going to be the key to being able to help people make the turn.
What's that? Yeah, one more quick question, if we may. I think this is really important, and I want to get the panel's comments on culture. You know, the culture of a successful organization is so important, and yet, as we've been talking about, everything's changing. And how do you keep a culture, whether it be in the public sector or the private sector. That's
And I'll be super brief
conducive.
on I think culture wins every day. I mean, that was literally what defined my great companies I invested in versus the ones that were less so. That is why I keep talking about this concept of skepticism as an economic toxin. So my focus now is on ecosystems. Rather than investing in companies, I'm investing in ecosystems. And that's one of our big challenges is we have a culture of risk aversion rather than a culture of risk tolerance. So again, that's why I'm out there kind of saying to everybody, like, things are good right now. Let's take a little risk. Let's take a little risk investing in our future.
Our CEO always says culture eats strategy for breakfast. I've seen that over and over and over again. The interesting thing, when you look at the most successful companies, you look at the data, 90% of the most successful companies revert to the mean. And they revert to the mean because they get risk averse, because they stop disrupting themselves, because they forgot that they took big chances and made bold decisions earlier in their history. We're obsessed with that at Apollo. So how do you stay in that 10%? You stay in that 10% by understanding that some of the things that got you there are timeless, but a lot of things need to evolve. And how do they evolve? There's this little known secret in all of our companies that we have an annual employee survey, and most of us don't think of the gems that are in that. The next generation, we got to co-create the evolution of the culture with the next generation. And we got to treat a culture like a living talent lab where you're constantly experimenting with things that your people are telling you are really important. At the end of the day, if you look at employee engagement data, only 20% of people in the best companies in the world are highly engaged. That's self-reported data. As an economist, that means there's an 80% failure rate in terms of fully maximizing the full potential of the talent we already have in our companies. Okay, so if that's true, we got to listen to those people and we got to customize what we're doing, because my job should be everyone's fully engaged in every company. And most companies have this latent potential that they're not tapping because they're not even asking people what they think and trying to figure that out, which to me is a never-ending journey of continuous improvement.
You ready for some questions? Audience? We have microphones.
Okay, well, being a member of this incredibly young, energetic, ambitious group, what advice do you have for, let's say, our cohort? And is age changing in the way that you view your candidates? Do you see the new technology and what's happening in AI affecting that?
Not necessarily. Like, I actually think, having worked on Wall Street for a long time, wisdom matters, because at the end of the day, our CEO will often say, Apollo's main product is judgment. AI is going to help us with judgment. The next generation is challenging our thinking, which is a big part of our culture and how we operate. But I think it takes all kinds, and some of the most productive people in my company are in their 60s and 70s. Those people are really important. Think about, if you're in the investing business, those people have been through the cycle and they've seen the crises. I need those people mentoring everyone and saying, okay, I've seen this pattern before. Don't freak out. Let's stay calm. Let me tell you what tends to happen. And I think there's a lack of appreciation for the importance of that. We've been very focused on, for the long tenured people in our company, that we help them downshift over time so that we'll take percentages of their time if they don't want to work the same way they did before. We figure out senior advisor relationships, and I've got a number of them at Apollo. Those are some of the most productive people we have. You need both. You need wisdom, but you don't want to get too comfortable with that. The next generation, I met with our interns yesterday, and I said, guys, bring it on. This is actually more about us learning from you than you learning from us. Like, I think that we're going to benefit. But in our culture, we're contrarian thinkers, so we want everyone in the company challenging our thinking constantly.
Let me just recommend a book if folks haven't read it, From Strength to Strength. I will warn you guys, I had a chance to meet the author, a guy named Arthur Brooks, and I told him it was the most expensive book I've ever bought in my life, because I bought the book, read it, and then decided to retire from investing and move into public service. But the book, it is phenomenal, and truly, at least for me, was transformational, because it's all about moving from kind of liquid intelligence and how fast and how much can I get it done, and competing with more static intelligence, judgment, relationships. really understanding how you can manage, that to me, and I realized I was still in a liquid intelligence world, and I really wanted to move to a phase where I was, more kind of trying to give back and trying to think about ways in this next phase of my life. I had 25 years in the private sector. I think of this as now 25 years in the public sector, how in this phase of my life I can be most impactful. So just highly recommend it for folks who are thinking on the same way.
And just a quick note on Arthur Brooks, you should all look up. He teaches a course at Harvard Business School on happiness, and his books are great, and he's written books on how to be happy.
Hi. Excuse me? Hi. A question for you. I'm listening to you. This question is really more on behalf of my kids than myself. But you talk about you value a formal education in school and degrees, which I went through and have. And then you talk about culture of an organization embracing or listening to some young people. But at the tail end of my sort of career with companies, I saw much more opportunity and was much more supportive of what I call young disruptors, people with ideas, and not just having the opportunity to voice those ideas, but to embrace them, find backers, be able to pursue things that are new and different. I've led my kids down that path, and it's worked out well for them as they've sort of created unique opportunities. But I find that although I have great respect for you, and I know Apollo is just a great company and have great respect for Mark Rowan, a lot of these companies don't put capital behind disruptive new ideas. They want to stay the course, and therefore I think they miss out on significant opportunities.
Yeah, totally agree. Like, I think there's a fine balance between disruption and knowing what your company's good at and trying to sticking to your knitting. There's that tension you always need to have. And I think at Apollo, we love disruption. We're constantly trying to disrupt ourselves. And as I mentioned, I think there's a fine balance between the judgment of experience and the benefit of inexperience. So my colleague Fallon and I work together, and she's 2 or 3 years out of school. And her fresh thinking is spectacular. So I have to invite her to challenge me, but then I can teach her the craft of Apollo and of HR. But I actually, I'll leave you with one other point. I'm basically an executive coach. I've worked with incredibly successful people. The most successful people have one significant difference between your garden variety successful people. And Mark's a perfect example of this. The most successful people keep beginner's mind and are more open than the people one tier down. Because the most successful people like Mark are like, what am I missing? Mark will ask Fallon, what am I missing? What are we not talking about we should be talking about? How would you, if you were me, how would you use AI? And I think that's actually, oddly, it's about humility and disruption. There's an interesting relationship between those two things.
Time for one more question.
Oh, yeah. So 2 weeks ago, I proudly watched my daughter graduate in New York from college. Now, she is one of 2 million graduating students that are kind of facing one of the worst job markets in a generation, largely fueled by AI. And ironically, I work with AI companies. But how do we put more urgency in creating the future of work for that new generation that's literally scrambling to find jobs that are right now getting replaced by AI? They're literally the canaries in the coal mine.
Yeah, look, I struggle a little bit with, well, let me back up. Every time we've seen one of these waves of innovation, that it has started with a dislocation. It starts with jobs of the past getting reinvented. And that can be incredibly hard for the generation that's faced with that dislocation. But I still think that what we talked about here throughout the day or throughout the morning is incredibly important. It's about figuring out what you want to do and how you can leverage AI as a tool to do it better than others. I actually think your daughter's generation has an incredible opportunity to be the first disruptors rather than being the ones who get disrupted. Because there is a whole cohort of folks that look like me, right? The kind of the mid-career who have absolutely no idea how to leverage these tools. And I think for people coming out of college right now, while I acknowledge, there's always these headwinds in the beginning, it's an opportunity to actually be the innovators, actually figure out how to use these tools to do what they do better.
Yeah, I think we're in this interesting moment where companies are struggling with time horizon. So companies have a really hard time thinking years ahead and planning years ahead. And So we're in a live experiment right now where I think some hiring is getting chilled because they don't know what they should do. So you may have seen the article of Shopify is saying, and a lot of companies are doing this, why should I hire one more person if the bot can do it? I think you're going to see more of that. That will shake out, I think, in the next year or so, and then we'll probably, I mean, economic context dependent, I think we'll probably see that resolve itself. For your daughter, for any new college grad, I think the advice is there's probably more hustle needed now. At the end of the day, I think sometimes people try to over-optimize their first job versus just get in there and make a difference. And the bad news, good news. So bad news is it's harder at this particular moment because companies are chilling it while they figure out what to do. The tariff thing makes the uncertainty higher as well. But at the end of the day, all these companies are going to need this. And as Dan just said, they've actually been very well trained to deal with it better than most of us are. And that's a huge asset. They just got to get in the door.
And I'll just close with, if she's interviewing, tell her not to say, I'm looking for a great work-life balance. So thank you, everybody. We could have gone on for hours, I think.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks to Matt, Dan, and Michael. What an important topic.
And one last thing, I was going to say at 1 o'clock today, my colleagues and I are having a workshop at ZRG if you're looking for jobs or want to know more about finding jobs in these sectors. So we'll see you then in the workshops out here.
Yeah, you'll find the workshops here. These are leaders, right? Andrew, Rahul, and Dipali. In the sectors we've been talking about today. So you'll get some really good guidance from them. Do you have the clicker? Thanks. Yeah. All right, we've got the all-important clicker for you, Evan. So guys, don't go anywhere because this is new stuff. We're moving from the future of work to building the World Wide Web of AI. And we have Evan Malanga, who's the Chief Revenue Officer of Yuma, which is DCG's newest subsidiary. And he's going to tell you a little bit about what they're working on, which is distributed intelligence. And it's a whole new concept in AI. I don't want to steal the thunder, but I did watch Barry say that he thinks this is a Bitcoin 2014 opportunity on a podcast recently. And then Evan's going to do another mini keynote, our innovation here, and then we're going to follow it up with Doug and Zach, and joined by Evan in a panel. And that panel will be talking about how you coordinate the next generation of intelligent infrastructure. There's a lot going on here. So without further ado,
thank you.
Welcome, Evan.
Thank you. All right, let's just make sure the clicker works here. All right, there we go. As Jarvis mentioned, my name is Evan Malanga. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer at Yuma. Thank you to the CT Digital Forum for hosting us. We're going to talk about the intersection of blockchain and the World Wide Web of AI. All right, clicker working now. All right, so despite record-breaking investment into the AI sector over the last few years, the benefits still flow to a small, concentrated number of powerful players. And this raises a lot of concerns around centralization, access, and control. The risks of centralized AI are real and they lack transparency, whereas decentralized systems mitigate those risks through open source, transparent, and permissionless architecture, which enables a greater speed of innovation. Clicker, clicker, click. Oh, no. right, do we have it? There it goes. All right. All right, so when we say the World Wide Web of AI, what do we mean by that? So similar to what the World Wide Web did to open access to information, we believe BitTensor, a new decentralized protocol, will open access to intelligence. And so if you take this parallel analogy of the Internet of Information, in the early 90s, you only had two providers that you used to access the Internet, AOL and Prodigy. It wasn't until 1994 when Mark Andreessen launched Netscape and the Mosaic browser, which allowed, throughout the 90s, more and more websites to be accessed for users. Eventually, no one could imagine in 1994 or even the 90s that today the companies and apps like Uber, Netflix, et cetera, could have existed. And similarly, we same moment with the Internet of Intelligence. So a couple years ago, we had the GPT moment, and then shortly thereafter, the BitTensor protocol launched in 2023. And today, there are hundreds of applications on this protocol, and we have no idea what new transformative businesses this will unlock in the future. So what is BitTensor? There's four main participants in the ecosystem. It's a really complex protocol to understand, and the way I like to describe it succinctly is like, think of this like the Olympics. Right, so like the Olympics, there's a variety of competitions. There's no, one-size-fits-all competition. It's different across the board. And the subnet owners on the bottom left-hand side, they're your competition organizers. They set and define the parameters of any competition they want. Your miners are your athletes or competitors that are competing to solve the problems set forth by the subnet owner. And your validators are your judges. They're verifying the work and directing emissions or incentives throughout the protocol. And then your token holders or your stakers, you can think of them like the fans, right? So that there's a market-based incentive where token holders can direct where they perceive value from one subnet to another, as well as earning yield through securing the protocol through validation. And so where does Yuma sit? We are a core partner across all four of these players. We run a subnet accelerator. We provide teams with capital and infrastructure to launch new businesses on the protocol. Today, we have about a dozen subnets. We run an in-house AI/ML team to compete on various subnets across the network. We also run like the 5th largest validator on the network. So we provide institutional grade infrastructure for a lot of different partners, custodians, wallets, exchanges, et cetera, that are looking to open up access to their users. And then ultimately, token holders can stake directly with Yuma as well. And to give you some tangible examples of what's being built on this network today, the first one, Score protocol, on any other protocol. They came to Tensor specific. So it's okay, we got 4 mics up here. We'll figure out one that works. All right, I think this one's working. Yeah, 5 mics now. So they use computer vision to give professional soccer managers, talent scouts, et cetera, data analysis that didn't exist prior in evaluating players and which players to hire, recruit, et cetera. Coinmetrics is a little bit of the opposite. They're an existing business that wanted to amplify what they were doing and leverage the construct of the network to do some R&D. So basically, Coinmetrics is a data business. They do Bitcoin price data. And instead of building out an entire in-house AI/ML team to do price forecasting, they outsourced this work to the network, and 256 miners are doing price forecasting, leveraging their proprietary data. And lastly, Nadix, they actually run a Web3 business where they're integrated with Tesla cameras, and they're leveraging miners to tag road and construction and traffic data in real time across the globe, leveraging the data from Tesla cameras. And so those are just 3 examples. Today, there's over 115 subnets. In the last 12 months, this has grown by 2.5 times. The concept, it's called dynamic tower. I won't get into the weeds of it, but this concept launched in February of this year. The combined market cap of all 115 subnets has exceeded or approaching $1 billion. Oh, too fast this time. Back one more. All right. So just to close this out with where we started off in the funding wave, right? In venture capital dollars in 2024, about $30 billion was invested into Web 2 or centralized AI systems, compared to roughly $400 million into Web 3. It's about, on a unit economic basis, 3 to 1. And so decentralized AI represents like less than 1% of all venture capital dollars deployed last year. However, the story doesn't end there. If you introduce BitTensor is over 4x in annual incentives that are deployed for teams looking to build, totally permissionless. You don't need to go fundraise. You could just show up and start building. And that actually closes the gap on a unit basis to roughly 2 to 1. So if you think about like how open source innovation can drive adoption into new technologies, business applications, et cetera, the BitTensor protocol on a standalone basis has more dollar value deploying annually than all of Web3 VC did last year. And so to conclude, Yuma sits at the center of this. If you're interested in learning more, want to launch a subnet, you could follow us on Twitter. We're posting stuff there all the time. You can come find me after this, but it's a really exciting opportunity to get in and build something really unique and creative in the AI space. Thank you.
Panel now. Let's advance the slide. So this is all about coordinating the next generation of intelligent infrastructure. And we not only have the head of research from Grayscale, Zach, but we have a co-founder of Livepeer, Doug. I assume you're a portfolio company or partner in this, of DCGs. So, and let's take it away.
Thank you. All right, we're good. We got mics. Hopefully these ones are working. All right, guys, welcome. Thanks for being here and joining me. All right, let's get started. Let's start with, what does decentralized AI mean to each of you? Doug, I'll start with you.
Cool, thanks. Yeah, quick introduction. As you mentioned, I'm Doug Petkanics, founder and CEO at Livepeer. We're building the world's open video infrastructure. We're an 8-year-old protocol that was originally deployed on Ethereum. It's a token coordinated ecosystem. We power over 4 million minutes of unique video processing and encoding per week across hundreds of video applications at 1/10 the price of cloud services. So, you know, a protocol that's actually been in the wild, has real usage, makes real impacts. We've learned a lot along the way, and we are really focused on how AI is going to impact the future of video, just like it's impacting every industry. So to answer your question, what does decentralized AI mean to me? I actually think it's best answered by contrasting it with centralized and closed AI. I'll use video as an example just because it's the domain I work in. Maybe some of you have seen an AI model and product called Sora. It allows you to type a prompt and generate amazing HD output videos developed by the company OpenAI. Amazing, beautiful demonstration and product, but it's very closed and centralized, right? They trained that model on data that they own or aggregated without users' permission. The model is not open source, so they control it. They control the biases. They control what you can and can't generate. If you want to use the product, you have to pay this company OpenAI for API access. If you want to build a company on top of this platform or use it, you have to use it according to their API terms of service, and you're at their whim of limiting your access, cutting off your permission, changing your pricing. So great product, totally in their right to do that. It's going to enable a lot of great things, but that's very different and limited in access as you contrast that to open source and decentralized AI, where there are models that come out that are completely open source, the code is available, anyone can train them, anyone can run them. You can download them, you can deploy them on your own infrastructure, you can build whatever you want on top permissionlessly. And that's just the sort of open source angle. When I think about decentralization, I actually think about not needing to run them on very specific servers or infrastructure that are controlled entirely by one company that also controls the model and the application. Instead, these are accessible on unstoppable networks globally where anyone can permissionlessly access them, run them, sort of pay as they go using digital assets. And that really accelerates innovation. It means startups can build on these things with trust, they can innovate, they can be cost effective, tapping into tidal resources, and it can really unlock a bunch of new possibilities that wouldn't be possible if your access is gated by a couple big tech companies that you may ultimately be competing with and trying to disrupt.
Thanks. That was great. So Zach, same thing. Love a brief intro on Grayscale and what you guys are up to lately, as well as how or what decentralized AI means to you today.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Zach Pandl, head of research at Grayscale. I've been a markets analyst for 20 years, and prior to full-time crypto, I was an economist working on Wall Street, covering macro assets, currencies, commodities, equity index, that sort of thing. And so I'm at Grayscale because I believe that Bitcoin and the crypto asset class is the most important thing happening in financial markets and the best investment opportunity for the rest of my career. So I had to just drop everything and go do this. I come at this from an economics, a dollar, Bitcoin standpoint, and so I'm not an AI developer or anything like that, but we do cover the full spectrum of assets in crypto, and we'll talk a little bit about that here on this panel. But just to answer the question, what does this mean to me? Here's how I think about it. Money is something that's critically important for the economy, obviously, and it's so important that we can't really just leave it to centralized authorities, just to our fiat money system. And this is why we have Bitcoin, is that we need something outside of these centralized institutions built on decentralized technology that ensures scarcity, and it ensures our ability to make digital payments even in an adversarial environment. That's why we have Bitcoin, why Bitcoin is so important. For me, decentralized AI is basically taking that same ethos to this question of AI. Look, if you use one of these Chinese AI apps and you type in Tiananmen Square, you do not get an answer. We cannot live in a world like that, where if AI is going to be intermediating our lives, we can't just rely on the judgment of some company or one government to decide what we have access to information to. So for me, decentralized AI is all about that, making sure that we have fair, open, transparent, censorship-resistant access to intelligence in the future, because this technology, like money today, AI technology will be so important in our economy in the future. We can't just leave it to these centralized entities. So that's why I'm so inspired by this topic. Even as a non-developer, I really think it has the Bitcoin ethos behind it.
Yeah, I think if you just start with the premise that this is going to be a critically transformative technology, do you feel comfortable with that just being in the hands of a few big tech companies? Probably not. That's not a good starting point.
All right, so Zach, I want to stay on your topic here real quickly. So Grayscale recently added AI to your sector taxonomy. Why did you do this now, and how do you see this theme fitting into the broader crypto market?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are crypto investors at Grayscale. As many of you know, there are 40 million tokens in crypto, and that number is just going to keep compounding. There will probably be, in the fullness of time, as many tokens as there are web pages on the internet, right? It's just going to keep growing and growing. So how do we, as the research team, keep all of that organized, right? We need some kind of framework. So we use a framework that we call crypto sectors. You can think of this as the GICS system in equities that divides up the equity market into industries. We divide up the crypto market into the use cases of this software technology. And so we have existing sectors for currencies like Bitcoin and smart contract platforms like Ethereum. And recently we broke out a sixth crypto sector for artificial intelligence. And previously these tokens were in other pockets of our sector framework, but we thought this is now a distinct use case of blockchain technology. You have enough high reasonable projects, kind of real projects, that it deserved its own sector. So there are about 20 tokens in our crypto sector with about $20 billion in market cap. And the largest is BitTensor that Evan is talking about. We'll talk more about here today. That's the largest AI project in the industry. The key thing that I'd like to get across is that 20 billion is a really tiny number. So Bitcoin is a $2 trillion asset. That's one blockchain token is $2 trillion. The whole category of AI related things is $20 billion. In my view, the AI applications for blockchains have a huge addressable market. So how I think about this crypto sector is if I'm looking at crypto beyond Bitcoin, I'm starting to explore what are the things that have huge addressable markets that are starting to gain traction and that could really produce high returns over the next several years. And to me, this is the right area to focus. So this is the reason that we spend so much time on it. I'm, again, not a developer or anything like that. We're investors, and we're just trying to look for the good opportunities. And so we broke out this sector to really highlight, we think that crypto investors should be drilling into this a little bit further. And let me just carry on for one other thing, just to make sure I underline this. Of course, BitTensor is an exciting technology, but it has a token, right? So Bitcoin is a computer network, and it has a token that's Bitcoin. BitTensor is a computer network. It's a piece of open source software running all these AI technologies, and it has a token, and that token is called Tau. And if you're looking to invest in that token, please reach out. We have a dedicated product for accredited investors to invest in the Tau token.
Just one follow up on that, Zach. So with millions and millions of tokens that exist in the crypto sector today, could you speak to a little bit as what thresholds are you looking for to include tokens into Grayscale products, bundled products, sectors? How does a token enter your world?
Yeah. So the kind of mantra for the research team at Grayscale when we're out talking to investors is when you're approaching crypto, try to take exactly the same approach that you would for any other asset class. The same discipline, the same research approach, the same tools. You'll have a good experience, and you'll probably make money investing in these assets if you take that same kind of approach. So we try to take traditional finance tools and principles and apply them to crypto. So for our sector and index framework, this is built in partnership with FTSE Russell. It's an index provider in traditional finance. If you've ever invested in the Russell 2000 or the FTSE 100, they're our partner on these crypto index products. And so we use the same rigorous framework that you would in traditional finance. We look at exchange listings, we look at market cap, we look at liquidity, and these are the kind of rules that bring in a systematic way tokens into our framework. So it's a kind of rigorous, systematic, TradFi type of index process just applied to crypto. And I think it's a misunderstanding that crypto doesn't have these types of things, or you can't do that same type of rigor. It has all these same kind of tools and features that traditional financial markets have. It's just that they're all new. And the exciting thing for a research analyst is to be able to build all of these things in a new emerging asset class. So that's sort of the process that we use for these indexes.
Awesome. Thanks, Zach. So Doug, coming back, you mentioned this in your introduction around more decentralized infrastructure, decentralized compute. How do you connect that decentralized compute with decentralized intelligence?
Yeah, so I think when you look at what is AI, right? What does it take to bring artificial intelligence to users in a way that it makes impacts? There's lots of different layers in this stack, right? It starts with, well, what's the data that you're feeding into this AI machine in order for these models to actually become smart, right? So there's this whole data economy. Where does the data come from? How is it sourced? Is there any attribution? Is there any payment of data? Is it transparent? What data went in that's influencing this model, right? And that's a big problem on its own, right? Then when you have a model trained, you've thrown all of this compute at it, all these GPUs made by NVIDIA spread all around these data centers around the world, consuming all of the energy, right? Out comes this model. And then that model is something that allows, millions of users to ask billions of questions to get answers, right? And that process is called inference. And that's, aside from the training, that's also a very compute-heavy task that requires infrastructure. Right, I think you see some of these big tech platforms saying they're actually buying power plants in order to create the power necessary to power like single data centers to run AI inference and training on these models. And so Livepeer is an infrastructure network. I think, as Zach put it, just a network of computers, right? But what the protocol does is it incentivizes people to add these GPUs that they have, whether it's in data centers or in their house, onto this network, and to make it available to run inference, to actually let people ask questions of these models. And that's a really important layer of the stack, the infrastructure that's always on, that's available, that can scale up and down and can be cost effective, and maybe most importantly, can tap into existing idle resources without having to spin up new power plants or provision new data centers just because you want to run a new AI model. So that infrastructure layer is really important. That's what the Livepeer network is. On top of that, you also have the applications. So what products are people using to ask these questions? Are they using a web interface or a mobile interface like ChatGPT? Is it built into their email client so it can help, write drafts of email or produce summary answers, right? These are the application layers. But those applications all need to take advantage of these infrastructures to ask these questions, to run this inference that's deployed. And decentralized infrastructures ensure that you always have these like global, always on, accessible versions available.
I guess just an extension on that, Doug. So between the application layer within Livepeer and the distributed architecture of infrastructure, how does the Livepeer token kind of interact with those market participants? And then could you give us some application use case examples of people building on your protocol?
Yeah, definitely. So the Livepeer token is a digital asset that coordinates and incentivizes the Livepeer network. If you have extra GPUs, you can put them on this network, make them available for work, and in exchange you'll earn some Livepeer token. And if people are actually using your GPUs to power video streaming or power AI video model inference, you'll actually earn dollars, or ETH essentially, but essentially dollars as well. So the token provides that coordination. There's a whole security procedure. You leave it as a security deposit. It can get taken away if you cheat or harm the network maliciously, but assuming you're a good actor, you're just gonna earn more of these incentives, earn more of the network, earn more of the work that's flowing through. And that's been a really effective mechanism at bootstrapping this global network of GPUs that power millions and millions of minutes of video streaming. As far as the applications that are built on top, you see a lot of traditional video streaming applications, things like online broadcasters and radio stations. TheLotRadio.com is a great example. They have 24/7 streaming out of a shipping container in Brooklyn of DJs doing sets and streaming. You have Twitch competitors, things like Soulbound.tv, people that are saying, hey, we're going to make a better version of Twitch where creators earn more money because they're going to be able to accept digital payments and tips, and we're going to introduce incentives and prediction markets and some of these fun crypto primitives into live streaming. You see examples like fishtank.live, an internet game show that looks sort of like the Real World or Survivor, except the audience gets to participate and bid on voting on how participants interact. And now in the AI space, you see people building innovative applications with AI video. So if you look at an app called daydream.live, you can actually, it'll use the webcam on your phone or on your computer to show, to live stream your video, but you can type prompts to modify your video. So you can say, make me the Incredible Hulk, like turn me into Elon Musk. And in real time, as you type, it'll modify your output video. And this is really interesting for creators to figure out, hey, how can I make my streams more interactive? How can I apply visual effects? How can I prototype storyboards for high production videos really quickly? And it's exciting to see how, AI is going to change the future of video.
Awesome, Doug. Thank you so much. All right, so pivoting topics a little bit here. We've talked a lot about kind of the infrastructure that exists today and the potential, but let's shift a little more, Zach, to the path needed to get there. So what does widespread adoption of this category look like from your vantage point?
Yeah, well, building on Doug's comments, I think in some ways you can think of it as just sort of deconstructing the AI lab into component parts, to bring ChatGPT to your phone. There's quite a lot of pieces together, data, inference, et cetera, labeling, all these other pieces. And what these technologies are doing are in some ways replicating that same process in a decentralized way. So success just looks like users and people using these things and not even knowing maybe that they're the radio DJ from a shipping container in Brooklyn is powered by decentralized technology. Ideally, it's sort of behind the scenes and you don't even know. So that's kind of what success looks like. But maybe just to kind of stick on my lane most clearly, what does it look like from an investment standpoint, or what is a winning investment going to look like? In crypto, these are network technologies. Blockchains are network technologies. They're most useful if there's many other people, capital, applications on the same network. And so what we're always looking for is, what is the thing that is running away with the network effects? It could have been another token than Bitcoin that ran away with the network effects for the money use case of blockchains. It could have been the Zach token or the Doug token or the Evan token, but it's Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin ran away with the network effects, and it's kind of game over. It doesn't really have competitors for store of value money, digital money. But in this space is still, I think, an open competition at the moment. BitTensor is running away with the network effects that, as Evan's charts shows you, more subnets, more users, more transactions. That's what you want to see in a category with a big addressable market, but a low market cap today. So I would just encourage people to think about that when you're looking through these different crypto sectors and finding the right tokens, which is the one that's likely to capture the network effect dynamics. That is likely to be the winning project. And today, BitTensor, the reason that we're so into this is, of course, it looks like it's the one that is leading from a network effect standpoint in the AI category.
Doug, same question to you. Any thoughts on what it takes for this path to continue to full scale?
Yeah, I mean, in a way, like you said, many consumers around the world, when you talk about reaching millions of people or 1 billion people, they don't care about like a digital token that coordinates the infrastructure behind the scenes of the AI application they're using, right? They care about like a fun social experience or news experience or a tool that helps, their productivity on a day-to-day basis. And so, in a way, you could say, if you look at these categories of decentralized infrastructure, decentralized AI, DePIN is another term for this. These are actually like behind the scenes technologies. They're going to impact billions of people without them realizing it. And that value will be realized at the network level because, the applications have to sort of pay into these networks in order to take advantage of these infrastructures or these AI systems or these models. The same way that a lot of value gets captured within the big tech companies that power a lot of this behind the scenes today. So I think when you look at this category, it is more of a like behind the scenes enabling technology, which is maybe different than a consumer facing use case like digital money, where everyone is like storing their wealth in on a decentralized ledger.
Yeah, I would just add from the Yuma perspective, Doug, you mentioned this about the data economy. People say data is the new oil, so to speak, is bringing more and more universities and researchers into the fold here. There's just so much in terms of state-of-the-art benchmarks, the amount of data that is being evaluated to train and fine-tune AI models, and so bringing more and more students, researchers from the universities into this field will also, I think, really help move the path forward and let these networks grow to the full potential and scale. A few more questions, and then we'll turn it over to the audience Q&A. So I guess more of a hot take. Same question for both of you. Zach, I'll start with you. Is crypto making AI more democratic, or is AI making crypto more efficient?
I'm going to take, I guess you could say both, but I would say that, look, blockchains are a amazing technology, and I spend all my time trying to kind of educate people about this technology, and I absolutely think this type of technology, public blockchains and the concept of decentralization, is going to bring transparency and democracy to AI. So I'm going to take that one. I think we are bringing democracy and transparency and control and all of these other things to this exciting new technology of AI.
Yeah, AI is going to make crypto more efficient. It's going to make everything more efficient, right? That's almost a given, and you take the gains that you can get, and we're all better off for it. But like crypto making AI more open, decentralized, democratized is just like so critical, right? That's really important. This needs to happen because the alternative where, again, we only have centralized control of this super transformative technology is like a really dark future, right? Like if you think it's bad that a couple companies control like the news we consume and like the, you know, the public discourse, just wait till you see like just a couple companies controlling like our access to intelligence. That's really scary.
All right, so before we turn it over to Q&A, same question for both of you, but Zach, we'll start with you. What does success look like for Grayscale, and how can people get involved in what you're up to?
Yeah. So on Grayscale side, again, we are the largest and oldest investor in crypto, the largest fund management business in this industry in the world, and we are active from all the way from Bitcoin to BitTensor. So the full spectrum of projects. There are 40 million assets in crypto, but only a couple of the dozen of those make it into Grayscale products. So we are kind of looking through all of these things and trying to find the things that, you know, pick the green ones from the red ones, you know, find the successful projects that we think have a long future. And so, you know, as Evan mentioned earlier, shameless plug here. If you want to be involved in BitTensor, of course, you can be a developer. You can you know, get connected with Yuma and build on the network. But if you want to just invest, we have a trust product that holds the token, and this is a kind of registered vehicle for accredited investors that is, you know, safe and secure and similar to all of our product lineup. So if you're looking to get involved in this space from an investor standpoint, you know, please reach out, and we have the right product for you. So that's what success looks like for us. We're in the fund management business, and we want to make investors returns in the crypto market. And so for us, that's you know, gathering assets for these products and providing a good experience for investors.
Thank you, Zach. Doug, same question.
What does success look like for Livepeer?
and how can people get involved?
Oh, sure. So video is 80% of the traffic on the internet. Not a lot of people know that. It's such an important form of media. And AI is obviously going to impact the future of how video is created, consumed, enhanced, analyzed, et cetera. Livepeer is an open infrastructure. It's accessible to developers to build what they want on. It's highly cost effective relative to centralized cloud providers. And, you know, there's great open source software built around it. So, you know, in my opinion, it's a no-brainer. People building anything in video should be leveraging an infrastructure like Livepeer. And, you know, when you put the perfect storm of those attributes together, this really should be powering, you know, 80–90% of the video workflows on the planet in the future, as the, you know, productization around it makes it inevitable for people to plug in. So we've been, you know, growing for 8 years. Really excited about what AI brings to the table and unlocks more opportunities for our node operators, our token holders, to stake and participate. So 2 things to check out. One is livepeer.org is a great starting point to learn more about the project. And 2, I do just want to plug that application, daydream.live, which is a great way to sort of experience what, you know, AI can bring to live video, and sort of get a taste of that, and just think about, hey, it's early, it's a nice prototype, but just think about how this is going to change everything for the future, and you know, get involved in the community if you want to be part of it.
Well, thank you both. I think we'll go ahead and turn it over to questions from the audience. I think there was one in the back.
All right.
Want to yell it out?
Hi. So I have a question regarding like data security, because a lot of subnets, they're gonna share data. So how BitTensor gonna protect like customers' data security?
Yeah, so it's a good question. I think that's probably one for me. I think it depends on the subnet owner and what they're doing. So there are some subnets that are offering confidential compute. So they're leveraging the construct of the network to arbitrage compute costs and doing it in a confidential, permissioned manner. So there are the building blocks are starting to form, but I feel like this is similar to like the early Ethereum days with smart contracts around like permissionless versus permissioned blockchains and, you know, corporate data, PII, and all that stuff. So I don't think we're quite there yet, but it would be on the subnet owner specifically to build in those rails, depending on what competition they wanted to define and business they wanted to build.
Great, thank you.
All right, this question is for you, Evan, but anyone feel free to answer. You mentioned getting universities and researchers involved to help move decentralized AI forward. Are there any universities currently doing meaningful work in the space?
Great question, Miranda. Actually, yesterday, Yuma announced a partnership with the University of Connecticut to build a subnet with the University of Connecticut School of Business. So we're just getting started. It's we're at the crawl before we walk, before we run. But as an UConn alum, super excited to dig in here with the UConn team.
What's the goal of the subnet?
We gotta figure it out. Yeah.
Hey, Keith Coyne from StoneX Digital. A couple of you have obviously spent significant resources focused on BitTensor and the Tau token, and I'm just curious about the investment use case and the tokenomics around Tau and how you think the growth of obviously it's a network play, but how, what are the attributes or features that you think attribute to Tau as an investable asset beyond just a utility token?
I could start, and then you probably have some thoughts on this. So from a tech perspective or tokenomics perspective, it was designed after Bitcoin. So 21 million tokens, hard cap supply, 4-year halving schedule. They also did what we call a fair launch. So they didn't raise any VC dollars. They just built the protocol and launched it. So anyone who earned Tau in the early days of the last sort of 2 years had to actually produce work on the network to earn it from the protocol. And so this community of 110, 115 plus subnet owners is purely organic. And people are showing up to build in a completely organic fashion, which I think is extremely powerful and is a key pillar in our investment case at Yuma as well as DCG. But I'm sure you've got thoughts on this, Zach.
Well, just very briefly, I would just encourage people to think that blockchains are network technologies, so bigger is better. The bigger the network, the more valuable the asset. And exactly how to translate size into market capitalization is one of the things that the community is constantly debating. And we have our own framework at Grayscale Research, but it's not something that I think is, there's no consensus on exactly the right way to go. But I would feel incredibly strongly that bigger is better. Like when you're thinking about investing in these assets, think about how much could the network grow, and there's probably a nonlinear relationship between network size and token value. So what you're really looking for are the things that are approaching a kind of takeoff or a critical mass of adoption. That's when you see exceptionally high returns or nonlinear type returns. And I don't know that we're exactly at that place with BitTensor, but I think that that's why it is so interesting, is that it has a big addressable market. It's starting to capture those network effects, and at some point in the next X quarters or years, we could see a kind of more of a takeoff moment, a kind of more nonlinear price change. So bigger is better. Look for the big networks, and those will capture network effects and therefore token value.
Hi, I just wanted to see if you guys could cover any of the cool examples of subnets that are being developed right now, some of the ones that you guys are funding or incubating, or anything within the ecosystem. I think that can help people to understand how exciting the BitTensor ecosystem is.
So I highlighted 3 in the slides, my 3 favorite that I think are doing some really interesting things. Some others that I didn't talk about that people would have no idea are either wholly or in part powered by a BitTensor subnet. There's a character roleplay application called Dippy, a team based in Toronto. They're like the 3rd most downloaded app in Europe. They have like over 7 million users, and you can just talk to your favorite character, whatever. Like you could text it, you could talk to it, and it's fully powered by 2 subnets. They have a speech subnet as well as audio. And so both of those subnets power like part of their application. Some of the larger ones that have done really, really well within the ecosystem, there is a subnet called Shoots. I think it's the largest in the network. I think it's like over a couple $100 million market cap. they're doing like trillions and trillions of tokens of inference, which is just fascinating. And then another team recently launched one called IOTA, which would be like a Pluralis competitor. If you've heard of Pluralis, it's a Union Square Ventures-backed distributed training business, and they built a competing subnet, and they're hitting equal state-of-the-art benchmarks. So you could kind of go the product side, or you could go the research side, but there's a lot of really fascinating projects that are building on the network today.
This is probably for Doug first. How do you, as a founder, how do you think about dealing with the rate of change, particularly at the intersection of the rapid rate of change in crypto and AI at the same time? How do you ride the bear?
Yeah, that's a really good question. It's something that we've had to sort of update how we operate internally in order to be able to run many experiments, be clear about what we're trying to validate, incorporate new information and feedback that comes our way, and then adjust along the way. And so the fun part of that is that we always get to be learning, reacting, and looking towards the future, and skating where we think the puck is going. The challenging part of that actually is more from an internal operations perspective. It can be really challenging to build a team, give them clear direction, establish what their goals are, and then if those goals are too far out, if they're 3 months, 6 months out, and you get new information that leads you to want to make a change, it can really throw off a certain type of individual or a certain type of team that you've built. And so I actually think it comes down to the type of people that you want to bring into your teams and organizations need to be sort of flexible, put your thinking hat on, problem solvers that can absorb information, can adapt, and are happy to try and figure it out. And I see people being less successful if they just need a very clear year-long mission or objective and get thrown off if there's change. So it ripples all the way through from how you build your team, how you structure your org.
How does the protection of IP fit into this inference AI decentralized ecosystem?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's a challenging topic in AI. When you access ChatGPT, it's consuming information off of the internet and not necessarily doing anything with the IP that may be related to that information in its sort of data pool. There are entrepreneurs and projects attempting to solve this with blockchain-based solutions. There's something called Story Protocol, for example, that's specifically targeting this idea. And the idea, I do think it is probably a solvable problem in the longer run, where we can kind of tokenize or label different pieces of data that are going into the data lake that are being used for training and inference by AI models, and then somehow rewarding the creators. But it's very early stage. If you want to dig into this further, something called Story Protocol is the startup that I'm most familiar with that is working specifically on this topic.
Yeah, I think the protection of IP is very, very tricky, because if something is out there, it's in the public sphere, it's sort of like the cat is out of the bag, and there's really no way to prevent. I mean, forget about regulatory compliant US-based entities from following the rules and being compelled to follow the rules through the courts. Good, great, grand, but it's a big bad world out there, and there's lots and lots of actors that are, if they can access it, they're going to train on it. It's going to be an input into their AI, whether you say that's okay or not, right? And so that one's pretty tricky. I would say also, when it comes to data authentication and having confidence that the data that you're looking at was produced by, who said they were producing it, and that maybe a news source or a piece of media is trustworthy. There's lots of positive efforts going on in that direction, where a lot of the startups and big companies alike are coordinating around it. There's a big initiative called the C2PA. Livepeer is part of it, but so is Facebook, Microsoft, OpenAI, that has to just do with creating the right standards so that when a piece of media is created, there's the right metadata attached to it, so that, and it's signed with digital signatures, so you can authenticate who signed it, what they said happened in terms of how it was created, who contributed to it, et cetera. That's a great start, but you almost need societal level changes for these technologies to make an impact, because do consumers care to check that the media that they're consuming is authentic or not? It has to be really easy for them. That means these checks have to be built into the tools they're using, the browsers, the social media clients. And then even if there is a green check mark, how can you ensure that wasn't modified or gamed, or sure, someone attested to something, so you get a green check mark, but was it the source that you thought it was? You need an online identity layer for that, so that when a celebrity publishes something, you know that it is that celebrity that you can trust. So I think we have some big challenges and some big problems ahead of us in this area.
Yeah, I think the last thing I'd add to this is I think there's data suppliers, right? So if like a business wanted to supply their IP into one of these architectures, right? There's some frameworks around like zero knowledge proofs that you could potentially leverage, but I think for the most part, this is like pretty early in the BitTensor world, specifically. And then on the other side, there's a couple of subnets that are trying to tackle this. I guess from like a demand side, there's specifically a deepfake detection. So kind of what you were just talking about, like image, video, being able to say like, hey, is what I'm seeing on Twitter real, or did a bot create this? And being able to detect that. So there's some early teams trying to attempt to address some of these issues.
Thank you. In web search, Google kind of became the default monopoly, right? A centralized kind of search engine. What elements are important for a decentralized AI model to be successful, right? So that we don't end up like we ended up with Google.
Yeah, I think one thing that's interesting about these models, these foundational models, is that they're actually being shown in many ways to almost be commodities. Like you see how much money and how much time a big company is putting into it, like OpenAI, and then a couple months later, DeepSeek out of China releases something that's a comparable performance, which supposedly was way more cost effective to create, right? And then you also see open versions, like in BitTensor. I think the News research team did a subnet where they achieved GPT 3.0 level intelligence just via incentivizing like hundreds of researchers to contribute training and finding tuning to it. And what's it mean that these things are at the same level? They're all essentially good enough. Like you can ask the question to these LLMs and get good enough answers from all of these versions, despite the brand name that's put on top, right? So there's like very little moat in the model itself. I think the moats may come more through the access points, the products that they're baked into, and what network effects those products have in terms of the way you interact with them in your life. But I think decentralization, open source, open access, always existing as a good enough alternative gives developers, gives users an exit point should they be deplatformed or be dissatisfied with the bias that's inserted, or not be able to afford the premium branded versions from some of the market leaders, because under the hood they're using the same level of intelligence when it comes to the underlying model.
I have nothing to add. That was a great answer. I'm not sure how we're doing on time, but if there's a couple more questions, okay. One or two more? No, no more? Okay.
I think you can just shout it out, maybe. Oh.
Yep. Good question. So I mentioned it was about Livepeer launched on Ethereum 7.5 years ago. And the question was, well, Ethereum can become expensive when there's high demand. Have we faced scaling challenges? Short answer, yes. It went from, the node operators on our network need to do some transactions every day. In the early days, that cost them maybe 50 cents or $1 to do these transactions and prove their work and earn their tokens. And at the peak of Ethereum scaling challenges, it would cost them $500 to $1,000 a day. And that was like not sustainable, and only the highest performing nodes could afford to do that. So very quickly, we actually migrated to a layer 2 Arbitrum right when it launched. We were the first non-financial protocol to migrate to and deploy on Arbitrum. And that has successfully met the needs of our node operators, our token holders who stake to QA the network and route work, the governance, settling the payments. I won't go on forever, but last thing I'll say is, because the Livepeer token and the blockchain is used just to coordinate the supply side of the network, these node operators, it's actually not important to our users, video developers, AI developers, that we're on different chains, many chains. Livepeer doesn't need to live and be accessible on other blockchains. We just need one network that can be secure, fast, performant, affordable, and open access for everyone. And so far, we're happy where we are.
Can I ask one question, even though I've been in and out? Just knowing your backgrounds a little bit, VC portfolios, startups, running research, and now you're in this space. Clearly, given who you are, you're paid, think about what keeps you up at night. So what keeps you up at night related to this? What are,
Well, someone asked the question, and it's what keeps me up at night. The pace at which crypto and AI moves in terms of news announcements, I don't think my phone stops buzzing. I literally actually have to turn it off at night now. And I regularly turn it on in the morning with 300 unread messages. So it's very hard to find the signal through the noise with the pace of everything happening, specifically even within the BitTensor ecosystem right now.
Yeah, I would say, hey, blockchain, cryptocurrencies, transformative technologies that open up access for people to launch things, to coordinate, to fundraise, to ensure that value is realized from everyone that's participating in empowering these networks. That's so powerful and game-changing for innovation. So that's really exciting. But as we've all seen, it also opens up opportunities for people who are a little more malicious or exploitative in nature. And so this industry has just been embarrassed by fraud and scam and financial collapse and everything, and that makes it really frustrating and really challenging sometimes to stick with it and operate in this, within this industry for 8 years. I'm inspired by the smart people that we work with, by the mission, by the philosophical beliefs in what we're going after. So that's why I stick with it. But I really wish that we could do it without also being embarrassed by a lot of the bad actors in the space.
I love Doug's comments, so I'm not going to repeat them. I would say, look, I think investors have a really tough time looking at traditional assets because of valuation, because of tariffs and stagflation, because of changes in our world order and their potential implications for the dollar. And so I would have a much harder time sleeping, I think, if I were very long traditional financial assets and denominated in the dollar. I sleep great. Being long Bitcoin, I really think I think investors should think hard about their assets and think about the point of having scarce commodities or hard money, sound money systems in their portfolio. And I think when I turn on the news, I'm very grateful that I work in this business, because I think this asset class is actually very well placed to continue to grow and thrive despite a really turbulent world. And so, yeah, we worry about some of these things, but I sleep great thinking about Bitcoin.
We have one last question.
And this will probably be easy. So I only started using ChatGPT 3 weeks ago. So it's novice. It's really cool. But I wonder, and this woman asked about IP, what about anonymity? So if I ask ChatGPT a question and then it asks me do you want us to know more about you? And then there's a question I asked about how appellate judges are, elected or appointed in Massachusetts, and it didn't know. And so I'm wondering, where does that go? Does it go back to some, ChatGPT universe? Does it know about me? I just, this whole open AI thing, I'm thinking, how open is it,
This is the second thing that keeps me up at night.
Okay, it's a 3-week user question.
No, you nailed it. You nailed it. I mean, so when you use these closed proprietary cloud-hosted access points for AI, or for search for that matter, right? They are collecting and aggregating the whole history of data in terms of what you're interacting, what types of questions you're asking, and you can decide if you trust these companies with that data. I think we've seen time and time again that any data you submit on the internet anywhere eventually gets hacked and leaked. And I think you can compare that to this whole local AI movement, which is really interesting, where there are new open pieces of software that you can download that will download small versions of these models that will only run them on your device, your phone or your laptop. Your data will never leave to interact with an API or go to a cloud service. And in some ways they're less powerful. In some ways they meet the need for what you need, but there's this whole area of research. And I think it's really interesting that systems like BitTensor can create competitions to actually incentivize the creation of these models and these tools that can benefit everyone for private AI use cases that are local to your device. Because when I think about, like, my AI would be so much smarter and so much more helpful to me if it read every one of my emails, every one of my text messages, could access my photos, could view my calendar, etc. But like, I'm not willing to give my text messages over to OpenAI or Google, right? I want a local version to ensure it doesn't leave my device. And I think that's a huge opportunity.
The one thing I'll add, which since you're so novice, it really resonates with me, and my team could fact check me, but DCG ran a poll about a month ago nationwide, just asking the general population about closed system versus open systems. And I think it's like coming around like 75% of Americans, 76% of Americans know that they're the product now and don't trust big tech. And so like your 3-week experience of talking to ChatGPT and you're like, wow, this is really powerful. Like, and then thinking about, okay, how are they going to use my data? Most Americans now are realizing that this is a significant issue, just like Doug explained.
Thank you very much. Let's have a big hand for our panel.
Thank you.
We're just going to keep you guys there for a quick photo. And then we're going to bring out our next. We've got 2 really great panels this coming up. The future of digital investing has been set up really well by this previous panel. And I will tell you that the What's Next Wall Street with William Cohen, the sort of rock star best-selling journalist, is going to probably go toe-to-toe with Paul McCaffrey on what's happening, and you're going to see some sparks fly at 11:30, and then lunch. So hang in there. Let's bring our next panel up. Come on up, guys. Thanks. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Turn this on. There you go. That's a lot heavier. Oh, sorry. Who needs a mic?
Thank you. Do you want to be in the middle?
Do we have another mic? We have an intern holding a mic. All right, I'll hand it off.
Check.
All right, let's introduce our next panel. I'm going to turn it over now to Bob Dewey, our podcaster extraordinaire, who's taking some time.
Great, thanks a lot, Jarvis. Hello, everyone. This is a great panel with excellent, diverse views. Is it on? Oh, okay. We have the future of digital investing for this panel, and we have 3 perspectives, one from venture capital, another from a product manager who's head of strategy for product development at Van Eck, and Aaron Kaplan, who is building a market structure business. So we'll be able to talk about what the future of investment flows may look like, investor flows in exchanges. And so why don't you each introduce yourselves, what your business is, and then we'll go to David and talk about where the puck is going.
Great. David Nage from ARCA. I'm a portfolio manager. I run our venture capital investment book, and I've been with the firm since 2018. We are a registered investment advisor, and we have our asset management side of the business, but we also have a labs and innovation side of our business as well too. And I'm really looking forward to talking to you all about the future.
I very much enjoyed the two-tier classroom. If I was a student here, I'd probably be asleep right up there. And my name is Aaron Kaplan, and I am the founder and co-CEO of Prometheum. Prometheum has built the market infrastructure for digital assets that entails a tokenization agent, what was previously called a transfer agent, an introducing broker-dealer, a trading venue through an ATS, and clearance, settlement, and custody through a special purpose broker-dealer. So we service the entire life cycle of a digital asset security on-chain.
I'm Kyle DeCruz, Director of Digital Asset Product at VanEck. I've been at VanEck since 2017. We were the first asset manager to file for a Bitcoin-linked ETF back in 2017, and since then, about $3.5 billion in crypto assets under management. Expanding into ETFs, private funds, liquid tokens, the VC side, as well as recently tokenization, and we just launched a tokenized money market fund recently. I'm happy to be here. I think the CT Crypto Digital Forum is great, particularly for those of us who commute into the city but live in Connecticut, and so bringing some of the crypto experts up to Connecticut is fantastic.
Excellent. David, what are the big trends that VCs should be investing in like you are?
Well, I hope they're not all investing in it so I can actually get some alpha. So it's really great. As I was talking to Bob and to Eleanor a little while ago, is that as a VC, and we have a new intern that just joined us a few days ago. So if you are at the university here and you are looking for opportunities, always please reach out. What is interesting is that we get to see the world 6 to 12 months before the world actually happens. And you get to see the emergent trends. For instance, I'd call it almost 16 months ago, we saw the emergence, the confluence of AI and Web3. Obviously, you just had a few folks from Bittensor and Livepeer just talking to you about that. It is real, and we'll talk more about the reality of that. But there is a world where Web3 infrastructure provides validation and verification of transactions, of provenance, of things that actually happen. For instance, if you have an image on X and you don't know if it's AI or human generated, blockchains can actually say, okay, it happened at this time, this place, at this particular location on this particular device. And you can then verify that it was a human action versus an AI action. That is a huge piece of the puzzle that society is dealing with right now, is what is real? What is actually happening? What is real, what is not? And so that's just one instance of that. The other trends that we're seeing right now is in terms of intellectual property. We all generate ideas, we have content that we produce. How do we actually protect it from being stolen and used and repatriated in other ways? You can actually encapsulate that in a blockchain. And there's trillions of dollars of value that are happening there too. In addition to that, obviously what we've been working on for years as an industry is in decentralized finance or open finance, whatever the parlance you choose. How do we actually enable billions of people that do not have access to the financial rails access? How do we get people that do not have bank accounts access to capital markets? How do we actually provide identification to people that don't have a passport or a driver's license? These are obstacles, and these are things that are happening in the world today that are affecting billions of people every day. And these are things that blockchains can actually create solutions for. So I'll stop there because there's a lot more I can talk about hours, but I'll stop there and there's more to talk about.
Kyle, how about you are creating products that people are buying, and you're looking at the next products for investors. What are the trends there, and how much overlap is there with what David just talked about?
Yeah, I think there's a lot, right? part of the interesting situation we find ourselves in at VanEck is 8 years later from the first Bitcoin ETF filing, and we're still talking about the Bitcoin ETF as if it's this great monumental product, when the reality is there's so much innovation happening in the space, both on the liquid token side, the infrastructure side, the VC side, that there's a lot more that the retail audience should be getting access to that they're just not today. A lot of that has to do with regulation, and I think we might be talking about what those barriers are. But the reality is a lot needs to change in the US, and some of that has to do with sort of the 33 Act versus 40 Act for all you financial law nerds out there, and what you can do in those structures. So I think a lot's coming. I think for the accredited and qualified purchasers, there's a lot more opportunity in this space, right? Whether, again, that's on the VC side or the liquid token side.
It's probably worth also giving 2 seconds of background on VanEck and how you were always reaching away from the traditional markets and coming up with new products.
Yeah, so for those of you unfamiliar, VanEck was founded in 1955. We're about $120 billion total AUM. 3.5 of that is in crypto. You know, a lot of times folks ask, why did we get into crypto, right? We're sort of a TradFi firm. And really, if you look at how we were founded, it really fits right into sort of our ethos, which we were the first sort of gold equities fund back in 1968. There was a time it was actually illegal to own gold in the United States. So we were sort of the bad boys of gold at one point. We were very early in the ETF space and early in offering exposure to China and emerging markets. So really, our motto is sort of intelligently designed, forward-looking opportunities. And I think crypto fits right into that bucket. Back in 2017, if we were going to have a lot of exposure to gold, we needed to look at Bitcoin, at least from a research standpoint. Is Bitcoin a complement, a competitor, et cetera? We very quickly realized it's an amazing asset class and opportunity. And then very quickly, crypto sort of became our, after EM in China, this is our next future focus. And we've been all in since then.
Aaron, you're building what I would consider to be a capital markets facilitator company. Where do you expect for trading and for institutional investors? Is that
Can you
accurate?
describe to
And-
me what a capital markets facilitator company is?
What's that?
And I'll turn the question on you. Can you describe to me what a capital markets facilitator
Yeah, I
company?
think that you're building a trading platform for institutions. Is that right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but tell us about your business and what you think.
We're building
what
a
you
market
expect.
infrastructure that integrates the benefits of distributed ledger technology. A lot of the discussion up here has been about stuff that's existed about blockchains from the beginning, like identities, basically democratization of finance, taking advantage of people who are unbanked to offer them services under the guise of benefits. I mean, and anyone see FTX? The reality of what's happening in sort of markets and overall is the integration of distributed architectures into markets. Now, why does that happen? It's just better. I mean, I can go into specifics of the capital efficiency of instantaneous settlement, the better record keeping, essentially the lower operational costs, but almost all forms of value are moving on chain, whether that's securities, whether that's commodities, whether that's payments, whether that's almost any form of value transaction you can think of, and that's just because it's just a better means of processing data. So almost everything you're dealing with sort of like how the internet in the beginning, what was a tech company? A tech company was being able to sell your business online. Right, the same thing's going to happen now with sort of this next evolution of tech and the integration of distributed architectures into different forms of value there. And what we're doing is basically trying to take the market share when it comes to securities moving on chain. Now, we've seen different things. We've seen money market tokens. There's been discussions about that, and we can go into that, why it's limited so far and it needs to be expanded, and how market infrastructure could expand to that. But beyond that, you're seeing conversations about munis, treasuries, et cetera, and you got to realize it just eliminates costs, and it's just a evolution of where markets are going. So markets are moving from electronic to digital. Digital markets are just blockchain-enabled markets that issue their assets cryptographically.
Is this going to be more driven by customer demand for digitized or tokenized assets, or is it more a function of efficiency for the providers of capital, of the securities?
That's a really good question, because on one side you have different sort of institutions wanting to give their customers access to Bitcoin. And Bitcoin's just really a greater fool theory. I mean, there's 21 million Bitcoin. When the government says we're not selling a million, or China's not selling a million, now you have 19 million Bitcoin, right? You talk about the USD being manipulated, right? But when you think about it, what they're trying to do on that side is they're trying to find different mediums by which they can give sort of the brokerage industry access to investing in Bitcoin, right? That's what an ETF is. An ETF is a wrapping of a securitization wrapper around a cryptocurrency, therefore taking a smart asset and making it stupid, just so essentially you can get assets to the brokerage industry, which is sort of ironic because for a long time the crypto industry is arguing that they're not securities, which doesn't really matter at that point. But beyond that, the other side is the actual, where I think the innovation occurs, which is the integration of distributed architectures. So the way assets are created, the way they're processed, and on the post-trade side is where the real innovations occur, and that's why you're seeing more of securities and other forms of value moving on chain. So it's driven by both the sort of the demand for cryptocurrencies, but I think the larger sort of mover is actually the technological side there.
Kyle, what have you been seeing in retail flows lately on the preferences for the funds that you all provide?
Yeah, well, on the retail side, it's pretty limited in the U.S. As far as the ETFs, right? Because only Bitcoin ETFs and Ethereum ETFs have been approved. We have a few others with the SEC, Solana, Avalanche, BNB as well. I expect that to be enhanced over the next year. I think what's next and sort of what folks are looking for is really enhancing those products. I mean, in the US, you still cannot have staking in these ETPs. So if someone chooses to get exposure to Ethereum, they're losing out on that staking yield through an ETF, right? Now, most other countries, Canada, across Europe, they have those in ETPs already, and they are staking. So I think the US still has some catching up to do, which I think the SEC is clearly aware of and working on that.
Yeah, I guess that moves to the regulatory.
No, I was going to ask Kyle what he thought about the recent news surrounding the two trusts that were trying to be ETFs with staking, where it was sort of, I think they weren't rejected, but they needed more clarification. Any thoughts there?
Yeah, I think there's this rush of issuers trying to be first, and so they're trying to squeeze through things. There was actually an ETF filing recently. It's a 40 Act ETF trying to effectively offer staking exposure, right? And so because traditionally, the SEC has allowed a first-to-file regime, where you file first, your ETF launches first. That has not happened since the Bitcoin ETFs. So it's caused this very competitive landscape where folks are starting to try to file and be a little creative with their lawyers and finding ways to sneak through, which can actually lead to inferior products, whether it's a Bitcoin futures product or a product where you're getting derivative exposure, which is far more expensive to the end user. So I think the SEC, once they start allowing these products to operate a little more normally, I think some rules need to be changed. Then we'll see the kind of more pure versions of these products.
Absolutely.
And I say this with all respect because obviously opening up instruments for capital investment, especially from everyone here that may be participating, this is going to be a little bit of a interesting comment, but I didn't leave traditional finance in 2017 to be excited about an ETF. I left traditional finance because digital assets, blockchains, the technology ushered in new capacity, new ability. It changed paradigms that were broken. And so Aaron just brought up FTX. FTX was a centralized exchange. Anything that has broken materially in digital assets over the last 7+ years has been centralized. Lehman and Bear happened because they were centrally owned and they were able to obfuscate transactions. DeFi and blockchains open the gate and put a light on it and say, this is what's happening in real time. That is the cure to the fraud that has happened for years in finance. That is what got me excited. And I hope, for those that are investing in this industry, in this asset class, that sure, there's a lot of conversations about ETPs and ETFs. That's great. You need to look at the underlying technology and what's actually happening and the innovations that are happening, because there is substantial technological increases that are happening, especially in the last 2 years.
Yeah, and I would just add a little caveat there is that's sort of what I alluded to at the beginning, that we're still talking about Bitcoin ETFs 8 years later. It seems a little odd to me. But again, that's sort of what retail has been given at this point. When we filed for a Bitcoin ETF years ago, Jan van Eck, our CEO, went on CNBC and said, you should not buy our ETF. You should actually go buy Bitcoin and self-custody it. But for those of you that don't want to do that, don't want to take the risk, don't want to deal with it, then this is what the ETF is for, right? So my parents being a great example, I wrote them a one-page sheet of how to self-custody Bitcoin. I cannot convince them to do that, no matter what I try. They bought the ETF.
Well, yeah, you've been required for years to put your assets on a USB stick. And from the family office world that I came from, you're not going to put millions of dollars of the family's assets on a USB stick and kind of put it into a drawer. That's not happening. Because if you lose that USB stick, your job is basically done. Nice working with you, great to be with you, you're done. So what's really important in this conversation, Bob, is that what's happened with like the OCC, with the new administration, the OCC, revised their letter 1183, which they first issued about 5 years ago and then had to redraft it. 1183 basically says all tier 1 banks have now the ability to validate on blockchains and also custody these assets. That's a game changer. That opens up Bank of New York. That opens up State Street. So if you are an institutional investor and you're concerned about, well, I want to get into Bitcoin, I want to hold some digital assets, I like this, do I need to go to an ETF, or can I actually custody these assets in a place that has been around for 150 years and is one of the most legacy places in the world? You're going to be able to do that in the next 6 to 12 months with this. That's huge.
Did we just contradict decentralization, centralization there? There was a lot of crossing arguments.
No,
So basically,
it's not contradicting. You're actually getting the assets, but you're actually storing them in a place that you're comfortable and You're asking all of these people here, millions of people out there, for a new way of doing things that they're not necessarily comfortable with yet. You can get the assets and you can support the industry and support the technology and store them in a place that you're comfortable with.
But you want people to do self-custody, even though they're not comfortable with it and not comfortable with the USB stick. I think it's a bit of a bridge too far, man. Like, you can't transition from a centralized environment to this sort of decentralized rah-rah sis boom bah universe without a significant amount of education. Centralization serves the purposes for institutions who are looking not to have certain technological, operational, cybersecurity risks themselves.
No, it takes Bank of New York taking billions of dollars on their balance sheet and basically saying, okay, let's work with Fireblocks. Let's work with some of the MPC, the multi-party computational companies in the world. Let's work with Aon. Let's work with Lloyd to create insurance so that we actually have coverage on this. It's not that difficult to provide ways of them being able to be part and parcel to this industry and to provide coverage for the people who want to participate. And also for those that are looking to invest in it, there's massive opportunity there. Because guess what? They're going to have to invest in the infrastructure to support this. We already see from Coinbase that 60 million people here in the United States own digital assets already. Yeah, they're going to be able to service them now if they're able to invest 30, 40, 50 million dollars into MPC, into cold storage. I'm not talking about creating centralization. I'm using cold storage, which is part of the the industry already.
And by virtue of the decentralization, you can validate, it's transparent.
You can actually use the assets the way that they're meant to be used, yes.
What did Vitalik say the other day? He said, I control the Ethereum Foundation. Does that mean decentralization to anyone? I mean, these are all public quotes. These are the tweets. Like, the decentralization, the democratization, like, I get it. They're great buzzwords. But, like, let's focus on where, like, the real innovation is, the efficiencies, the technology, right? If more people want to invest in Bitcoin, great. Go open a crypto exchange account, right? Institutions can figure that out, too. I think that for people who are serious in the space, the coming months are more about the technological evolutions, which will lead to different trading strategies, which will lead to different products being able to emerge, which will lead to more bespoke products for your customers, for investors, for institutions, which will then allow for more adoption in the space going forward.
As far as I know, the SEC has not said that they are a centralized, organized entity nor security because they are decentralized. And there's thousands of validators that are actually validating blockchain transactions on the Ethereum network right now.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it says validation function. And
the SEC has made it clear this year. That's the other thing, too, that a lot of people are not, it's not being covered, is the SEC has been massively influenced and working today with the industry. I was with the SEC, I was at their first roundtable a month and a half ago, where they shook hands with industry members. They thanked us for coming because they wanted for the last 4 years to work with us, to actually have a bridge to be able to say, what is the innovation? How can we support the innovation? This is American innovation. This is a way for small businesses to actually grow their footprint. And so the SEC literally said to all of us, thank you for coming and thank you for these notes. There is, if you go on the SEC's website right now, the roundtable, the crypto roundtable, they are literally asking, they're begging for comments on regulations that are being thought of right now. We have not seen that for the last 4 years. It's the first time. And so this is huge in terms of this evolution.
Yeah, and one of the motivations, I was with a senior person from the administration last week with some other entrepreneurs, and he was begging them to know what it is exactly that would get them to move back to the United States. These folks had moved offshore. So it was an eager, very motivated mission.
Yeah, just I don't want to preoccupy, but from a venture capital perspective, there's been about $135 billion that has been invested in startups here in the last 4 years. And so the preponderance of that had been in the United States up until about a year and a half ago when you started to see offshoring, where you started to see this punitive nature of enforcement of, oh, here's a Wells notice, even though we've been talking to you for the last 2 years. Founders left, teams left.
David, your points are like 6 months too old, man. President Trump was elected. He's been in office. Things have changed. I get it, man. I get it. Everyone gets it. And I think it's great. I think institutions think it's great. But the reality is like people, I think, are here to get more substantive knowledge about where things are going instead of rehashing the past. So the future is, yes, there will be different either new rules, existing rules. There will be mediums by which entities participate in the space. If you look at major entities, right, they're much more interested now, how do we integrate blockchain? How do we take advantage of sort of technology to sort of integrate innovations so we can be competitive against potential partners going forward? That's what major institutions are doing. I mean, look at JPM with Connexus. Look at what Goldman's doing with digital asset. All these firms are playing different spaces here, right? It's not a question of rehashing the past, right? That's sort of like, I get it. There's a lot of noise there. It's a question of moving forward now that there is a clear path forward.
Can we open up to Q&A?
Yeah. Anybody have any questions?
Here's the mic.
We are venture launch manager, and the last launch was a blockchain-based payment system. $40 trillion in B2B payments, 50% are paid with checks. So there's a productivity in layer one application. My question to David and the rest of the panel is this. What happens when we put digital assets in tier one facility capital reserves for banks, given the volatility of the crypto assets?
It's a fantastic question, and one that I've been wrestling with when she, asked me this about 20 minutes ago, and I said, "Oh my God, that's a really great question." So, yes, when you look at, what's happened, circa 2008, 2009, and with the stress tests that banks now need to take on, sure, you're dealing with assets that have, their mark-to-market changes on a regular basis, and so how do you actually substantiate that? I would say that is something that I think the SEC is currently still working on. I don't have a substantive answer in terms of how to do that, on a daily or on a monthly or a quarterly basis when the SEC decides to do their stress tests. I would say that, from what we see, you obviously can, use stable coins. Stable coins are not going to have the fluctuations. So if you have stable coins on your balance sheet, that's obviously, something that's not going to have the fluctuations. Bitcoin, obviously, something we're starting to see more is that you're starting to see corporations put that on their treasury, on their balance sheets. And so I think that's a very relevant question. I don't have the answer right now. I think that's being worked through right now with the SEC and with the Treasury Department especially too. But what I will tell you is that for the first time in years, you actually have open ears and eyes that are willing to take on that question and actually come up with a substantive answer to it.
Other questions?
Of course.
So thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I like that answer too, and the back and forth is great. So this is the future of digital investing. So in 5 to 10 years, what brings hundreds of millions of people on chain? What's the killer app in your eyes?
It's not necessarily a killer app. I mean, there's tens of millions of brokerage accounts. So how do you give the brokerage industry access to digital assets? It's happening right now as there's different clearing and moving to corresponding clearing models for different digital assets. It then becomes a question of, I guess, the larger transition. What we're seeing overall is the potential everything investing apps, where people will be able to invest in securities, commodities, crypto, NFTs, what other weird instruments they come up with by that time, because that's where we're moving. I mean, look what happened with Robinhood and the larger institutions like that.
No, I think that's absolutely right. I think that there's sort of two things. I think brokerages are already moving that way. You see folks like Robinhood that they just acquired Bitstamp. I think you're going to see the blending of those worlds where you can click one button, buy your securities, then buy your crypto assets and crypto security assets. I also think it's sort of an ease of use. If you guys remember the internet for all of us in our 30s, 40s, or above, the internet in the early days was not that fun to use. MS-DOS was terrible. Understanding what that infrastructure is, most folks in this room and the folks that go to this school here probably have no idea what any of that means, HTTPS, et cetera. I think crypto is moving that way, where the front end will be in a way, particularly stable coins are probably the low-hanging fruit, where you're moving $1 in an account, whether it's from Robinhood to another. It's probably going to be stable coins or that infrastructure on the back end, but as a user, you don't need to know what goes in to make the cake, right? And I think that's when you bring the next level. If you're bringing crypto apps to market and these people know it's a crypto app, the only ones that are downloading it are crypto users. You need it to be that it doesn't matter that it's crypto based. It's crypto based because it enhances the product and the user experience. It's not crypto based because you're just trying to shoehorn crypto into the market.
Dave?
Yeah, I would say I'll take some of the regulatory and then obviously the innovation with what we see from the venture perspective. Genius Act in the next 2 months, potentially, it looks like. That's a huge win for the industry. That is going to basically be the first piece of crypto legislation ever passed. We also have across the pond with MICA, which is their regulatory framework. We're trying to also pass market structure here in the United States as well, hopefully this year, possibly into 2026. So what does that mean? Is that, one of the main things that I've heard for years, for 8 years, is, well, we don't have regulatory clarity. We don't have regulatory clarity. Okay, well, we're starting to get an SEC that actually is trying really damn hard to give us clarity. What is something that is, highly centralized? Well, that's probably going to be a security. Something that is decentralized, that doesn't have a CEO and a board of directors, that's probably going to be decentralized, and we can move forward with that. Those are the types of things that we're getting that framework finally that we've been begging for. So I think that's going to be something that creates a lot more infrastructure to come in. Like I mentioned, the custody in digital assets. Sure, it is all well and good to do it on a ledger or a Trezor. But if you're able to also then have cold storage at Bank of New York or State Street, and then you're able to basically port your assets over there and be able to use them in a meaningful way. That also then, from a risk management perspective, if you are a family office or a fiduciary, that checks that box. And it says, okay, instead of $500,000, now I can put like $5 million or $10 million into this asset class or more. So that's on that side. From the user experience side, one of the things that Kyle alluded to is something that we call account abstraction. Account abstraction basically is what Kyle alluded to, is that back in the day it was cryptographic hashes. It was all of this complexity. And that just didn't serve anybody well. The industry did a terrible job putting the back end, all of the technological code-based things, all in the front end for all of us to see. That has been fixed, and that has been rectified. And all of the new gen applications that you see these days are much better user interfaces. For instance, there's one called Farcaster, which tries to emulate a lot of the capacity of Twitter or X. Simple, all you have to do is put in your email address, and that email address then spins up a blockchain wallet for you without having to know what that is. That's one of the things that we can do now. You can use your email address or your personality today and immediately be ported into the world of crypto. We didn't have that a few years ago. So that's another UI, UX capacity there too that I think increases the footprint and the capacity to bring in more people. But then lastly, they have to have a damn reason to get into the space, and they have to be interested in it. And for too much of the time, the press and the media just talks about Bitcoin price. And we talk about price, and we talk about price. That's fine, but if I'm looking at new technology, if I'm looking at a new industry and a new asset class, I want to know a little bit more than just what the price of it was 7 days ago. I want to know what it does. What is it differential? How does Apple differentiate than Microsoft? How does Microsoft differentiate from Google? And this is how we have to start talking, is that what is the differentials and what is the value proposition of these blockchains?
Awesome. Kyle, Aaron, David, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Good guys. Thank you for doing this. It's great. Aaron, thank you for doing this, really. Okay. Thank you, Bob. Can we make sure we have your microphones? Okay, good. All right, well, this is our last session before lunch. I might just want to say, when you go get your box lunch, there will be a drone flying around. It's not, like a mosquito. It's not a big drone. It's not going to take out a Russian plane. So just be forewarned. And it's a good pilot operating it. Probably no worries. So we're gonna run this session. Then we're gonna have lunch. There are all sorts of workshops, topic tables, art shows, and a whole set of other sessions here. And you don't want to miss. Obviously, you're all going to the after party, but you don't want to miss cocktails. But you don't want to miss Daniel P. Harris, who's ending this with tokenizing the $1 trillion creator economy, which is part of sort of the culture part of this. He's got a rocking multimedia show for you. So with that, let me bring up our next group. This group is, come on up, guys. Our moderator is Eleanor Terrett. You probably know her from Crypto in America. She's out there podcasting to her audience and Bob's of 250,000. Paul McCaffrey, who's been on our stage before, managing director of KBW in the investment banking world. Another fan favorite who's been on our stage, I don't know, 2 or 3 times. John Wu, president of Avalabs. This is a Wall Street savvy crowd, and I'm not going to leave off Bill Cohen, co-founder of Puck, knows a lot about crypto, and I would say take it away, because this is going to be fun. And you need my mic.
All righty. Hi, everybody. I'm Eleanor, as Jarvis correctly stated. I am a crypto podcaster, I guess, these days. I was formerly a Fox Business journalist, where I covered crypto policy for about 4 years, but I was at Fox Business for nearly a decade. So got some TradFi covering experience in there as well. So along with my fellow panelists, sort of TradFi savvy, not as TradFi savvy as these guys, but welcome. And I won't give you a boring panel before lunchtime. Promise we'll keep it interesting, and it might actually get a little bit spicy. So I'm going to start with Paul. Actually, you know what? Let's go down the line really quickly and just reintroduce yourselves and just say, what was your come to crypto moment from your TradFi background?
Sure. Paul McCaffrey. I'm with KBW, which is owned by Stifel Financial. I've been with the company 23 years and was in TradFi, or I guess I'm still in TradFi, but yeah, still in TradFi, but just within TradFi, I'm running a group called Digital Assets, and so we accidentally got into crypto in 2017 and have been there the whole time. So we're not tourists, but we didn't leave crypto. Crypto left us for a while, investment banking under the last administration. So now this year it's really picked up, and it couldn't be more different than what the environment was a couple years ago. So thanks.
John.
Hi, I'm John Wu, president of Ava Labs, the team behind the blockchain Avalanche. There was no epiphany where all of a sudden I'm diving head first. It was a evolutionary process. I think it started out as being a disbeliever back in the early 2010s. I went to a whole bunch of meetups, and really it was just Bitcoin back then, and it was full of anarchists, so it was a little crazy. And then I started investing in Bitcoin, and simply because I realized that there was a lot more incremental demand from counting number of addresses and wallets being created, and the supply you can also count because it's a fixed asset. So I said, hey, when there's such an imbalance between incremental demand and supply, this thing's going to go up. I stopped treating it like I was a tech investor in my previous life at various funds. And I stopped treating it like it was a company and treated it like a commodity and looking at supply and demand. The next step was really getting involved in my undergraduate, where I helped sponsor the blockchain club at the university. I met a whole bunch of professors in distributed systems and really learned about the technology. And when the 2017 Ethereum got congested, when the ICO and CryptoKitties happened, I realized, although it was congested, I realized that there was the smart contract enabled on top of a blockchain can actually create utility and use cases. And that's when I got more into it and helped start Avalanche in 2019. We were 10 people in a room. Today we're 270, and it's one of the largest blockchains out there.
Hard to follow both these guys, but I'm probably the most traditional TradFi type up here. Started as a journalist, went to Wall Street as an M&A banker for close to 20 years. Left that in 2004, have written 8 books now, 4 or 5 of them about Wall Street, and was a longtime writer for Vanity Fair and much of other bunch of publications. 4 years ago started Puck, which is a digital publication. I think we're doing pretty well, knock wood. And 2 or 3 years ago, got asked to sort of be the interviewer / part of this film called Finding Satoshi, which is not to be confused with all the other documentary films that claim to have found Satoshi.
So this is not the HBO one.
This is not the HBO one. This has not been aired yet. We actually think we have done it, but of course, that's a big claim, I know. So that has not yet been released. We're working on that. We're happy to talk about that some more if you like. So I'm basically an old-fashioned M&A banker who's written a bunch of books and journalism about Wall Street for the last 20 years. And a lot about Bitcoin, and have interviewed now probably all the quote unquote important right people around the blockchain crypto movement, including being, I think, the only person who ever interviewed Sam Bankman-Fried in the Metropolitan Detention Center a year ago, before he was shipped out to LA more recently. So anyway, it's an honor to be part of this.
Yes, thank you. And you would describe yourself as perhaps a Bitcoin skeptic, Bill? Crypto skeptic?
Oh, now you're really getting into it already.
Might as well get it off the top. I mean,
look, I defer to John and Paul, who are wiser about this than I am. But look, I respect it as a way. I respect it as an important innovation. I respect it as a commodity. I respect it as something with limited supply. But I can see how, because of the limited supply, supply and demand equation can be manipulated, and I frankly think it has been. I see it as a way to speculate, and people are free to speculate. I think that's wonderful. I think America, I think for the time being, still has certain amounts of freedom before they get completely taken away from us. And one of them is the freedom to speculate. If you want to speculate, be my guest. If you don't have your short-term memory has been, you've been lobotomized from your short-term memory and don't remember what happened, in 2008 or Silicon Valley Bank or other ways people speculate, be my guest. You make your money, do your thing. If this week, of course, everybody's happy because Bitcoin's at 105,000. When it's back to 10,000, we can talk again. I really don't think it's going to 13 million, as some people think. But I'm happy to write about it and talk about it and think about it. But in terms of if I want to,
What time frame will it go to 10,000?
Yeah, well, that's if there were a way to short Bitcoin, I'd love to be hearing about how to do that. I'm not exactly sure. How do you get
I think
to
we should
borrow?
do a bet, you and me, for 200,000 or 10,000 first.
Well, it'll, because we're in the land of wild speculation and fear of missing out, and who's the next biggest idiot to pay 105,000. I think we're closer to 200,000 than we are to 10,000.
Oh, okay.
So
Something
we'll
that-
get to
The math
10,000.
says it's going to 200,000 before it goes to 10,000.
Well,
There's
that's probably right, but so what? What is that? So
we don't need
literally,
facts and math
So
anymore.
what?
This is a Wall Street crowd.
Look, Tesla is, was worth $1 trillion before it's going to be worth,
And then people started
nothing or
blowing up
whatever
the
it's gonna
cars.
be. You know, it's
By
still
the way,
a
they
car
hold,
company.
Tesla holds crypto Bitcoin on their treasury as well.
Right, and was going to let people use, and I'm not going to shut up, by the way. They're going to let people use Bitcoin to buy Teslas, and then he decided he didn't want to do that. So I can't even buy a cup of coffee. I don't drink coffee, but I can't even buy tea at Starbucks with my Bitcoin.
All right, let's talk about use cases and utility, right? Because I think, Bill, I've heard you say Bitcoin is speculative, crypto is speculative, but where's the utility? Where's the real world use cases that everybody's talking about? And I think the perfect person, well, two perfect people to speak to it are obviously Paul and John. John, I'm going to let you kind of lay out what Avalanche is doing, because you guys from the very beginning have been working with institutions to set up these real world use cases. And I think you could maybe teach Bill a thing or two about some real world use cases on the blockchain and what crypto is actually what's happening at Avalanche.
I don't know if you could teach me anything, but you could.
Can't teach an old dog new tricks.
You could, go on about what it supposedly can do, yes.
So I think there are three big trends going on in crypto right now. One is Bitcoin, and we'll put that aside. That product market fit is basically digital gold. The other, second and third is stablecoins and tokenizing of real world assets. And Avalanche is a layer 1 blockchain, Ethereum compatible, EVM compatible, kind of like VHS. It's standardized so things can move back and forth between Ethereum and Avalanche. And where Ava Labs helps Avalanche play mostly is those real world use cases and utility, especially with traditional finance, as well as the gaming vertical, as well as for brands on top of the Avalanche protocol. The technology is set up so that it's flexible so people can create customized blockchains. But what's really happening right now is because no one dives headfirst and gets all wet into the pool when they do this stuff. Whether you're a Wall Street bank, an asset manager, or a big brand or a gaming company, you experiment first and then you tiptoe into it. And they are waiting for stablecoins as the payment rail, a legal payment rail. In fact, stablecoins have settled in the last year more than the volume on Visa and MasterCard combined, and people don't realize that. So a lot of people are using stablecoins and tokenizing of, call it fiat. And that is happening. There's a Genius Act and a Stable Act going through the House of Representatives and the Senate. They'll sooner or later they'll reconcile, and hopefully there will be regulation and standards on what is collateral and what is a stablecoin exactly. And when then that happens, basically, that is a great wrapper for payments. There are still inefficiencies in the US, even though things are pretty good. It's still not easy and completely cheap to do things overseas. That's why there's far more adoption overseas than it is in the US. That's a payment wrapper. The next thing is tokenizing assets, and ultimately that will lead to hopefully rewiring some of the underlying financial services industry to make it more efficient and get rid of all these intermediaries. Some need to be there, others are just sitting there extracting their Schumpeterian rents away from better, use cases.
Paul, what are you guys doing at KBW? I know you're watching the stablecoin bill pretty closely. Is that the next wave of adoption for Wall Street? Is it stablecoins? Because we saw the ETFs last year. That was sort of the dipping the toe in, and actually arguably once BlackRock got in, diving into the pool head first, I would say. What's next for you guys?
Yeah, that's an enabler. And by the way, the old dog, new tricks. I'm in my 50s too, so I think we can teach old dogs new tricks. Yeah. So
I'm well beyond my 50s.
Oh, yeah. Well, you look good. You look good. So I think I was a skeptic, and I feel bad because one of my best friends from undergrad back in like 2012, 2013 knew I was at KBW. I was giving financial advice, and he said, "Hey, what do you think about this Bitcoin?" I said, stay away. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know it. It's because I didn't know it. I hadn't done the work, right? And over time, I started to, by accident, get into it and understand it. And now I'm at a different level because I've spent, when you spend 10,000 hours doing something, you kind of get to know it. And I've actually spent the time. But one of the things I did was when I understood Bitcoin first, and it was more of a macro perspective. It was more of sort of the philosophical, we're printing money, that got me into that. But then it was also the blockchain technology that I really wanted to learn. So, in my late 40s, I forced myself, I took a class, not the Gensler one, but I took a class with Professor Cantillini at MIT. And one of the things that got me was, I don't know if anybody's refied their mortgage with their house, and it's with the same bank that they already had a mortgage with, and you're in your own house, and you're like, why the heck am I spending $3,500 to prove that this is my house, that I want a mortgage with you again? And it just really infuriated me. And so I just said, why isn't this on blockchain? Why is it? And it's because the incumbent system did not want to allow it. Too many people are paying rents. There's lawyers involved. There's title companies. There's banks. They don't want to kill the golden goose. So a lot of times internationally, it's easier to get these technologies off the ground because there's no incumbent system that's preventing it from happening. It's going to be very difficult if basically an administration is told, or regulators have told banks, you're not allowed to touch this asset class. So when we look and say, well, nothing's happened in Bitcoin yet, with blockchain yet, there hasn't been other things, it's because banks and financial institutions have not been allowed to touch the asset class. That's the first thing. The second thing is we need something, and this is where the stablecoins come in, to drive adoption of digital wallets, to make it ubiquitous. And I think stablecoins are going to be that. Now institutions, like John said, over $15 trillion of transactions last year, now that these institutions see, and it's even blessed by MasterCard and Visa, even they who have rails are saying this is a real viable business class. Stripe paid $1.1 billion for a stablecoin orchestration company that had $8 million of revenues last year. So clearly they believe that this is a technology that is going to work. So as institutions see this is a more efficient way to move money around the world, they're going to have digital wallets. Once you have digital wallets, then you can actually go out and use other things like buying tokenized treasuries, buying tokenized stocks, and that's where the adoption starts. So I do understand and I appreciate that people who have been following this industry say, well, besides Bitcoin, what have you actually done? And yes, stable coins, but there is the next generation of tokenized assets that will come, and I think it's the stablecoin bill and adoption that's going to drive that because more people have digital wallets.
I mean, Ava Labs and Avalanche just helped New Jersey tokenize 370,000 properties using the blockchain as a registrar. So it is definitely a more efficient way. We've also worked with California DMV and put 40 million car registries on a blockchain as well, because it is, think of it as a more efficient database, and then you don't have to have all the middleware to plug in everyone's single silo databases and legacy IT, and allows everyone to basically reconcile, look at things more transparent way, and the flow of information is a lot easier, so you can save a lot of money for your technology and decrease number of intermediaries, but also increase your operating margins. And if you were to start a lot of things today, you would do it on the blockchain. It's not for everything, but certain applications make a lot of sense on blockchain.
What do you think about that, Bill?
Look, I'm just meeting Paul and John, and I admire them greatly. I also need Google Translate to literally understand what they're talking about. Yeah. I find that once the word blockchain gets mentioned, and then the next word after that is ledger, okay? Those two words go together extremely well, I find. And then everything else after that is a complete blur. And no one can ever explain it or put it into, understandable English language. I traffic in words and ideas and making, I feel like it turns out one of the reasons that I have in my life, what's become my raison d'etre, I think, is that I was a Wall Street banker for 20 years doing an M&A. I feel like my job is to translate sort of that black box that is Wall Street so that most people can understand what's going on. And my books, you know, whether it was about Goldman or Bear Stearns or Lazard or GE or whatever, and my new one's about Apollo, has been about to try to make this very convoluted, difficult black box. I mean, who understands what a credit default swap is, right? It's very much like, it's got its own argot, just like you have your own language and you speak it and you're very fluent in it. But, you know, 99.9% of people, I'm sorry, John and Paul, do not understand this language. And you literally need to, you know, go back to school to take this language to understand what it is. I think what people would understand is, can I buy a coffee at Starbucks with some Bitcoin? Just like, you know, they go to Starbucks, they use a dollar bill or $10, whatever, they can understand that. That's easy to understand. Maybe it's part of our DNA. I don't think crypto yet is part of our DNA. It's part of a language, just like, you know, Mandarin is a language used by, you know, a billion plus people. And I wish I could speak Mandarin. I really do, but I cannot. And maybe it's too late for me to learn. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Maybe you need just for me to be, I'm holding in the way and get out, and the next gen comes. And, you know, my daughter-in-law works at an Ethereum Rails company. She works at Monad. I'm sure you know what that is. I don't know what the hell it is or what she does. But she's my daughter-in-law. I love her. My son loves her, so that's great. But
Paul, are we facing?
Actually, I know Eleanor gave us strict instructions not to agree with each other, but I am going to agree partially with what Bill just said. I mean, there is too much jargon. And part of the reason why there is too much jargon is because the existing leadership in the space have come from those anarchists that I referred to earlier. And they don't want to say the same words that are in the English language. They want to create their own language, their own lexicon, and their own way of doing things, because that's the nature of it. I think over time, as people in this room become leaders in the industry, that will change. So he's right about the fact that there is too much jargon.
Is this a generational problem, Paul? Is this, are we going to see this changed as, I guess, the younger tech-savvy generation comes up? And do they understand blockchain? Do they understand what's going on, would you say?
Yeah,
about the disconnect?
well, I do. I mean, if you look in DC, that seemed to be the case, right, in terms of the decisions last year and who were the obstructionists and who were open to. It's just pretty much, you've got the younger, even the Democrats, like you've got like Richie Torres in New York, who was progressive, and it seems to be following that. But it doesn't mean old dogs can't be taught new tricks, because COVID forced people to start to act differently. When you know, they started to use digital wallets, they couldn't go into the bank, right? People are using Uber now, so you can have those changes. It's just harder for the new generation, the younger generation. It's kind of standard operating procedure. And I think one thing just that's very basic and people should understand, stable coins. Well, first of all, there is a little bit of an irony, right? Because Bitcoin was kind of created to be sort of an alternative form of money. And then the next use of blockchain that really has product market fit is the dollar, basically using blockchain. And so it is actually interesting. But just remember, all of those stablecoin transactions are using blockchain. That's the rails. They're still using Ethereum, they're using Avalanche, they're using Solana, et cetera, et cetera. So at the base layer, they're still using those tokens. Doesn't mean the tokens need to be traded at a sky-high level or not. Like, you know, that's a separate argument. But those tokens are still needed for the transactions, and there's still a lot going through it. So that's the first thing to just remember is that blockchain is allowing you to actually go into a Starbucks and buy something. People just don't want to. I don't go into a Starbucks and shave off a piece of my gold bar to buy a cup of coffee. It's just not efficient. First of all, it'd be really heavy to carry around, and that's just, I don't think they accept it. I want to actually, kind of like you have a checking account, a savings account, and you have stocks. I don't want to use my NVIDIA to buy a cup of coffee. I want to use my checking account to buy my cup of coffee. So right now with Bitcoin, people don't want to use Bitcoin to buy their cup of coffee. They would rather use their stablecoin. So you have a digital wallet, and you're going to keep your Bitcoin in there, and maybe your Bitcoin is most of your wealth. So over time, you need to sell some of your Bitcoin to create more stable coins to do the transactions. But basically what you're going to see first is you are going to see blockchain as a solution to purchase things, but more likely than not, it's going to be stablecoins doing the transacting, which still requires blockchain and still requires the underlying layer 1 protocols like John created.
Yeah, this is where layer 1s come in, right, John? You can speak to that.
Yeah, so layer 1s, I'm going to try to not use jargon, but they're basically an underlying, think of it almost like an operating system. Whereas on your phone, you have the iOS on your Apple and Android on other phones. And then the Facebook app or whatever other app you guys use, they are developed on top of that operating system. So a layer 1, like Avalanche or Ethereum or Solana, even Bitcoin, is really, think of it as almost like an operating system where people can develop applications on top of that and use it. That's really what a layer 1 is. It's that simple.
And Avalanche is a layer 1 blockchain?
Avalanche is a layer 1, but it's also an interesting layer 1 because it's a network of networks. It's almost like if Apple said, okay, Facebook, you want to develop an application on iOS, we'll create a bespoke iOS for the specific needs of Facebook and allow it to, it's like kind of saying, allowing a contractor to build a house based on their design and purpose, but the underlying utility stuff, water, pipes, electricity, is fitted for your apartment building or house, depending on what you want to build. So that's what Avalanche is basically the underlying pipes. But it's an advanced form of it so that you can build any type of house you want or apartment building.
Do you like that explanation, Bill?
Look, I'm not against change and new learning and evolving and adapting and trying new things. You know, I have a Rivian, so I like my electric vehicle. You know, I just came back from 10 days in Paris, which was fabulous, by the way. I recommend that to everybody as a nice anecdote to the T word. And so. You know, and by the way, I didn't change, and I haven't for years now. I didn't change any currency. I didn't have any cash. I literally just used my version of a digital wallet, okay, which is, credit cards with chips in them, because the credit cards with chips in them allow me to put it on the Stripe machine and get my croissant or baguette, whatever it is, and that's it. That's done in about 2 seconds. I don't have to shave any digital gold off. I don't have to wonder, did it fall on the ground? Did it pick it up? I don't have to wonder, what it's worth today versus yesterday. I suppose also that I'm not averse to thinking about having like Bitcoin in my, as part of my portfolio of assets. I mean, I don't have gold. I suppose I could have gold. I suppose I could have Bitcoin. I don't really want any shit coins, and there used to be 2,000 of them. One of the most telling experiences that I had is I have some good friends who are venture capitalists, and they were some of the early investors in Coinbase. And in 2019, the last Vanity Fair New Establishment Summit, I was out in LA for that. And I got asked to interview Brian Armstrong, the CEO of Coinbase. I had no idea who he was or anything, but I did. And, I was a Wall Street guy and not a crypto guy, but, I don't think they wanted, it was interesting. They didn't want the crypto guy who was at Vanity Fair writing about crypto to interview Brian because he might ask something that got too close to the bone or he knew too much or whatever. So I didn't know anything about it, even though people had talked about it. So I interviewed Brian, and my friends who were the early investors in Coinbase went public, and they made a shitload of money. And what was the first thing they did after they got their money? They turned it into dollars.
Okay.
So I'm going to take another risk and agree with one point there, which is in the developed world, the existing rails to the user are pretty good, and it seemed pretty seamless. With that said, that merchant who's taking that credit card is still paying 2.5%. So there's a lot of benefit for these new rails to lower that cost of transacting. And that's where the benefit will come through.
Well, and if, you know, and what I do is I see that because some merchants won't take Amex because it costs 3%, right? So if you can create the backbone and the rails and the infrastructure so that merchants will, you know, take Amex because it no longer costs 3% because they're on different rail systems or whatever, the train is on a different set of tracks, whatever it is, and I don't notice it, and I can just continue to go about my life with this little card that lets me pay for things in 2 seconds, and I don't have to shave off any digital gold, then, you know, fine. Or if shaving off digital gold suddenly becomes really easy and I don't have to think about it, then you're going to get adoption. So like my kids and their friends, you know, they're all on TikTok and they're doing all that TikTok stuff. And you know, and they speak a different language, but they're still using dollars and credit cards because it's not easy or intuitive. You know, once you get beyond blockchain and the ledger, it all falls apart very quickly. So you guys need to figure that if you want adoption, widespread adoption, you have to make it easy, you know, for people to adopt it and use it and benefit from it.
We're going to go to Q&A in just a second, but just rapid fire. What's one thing that the crypto industry can do this year that will maybe legitimize it more in Wall Street's eyes?
I'm going to stick with the stablecoin legislation. That's going to bring massive adoption for digital wallets, which is going to lead to other products.
I think Avalabs and Avalanche is built for this inflection point, so we just have to stay still. The world's going to come to us because we've been working with traditional enterprises and Wall Street for a long time.
10 seconds, Bill.
I just think that, you know, you got to get away from the manipulation. The supply and demand, at least when it comes to Bitcoin, is a problem. You've got BlackRock buying it up. You've got Michael Saylor buying it up. When there's a limited supply and people can control the demand equation, then you're manipulating it, and that's not good.
Just gave a great argument. Everyone's going to run out and buy some Bitcoin.
All right, Q&A from the audience. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, we're gonna take a few questions, and I just want to say, if everybody could stay when the last question happens, and then I'm going to release the drone. I'm sorry, I'm a former CMO of Thomson Reuters, so we have to get this, and we're going to play a video that's our just a 1-minute teaser of what's going to happen at the end of the day. So, questions?
Thank you. Thanks for a great conversation. I find it very interesting. If you're an old guy like me, I did things called capital structure and capital structure arbitrage. So when I look at it, at the moment, I think each of you are right. So you need a technological inflection to make somebody very right. And right now, from Bill's perspective, once you have quantum come into play, it compromises the security of crypto and other things that go on. It won't compromise the historical data saved for a blockchain, but it'll undermine other things. So for all that goes on in regular markets, there's transparency. You know, Sam Bankman-Fried was a total fraud. Nobody knew what was going on. It blew up everything under the sun, and yet prices rebounded, but there's no transparency. U.S. with Trump wants to do a deal with CZ, you know, who just got out of jail for committing fraud, and he's our strategic partner. So, you know, what people are enamored, particularly young people, like my kids, with the new technology and the flexibility. It undermines the government's ability to control their currency. That's why every country wants to come in and create sovereign digital tokens, which would undermine the freedom of it. And it gives you, particularly if you set it up outside the US, it gives you a way to circumvent the financial system. So it doesn't seem that it has the characteristics of something that's sustainable on a long-term basis.
Is that a question? Sorry.
No, it's
How do you address those concerns, and do you think they're valid?
There's a lot there to unpack. I guess I'll start with the last part. I don't disagree. In certain situations here, by allowing stablecoin adoption globally, it does kind of take some of the control away from the central banks. Internationally, if I was another country, I would be a little bit nervous too, because it kind of lessens their ability to have capital controls, right? And so that's why if you looked what happened with the Binance executive, the former IRS agent who was basically held hostage, it was because
Tigran Gambaryan.
yeah, it was basically because the country was it was really that they were fearing that people were moving away from the local currency into a stable coin, the tether dollar, and that's really what it came down to. So I don't disagree that there are implications for digital dollars being available throughout the world, and that it could create tensions with countries. I do think if we kind of take a step back, it's going to be a race. China's already has their digital currency, right? We can just say, hey, this is bad for everybody and not do it, or we could protect the dollar and have a digital dollar. And I think that's why there's bipartisan support now in Washington. When Tether was literally the 6th largest buyer of U.S. Treasuries last year, I think that makes a statement. And when we weaponized the dollar, for example, when Russia invaded Ukraine, and we basically said, hey, Russia, you know that $90 billion of treasuries that you owned? Those are no longer yours because we've just taken them away because they're not physical, and we've given them to Ukraine. We've weaponized the dollar. And so a lot of countries are choosing not to reinvest in the United States with the treasury. So I think it's actually protecting us by having a digital dollar alternative. But I agree that it does change the dynamics of global central banks and implications, but we need to defend the dollar. And so I think it's important to do that. That's the first thing. On the quantum, listen, that's above my head. I'm going to have to defer to my friend over here who's the mathematician, the genius. But from what I understand, you can adapt blockchains. Bitcoin's a little bit harder because it's decentralized, but you can adapt most blockchains proactively to address those quantum concerns. And I would suggest that those quantum concerns that you have would really affect TradFi just as much. So it's a problem for everybody, but blockchain has the ability to proactively address that. Bitcoin, because of the decentralized nature, is a little bit more tricky in how they would do it, but there are ways to get through that.
Very quickly on the quantum thing, I understand what you're talking about, but if that happens, everything is broken. So there's going to be a Cold War-like environment where the good guys, the white hat guys, and the black hat guys are constantly going to iterate. And from a pragmatic level, what we're looking at to see how far along is with these big tech companies, whether Google or Apple, are changing their security protocol in anticipation of quantum. And so far they have not, and presumably they have and they're developing this technology, so they see it before others. So until they see the whites of their eyes, so to speak, and change their, protocols and security, I think we are still okay for a little bit. So watch the leaders. In terms of, I think the other point you're making across was that, like, the great thing about crypto is the transparency and the democratization, but yet now it's being taken advantage. The best parts of it now are going to be hijacked by central banks or others, and you're going to have a bigger problem than you would have past. Is that basically the thing? That's an issue, but I think on a pragmatic level, Paul's right. Like, it is already happening. So the U.S. and we should preserve what we have by being faster at it.
We have time for one more question.
Super panel, Bill, great books. Bill, thanks for speaking for the over 30. Quick question addressed to you. If you could just tap to take gold shavings or to pay with stablecoin gold shavings or anything else, would you do it?
You mean if it was practical to use it? Would I use it? Sure, I'm not averse to. I used to use cash, as I said. I don't use cash anymore because it's just not practical. It's not as easy. I don't have to go to the ATM machine anymore to get cash. I just used my Apple Card or whatever whatever's in my version of a digital wallet, my plastic digital wallet, and I can get pretty much whatever I want, unless perhaps I'm in El Salvador or something, and then I can use Bitcoin if I can shave some off. So I'm I'm willing to adapt and learn. I'm an old dog, yes, but I'm willing to learn new tricks.
Love it.
That's all we wanted to hear.
Thanks, Bill.
Okay, if you'll just humor me, we're going to release the drone. And just hang in there. And then we'll get you to lunch. Okay, try not to be afraid. All right, cue the video. This is the video that's the 4 o'clock show. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to this panel. There are box lunches at the end of the concourse towards the other end of the building. We'll see you at 1. We'll be exploring more of money and markets in the future, as well as culture.
in this endeavor, and I hope you're having a great day so far. If anybody wants to know, it's too warm to go outside, so you're really in good shape being inside here today. So just keep that in mind. Anyway, we're delighted to have a terrific panel to open the afternoon sessions. Will be moderated by Amanda Wick, who's the CEO and author of Women in Cryptocurrency. She's our moderator. Carrie Larson, partner in Wilkie Farr. Deborah Brooks, Chief CRCO. Okay, you could tell the audience. That's a new one. I thought I knew all the C-suite. Regulate. I got to figure that out. She's the state of Wyoming Stable Token Commission, and we're really anxious to hear what you have to say about that. Matthew Hogan, cybersecurity fraud expert from the Connecticut State Police, and Stephanie Breslow, co-head of digital assets of Schulte Roth. So please welcome my speakers up here. Oh, here, wait a minute. You all need mics.
This is good. Thank you. Testing. Hello. Yeah, there we go. Probably that one. Yes, good idea. To keep you awake. This is a really good group, so I think we'll do that. Do you guys want to introduce yourselves beyond the intro? I'm some of those things for sure. But very excited to be here to talk about regs, risk, and crime. Oh my. I just wanted to give it the proper drama that I think Jarvis wanted. But used to be a federal prosecutor, worked at FinCEN, Jan 6 committee, run a women's group, consulting advisory work, and yes, author. And I have some books left, so come by at 3. Kari, do you want to introduce yourself? We'll do quick intros.
Sure. My name is Kari Larson. I am partner at Wilkie Farr & Gallagher and the co-chair of our digital group. My focus is on commodities and derivatives and helping clients navigate the complex regulatory regime that digital assets are exposed to.
Hi, everyone. My name is Deborah Brooks. I am the Chief Risk and Compliance Officer, also known as CRCO. I've been in that position with the Wyoming Stable Token Commission for approximately 8 months. And before that, for the last 10 years, I worked at the New York State Department of Financial Services, where I was the Deputy Virtual Currency Chief and Head of Supervision, where my responsibilities were to supervise the New York Exchange's license in New York, so the Coinbases and Paxoses.
Matt Hogan, I'm a detective with the Connecticut State Police and task force officer with the Secret Service out of here in Connecticut.
Stephanie Breslow, co-head of the digital blockchain group at Schulte Roth. I've been in this space since 2012 when Pantera, Dan Moorhead, asked me to do a Bitcoin fund, and I very sensibly said, what's a Bitcoin? I'm a little smarter than that now, but it's been a long ride.
So the title is Regs, Risk, Cybercrime, Oh My. Let's jump in maybe in order. We'll start with regs, which are probably the thing that some of you get the most questions about, that some of you spend all day, every day worried about. What are the things that you're seeing that excite you, and what are the things that scare the heck out of you? Maybe we start with that.
So I think for me, I think, you know, that this administration kind of came in with 3 agendas, 3 for the crypto industry. And the first was to get rid of bad policy. And we have seen the efforts of that with the SEC's sort of complete 180 turnaround and really interacting with industry, having roundtables, engaging, taking written submissions, and in my experience, having very thoughtful conversations with industry, and they're really applying themselves to understand the myriad of offerings that are out there and trying to dive in to provide guidance where they can. So that's very good. Other things are like withdrawing the guidance from the Fed, OCC, and FDIC about banks with custodying digital assets and putting it into typical risk management. Same on the CFTC, withdrawing guidance that put extra requirements on digital asset-based products and withdrawing that and having them treated as standard risk management evaluations. And so the progress on that is very exciting. The second was fulfilling a random array of promises. That's like the reserve and and that's kind of chugging along in its own weird left turn way. And then getting good policy, and that's what we've seen is the challenge. So that's what we're facing of actually moving forward with the Stable or Genius bill for stable coins, the market bill, which I think is a much stronger challenge, and I think that's not going to get done this term before midterms. I think that Congress people are going to want to fundraise on it based on what we saw in the last election, and that was so lucrative, and why wouldn't they? And so I think that I am a little concerned, but also excited for our progress towards good policy.
Stephanie, did you want to add something?
Yeah, sure. Look, before the last 4 years, we really did have a reasonably cooperative relationship with the SEC, talking about things like how do we custody crypto and whether you could find a qualified custodian and so forth. During the last administration, it was not a cooperative attitude. It was a real problem. And basically, the industry was being driven offshore. And I think the vision that was making things safer was clearly not true. Look at FTX. To simply say, oh, yeah, no, all the existing regs work and you just need to comply, when in fact they were impossible to comply with this asset class, caused people to be unregulated completely, operating offshore and defrauding innocent people. So I'm glad that we're back to a place of actually trying to come up with workable regulation. There are obvious questions, like, for example, securities exchanges. If it's a crypto that is a security, and many of them will still be, not all of them, like Gensler thought, but the ones that are just a tokenized fund interest, for example, that's still a security. All the usual rules apply. We need a place to trade them, and that means that those securities exchanges need to be able to operate 24/7. They need to be able to operate without the same kinds of intermediaries that people have in an untokenized universe. There needs to be adaptation, and I think we're getting that now.
I think one of the things, and Kara, I think you kind of alluded to this, but if you guys were here for Dan O'Keefe's phenomenal TED Talk this morning, I think one of the things that he said that I kind of want Deborah to touch on is we're seeing like states move and start to see this as almost like a competitive edge. Some of the states are moving faster on Bitcoin reserve programs. I think Texas and I forget which other, there's a few of them that are really moving faster than the feds on that. Deborah, I would love, if you can, to talk about Wyoming building its own stable token, which I heard somebody call it a really clever term that was like a state-backed central currency or something, like instead of a CBDC, but like a state-backed digital currency, and SBDC.
Well, before I start, I just wanted to do that, pesky disclaimer that the opinions I give are my own and not of my colleagues at the Wyoming Stable Token, as well as the commissioners. And just for context, the Wyoming Stable Token Commission comprises of 7 individuals. The head of the commission is the governor of the state of Wyoming, Mark Gordon, followed by 2 other elected officials. And that is brought on by as advisors to the commission, and one of those commissioners was the previous general counsel to Circle. So you can see that we have some heavy hitters. Now, Wyoming is slated to be, when launched in the summer, the first state-backed stable token. It is USD based, so it's not a CBDC. We are planning to comply consistent with existing compliance programs, the BSA, AML, and so forth. And what really makes us unique is that we are looking into, and the commission hasn't made that decision, but one of the differentiators is the bankruptcy remoteness that has been a plague with other, not necessarily stable token issuers, but with certain stable or certain crypto entities like Celsius that filed for bankruptcy, and then they found out in the terms and conditions that the monies that belonged to the customers did not belong to the customers. So we're pretty excited about this new opportunity, and particularly for a state where we are kind of entering into a space where it looks like everybody and their mother is kind of entering into the stable token market. It's going to be pretty exciting for us. It keeps me up at night, but it definitely makes me excited when I wake up.
I mean, one of the cool things that I think people don't realize or sit and think about is, people don't often think about the model of private stable coins and how they make all that money. They take your cash, they sit on it, they invest it, they make money, they issue you the tokenized dollar. But the idea of what could happen if a state did it for as a public good and offered low cost payments, the ability to merchants, all that money, instead of it going to a private company, goes to a state, its education, its roads, et cetera. Like the possibility that Wyoming has to be this model, I think is really incredible, especially because sadly, like the CBDC issue in the United States got really politicized, right? But one of the things that goes along with that is risk. And I know when we had the prep call, we talked about like stable coins and things that went into that. And I know some of you had thoughts, and I don't know if you wanted, I think right now stable coins are the things that probably intersect all three of these things, right? In terms of the regs, whether it's regulation of them, the risk in terms of who owns them and whether they're onshore or offshore and whether they're regulated, and then cybercrime, a lot of which is going through stablecoins. So I thought maybe each of you could kind of touch a little bit on those in terms of your thoughts. I'll tell you what, Stephanie, you want to start? Because I think you were the most passionate on the call.
I am passionate about this. I mean, we have a whole banking system where you know that you're supposed to be able to get your money out of that bank when you want to, and the money's there, and if it's not, Treasury is behind it. Stablecoin, we're being told, okay, don't worry, these are collateralized. Obviously, Terra Luna, it was, don't worry, there's a math thing that'll work, didn't. But for the ones that are collateralized, the obvious question is, what happens if that income earning thing that you were talking about that is happening in the background where they've taken your dollars and done something with them, loses money, and you depeg? Who is protecting you there? Does that mean we're going to ultimately want government stablecoins or stablecoins issued by gigantic investment banks where we kind of trust them? Does it mean there is going to be some serious oversight of that collateral? I know that's part of the Genius Act issue, making sure that really the dollar peg actually works. Because otherwise, that way that banks make money, which is doing something a little riskier with your money than, just sitting on it, is going to lurk here without a backstop.
I think one of the things that you kind of touch on is all of the good things that happen in finance. Usually the first people to capitalize on that are criminals who are really good early adopters of technology. As a former federal prosecutor, I will tell you, they're the best. They're the absolute best. You want somebody to make your iPhone, give it to a bunch of drug money launderers. But Matt, you spend a lot of time there, and I'm curious in terms of what you've seen, whether it's just digital assets generally or crime in stablecoins. Siri clearly has thoughts that she wants to add, but from your perspective, what do you see kind of boots on the ground?
I mean, we have an interesting perspective, I think, because everybody gets to see the big cases that the feds take, which are these big seizures, these domain takedowns and all that, but that's not where a lot of the crime is actually happening. It's right here at the state level and the local level. So all of our victims that we're seeing are obviously getting victimized by overseas entities, and we don't have I'm not seeing a lot of in-state criminals per se. We obviously have people who defraud things here and there, right? But those are easier to deal with. What we're seeing is large-scale organizations that are enterprised overseas that are victimizing Connecticut residents or New York residents, and they're in large compounds that are billion-dollar operations, and they're using stablecoins to move their money, to commingle assets, to confuse law enforcement. And the problem we're seeing is that federal agents in general are busy enough as it is. State and local, where a lot of the crime is actually happening, are overwhelmed and undereducated on this subject and aren't getting the resources needed a lot of times for this kind of thing. So the amount of victims per investigator is insurmountable at this point. And so if the Stablecoin Act does go through, and we see MoonPay working with Visa now and things like that, so there's gonna be a lot of adoption happening very rapidly. Law enforcement's always, as you know, 5 years behind the curveball. Something like this, you can't be. We need to be on top of this now and a year ahead. So.
Yeah, I think 5 years might be generous for some of the state and locals that I talk to. And to your point, the thing that scares me, having known and seen it on the other end, is the really I've heard it say a very organized crime, it's very organized crime and a very disorganized response from law enforcement. And I know you're, crypto investigator, but you're 2 out of an entire agency. And sometimes we're lucky if we get 1 or 2, and we have way too many law enforcement who say we don't do crypto. And that's kind of terrifying.
I think that's actually the financial crime response we get a lot of times generally. Even in financial crime, we usually get like, this isn't in my wheelhouse, because people are afraid of it because you think you have to have a spreadsheet or a calculator to figure out these cases, where we don't in a lot of cases. So, and I'll use my disclaimer as well. Everything I'm saying is my own opinion, obviously. But we are at a crux right now, I think, where we need to really start investing heavily in law enforcement education in a network like this, where we have people who understand the network. So I can go to a protocol and ask them how it works, as opposed to trying to guesstimate how things happen, because it changes too quickly. So I think we're in a hurt.
I think that's the one thing when O'Keefe this morning was talking about all the things that they're doing to build innovation in the state. One of the things that I felt like, as a former prosecutor who's lived in like 8 states, everybody really wants to build innovation, but nobody really wants to fund the education and law enforcement efforts that are going to be needed to respond to the people who use that innovation for bad, right? Like, that's inevitable, and they're never ready. And I think crypto goes so fast, and it builds so fast, and digital assets build so fast, that we're just not ready.
If I can add, I mean, how I really got into crypto, in addition to Girl Scout cookies, and you can ask me that question later, was actually the Twitter hack back in 2020, where I was brought on board because I am also a former federal prosecutor and I have the investigative background, so they asked me to join the team. And what you notice, and what I observed pretty quickly, which is probably what you're seeing, is all the scams that existed in the real world context just being put on a blockchain. So there's nothing really unique or original about how you defraud your victims. It's just the mechanism is different and changed, and people don't really know what it is. I mean, I have neighbors that ask what's crypto, and I sit them down and I try to explain it, and I really have to simplify explaining it in a way that my daughters can understand it. So I figure if my daughters can figure it out, I can teach anyone. And I think that's really part of the education requirement that that Matt was saying. We have to educate, because you can't really enforce until you level set with the people you're with. And sometimes you are dealing with people who are completely unfamiliar with cryptocurrency, or don't want to be bothered to learn about virtual currency, cryptocurrency, or whatever you want to call it.
Well, I think there's a flip side to that too. And Kari and Stephanie, I'm curious, because what I found when I went from the public sector to the private sector was that, especially dealing with like founders and builders and people in SaaS or just, tech companies, they had not spent a bunch of time with the worst parts of humanity. And so they would build these things or think about these things, and then you're like, oh my God, wait, like that's what you're thinking people will do with it? Let me show you what some other people would do with it. And they're horrified. But I spend a lot of my time talking about responsible innovation, to kind of consider the box before you open Pandora's box. And I'm curious, do you guys see improvements on that? Because I'm sure you guys talk to a lot of early stage companies. Like, in your space, how are you seeing kind of like risk management, and has it changed in crypto and digital assets? Has it gotten better? Do you think we're still at kind of like tech bros ambling into finance and hoping that the fin part of tech wouldn't be that regulated?
I feel, and Stephanie, I wonder if it's the same. I feel, it's a little bit of the 2 steps forward, 1 step back, because I do think that clients that are coming to me are far more sophisticated. They've witnessed the last 4 years under Gensler. They're aware that there's risk here. They're also aware there's a new day, and that we're in much more of a climate of ask forgiveness and not permission. So there's, a re-heightened, I think, excitement about innovating and the possibilities. But also I think that this technology innovates so quickly that it brings a new class of dumbassery in every 2 months. So it's just, it's just like that it's the same, like tech bros of like, we're going to do meme coins and we're going to hold 800% back. And, you're just like, yeah, so that's market manipulation and that is illegal from the start. And then people say things to me like, this is industry standard. I'm like, oh, this industry of 3 weeks? Got it. And the answer when they're like, oh, we haven't heard of anything, we haven't heard of anyone being prosecuted for this, we haven't heard anything. And my answer to that is always, yet. You haven't heard it yet, because it takes time to grind the wheels of justice. And whether it's an investigation by a regulatory agency or it is criminal, that is a much lengthier process than you doing something very quickly on a protocol.
Go ahead.
But let me say, at the same time as we're worried about crime in the crypto area, crime is advancing in the TradFi area. These criminals are getting much more sophisticated about phishing and identity theft and, faking the capital call announcement that some fund sent you saying, please send your money, and lo and behold, the bank account has been changed, but it's otherwise identical. There's a lot of bad stuff going on out there for which, at least to some extent, the decentralized ledger might be a partial solution.
Yeah, and Matt, just like I'm sure you would agree, cash is still king in crime.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is, I think for us, I'd rather have crypto crime, honestly, than I would TradFi crime, because for us to send you a search warrant or subpoena, it takes time, and especially if you're looking at state and local level, trying to get a new prosecutor to understand what the blockchain is, or an 80-year-old judge, no offense, would, for them to interpret what I'm trying to say to them on a piece of paper, it just doesn't happen overnight. So having that process is, I think, important.
And look, the old worry that somehow, you were going to get your password stolen and this stuff was going to be taken in your wallet would have leaked the thing out and it would be unrecoverable. The FBI seems to be able to track a lot of the hacked crypto. I mean, it is a little depressing to see yet again people being tied up and, tortured to get their password. I was like, wow, that's so 2013. But, it's there again. but I think that on the whole, the people who do hack seem to eventually get those wallets frozen again.
It's funny you should mention, I did get a call from Chase this morning, and that is my bank, and I figured let me have some fun with them, and I picked up, and recognizing I had to be very careful because now they can take your voice and, AI it. So I actually started to speak in Spanish, and that completely confused the person, and I liked that, and I hung up afterwards. So you always have to be careful and be mindful that the criminals are more sophisticated than ever. There before, where you would get an email that you can see it's clearly a spam and a fraudulent email by grammatical errors. Now it's being cleaned up by AI. So you have to be very mindful of looking for the smallest of clues that you can identify as fake and spam. And again, someone like us here in this room, we're sophisticated, we're well aware of this, but there are many people, and I can tell you stories about how my younger daughter got herself victimized, and how friends I know who are unfamiliar with these scams are being victimized because they're clicking on emails that they think are relatively harmless, but it's in fact very dangerous.
I think the thing is, I was scammed in 2000, years before I was a prosecutor. Apartment scam, standard, Western Union. Yeah. Fun fact, 15 years later, got a check from DOJ while I was working on DOJ when they did the resolution with Western Union. So it's never too late. There's never too long. The U.S. government will eventually someday give you 1/10 of a fraction of a percentage of your losses. But
Here's a check for $1.50.
I was literally working down the hall from the people who did the resolution. I was like, thank you. But I wanted to go back to something that you said earlier about it hasn't been enforced yet. Because one of the things, I have friends in compliance who post after the election were finding it really hard to go to their CCO and get more compliance and what they needed, because it was well, do we really have to do that stuff anymore because Trump? And very difficult to get CEOs to now do the things, because in that cost benefit analysis, what's the cost of a pardon? What's the cost of an SEC dismissal? It was always kind of pay to play, but now the menu and the prices are right up front on stage. So how is that impacting risk management in a world where it doesn't seem like there's ramifications if it's just some amount of Trump coin that you can pay to get out of trouble? And I think that perception is, especially in crypto and digital assets, more prevalent than we would want it to be.
I agree. And I think that there is a certain, for the compliance people, it really just depends. It's always top down. So people that have, as the earlier panel was talking about, if you've lived through 2008, if you've lived, if you've seen, Bear Stearns go down in a day, you've lived through some stuff and you've seen things happen, and what you thought would never be possible absolutely happened right in front of your eyes. So I think that there's a lot of awareness from a certain crowd, and if you have a well-balanced, diverse team, you're in a better position. But it is, I think there shouldn't be any slack off on compliance, because first of all, pendulum swing. You want to be prepared for when that pendulum swings back, and it will. The other thing I think is that, crime is still crime. All that's still going to be prosecuted. Fraud is still a violation. Both agencies, while they said they may not pursue registration violations as aggressively, in that they're going to wait until they also provide guidance or clarity or a registration path before they go after people for not registering, or like registering when they was absolutely impossible to do so properly, that there will be lift, but they're not dismissing the fraud. They're holding on to the fraud cases, and they're going pretty aggressively. And the plan, and that is the typical balance, I would say, in government. In my experience, back in 2000, there was a legislation that modernized and basically made it far easier to trade over the counter in certain commodities, and it brought about a real renaissance in over the counter trading and a lot of further activity. And so innovation and like loosening of the reins on the regulatory front, but the enforcement side got very active. That was when we had those big energy manipulation cases, and so there was a real point to be made of like, yes, we will let you basically do your activity with fewer shackles, but if there is wrongdoing, we're coming at you hard. And that's sort of what I would expect to see.
And one thing I would say about that, there is a fantasy out there that somehow tokenizing something reduces the level of regulation applicable to it. And that is not the case. If I have a private security that was supposed to be offered under Reg D to sophisticated people and held for investment and not chopped up and wildly traded in the retail markets, creating a token that represents an interest in that does not magically make those rules go away. You have those rules. So what I was saying before about, gee, we need to figure out a way to make the exchanges usable for people to trade securities does not change the fact that if it is a private security, the 33 Act, the 34 Act, the 40 Act, they have not gone away just because you have the word token in there. But there is a surprising amount of talk about that. This is going to open up retail channels. No.
And don't overlook the role of the states. I cannot emphasize that enough, recognizing that I'm not looking at smaller states. I'm looking at those states that have the muscle and the staff to go after entities that are violating the rules. I mean, NYDFS, for instance, my previous employer, even though technically they may not have jurisdiction in a lot of areas, banking, insurance, but there is a unknown or known called the Financial Services Law, which this focuses on what they call gap products. And those are financial products that are not necessarily covered by the Martin Act and all the other acts on the state side that are over the purview of the State Attorney General's office. That said, if you are thinking that you can engage in any type of action, and once you have New Yorkers involved, that gives DFS and the AG's office jurisdiction, and they have the heft and the money to go to open investigations. When I started at DFS, I spent the first half of my career in enforcement. So I sent out subpoena-like documents. I interviewed witnesses. So again, I don't want to, recognizing that we are on a federal level seeing a dramatic shift on how things are operated, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the states are going to sit back.
And that's true for the security side too. If if the Fed is quiet, the states will move forward.
I will say, I think that's a really critical point that I don't know if we've talked about enough, because I'm getting calls from states that you'd be surprised by about beefing up enforcement. I mean, if you look at Massachusetts, they just got their money transmitter statute modified last year to be domestic transactions. That everybody's basically looking at the gaps that the feds are starting to create, and especially in consumer protection. The federal government right now might not care about consumers, but you better believe the states absolutely are worried about consumer protections, and they are filling those gaps, and they're looking at, are we going to have AML CFT enforcement issues, especially when they find out that the entire division of supervision and enforcement for digital asset MSBs at FinCEN is now less than 4 people. I'll say that again because people don't realize thousands of MSBs in the United States supervised by 4 people at the federal level is wildly terrifying. And so now states are starting to say, oh crap, we may need to have something like DFS has. And so I think stablecoin, you're going to see innovation from the states. You're going to see enforcement. You're seeing states stepping up because the Fed levels aren't going to drop, and they're not going to just sit there.
And the people in the state agencies are pretty sophisticated. I mean, they were the first movers. FinCEN was one of the first movers to publish guidance back in 2013 about activity and subjecting them to MSB requirement. States were very quick. Texas is very thoughtful. They're very aggressive on stable coins. They have a real philosophy, and they are implementing.
Yeah, and Conference of State Bank Supervisors, CSBS, are all over this. NASCA, like all of the groups are very much all over this at educating, ramping up, and amplifying. So when you look, I mean, the guy that Dan, that like level of, we're trying to get people, we're trying to get business, we're trying to because there's now almost a competition between the states. It's almost becoming like a Hunger Games situation, which could theoretically get worse. But it is really interesting because I think when Wyoming starts this and money starts to pour in, I think people are going to say, well, we need to issue a stablecoin. And then people are going to say, well, why don't we have a central bank digital currency? And then that question is going to be really hard because we're going to be about 5, maybe 7 years behind in interoperability from every other country that's already building.
Just a 2 Connecticut's one, I guess, right? Since I work for the state and I can do that. We're one of the first to actually do like the kiosk legislation here, and that's being modeled around the country now. And I think AARP is really pushing it in 19 other states right now. But that's an example of like what the Genius Act and those other things might really do, is force the states to adapt. And we did it early on in 2019 because we saw a lot of victims of fraud being sent to these kiosks, and our decision was, hey, we need to start acting on these. And New York was like, New York's hard on these things, so they pushed them into New Jersey. And that's what happened here. We got really hard on them in Connecticut, and they pushed them into Massachusetts and Rhode Island. So a lot of these, I think the ramifications of the Genius Act and Stablecoin Acts and things like that are going to be the states having to pick up the pace a lot more rapidly, and we might not have the resources immediately to do that. And part of that is us, because we're the ones that are going to be investigating these cases of fraud, and if we don't have the resources available, it's going to cause a challenge for everyone, including the risk and compliance officers.
Yeah, if you guys don't know what he means by kiosks, these are like the crypto ATMs, and Iowa has an incredible initiative where they basically identified 2 major companies. I can't remember.
Bitcoin Depot and CoinFlip, yeah.
There we go. And it was both of them, was it over 95% was illicit activity, their revenue for the year for Iowans. And so they brought a lawsuit against the 2 companies. And I think, to Matt's point, you are going to see certain states that are just like, look, there's some low-hanging fruit where we can do a lot of consumer protection. I think that's a really good example. We do want to open it up to questions. This is a really great group. So if there's anything we didn't cover or anyone has thoughts, there's a lot in this space that we could talk about. So please don't feel constrained by regs, risk, and cybercrime, because if you've got something in the oh my bucket, we definitely want to hear it. So anyone have any questions? Well, oh, wow. All the way up in the top. Shout it out.
I'll try to shout it out. Maybe could you describe a bit about that? Because I think that goes a little bit to risk. And then if you and Matt could speak, I'd be curious about your views on how setting up what you're setting up in Wyoming helps sort of Matt's counterpart in Wyoming, how that helps with combating cybercrime, particularly if there's widespread usage of your token.
Well, to answer, I guess, your second question first, in terms of how the issuance of the stable token may have an impact on cyber crimes. I mean, that was one of the questions and concerns I have with how do we prevent our token falling into the hands of bad actors. And when I was interviewed for the position, that was the question that was asked of me. And my response to them was, well, what would keep me up at night is knowing that a Wyoming stable token could be used to elicit porn or CSAM or terrorist financing, you name it, or as local as romance scams. And how do we focus on that is really developing, and we're working on this presently, freeze and seize capabilities, and really making it known that if we, and again, and this is a little unique for us as a state entity, because unlike the private sector, we are subject to state and constitutional prohibitions. So we are coming up with a framework that we feel comfortable with, that if we know that there is a token that we have strong faith that it's being used for illicit purposes, we're going to freeze it. And how long that looks, how that looks, we're working on it internally. But that is something that I feel very, that's like my bread and butter, like really getting to the point where if that token is being used for bad purposes and I'm comfortable, I freeze it. And we can, again, we have Fourth Amendment restrictions, and we have to kind of work our way towards that to make sure we don't get sued and lose. But to your first question, and I know, Matt, if you want to jump in on bankruptcy remoteness, I think for us that is so important, because obviously if you don't, a private entity can be subject to bankruptcy. To date, no state has been subject to bankruptcy, although I don't know about Nebraska, how that's looking in the coming months, but we'll see. Saying that, where the belief is, and again, the commission has not made this public. I mean, they spoke about bankruptcy remoteness, but they have not voted on it. But we are in that belief system that as a state entity, if there is something, a depegging event, that the state of Wyoming will not be subject to a bankruptcy resolution as a private company.
I guess for me, looking at it, CBDC, I'm not thinking about it in that perspective, but from us, if I were to investigate something and it involves Tether, which primarily is like the largest, mover of illicit assets, for us, every case we have is some kind of Tether or USDT involved token. Having a state entity that has control over that asset and can do what she's talking about is beneficial for us, obviously. If I have a case involving Tether, unless it meets certain criteria, I can't get I can't get Tether to freeze, seize, and burn for me unless I get the feds involved. And that's, every case we have is Tether across the country, and you have a lot of state and locals that are working these cases, and unless we get feds involved in it, they're not going to do it for us. So I think that creates a big problem. So if you do have states that have that capability, or at least have the communication with Tether or Circle or whatever, it makes our lives a lot easier. If I know that you have that illicit asset, I can just freeze and reissue it back to the state. But again, I'm also kind of...
Well, just keep in mind, freeze and seize are different. I mean, freezing is the temporary segregation of the asset, whereas the seizure is the burning and reminting process. And not all stable tokens have that capability. There are some that have something similar or akin to
Circle can't do that, right?
Yes, exactly. Circle does not have that capability. And I've spent time reading. I won't go into details, but I have read a lot of freeze and seize policies while at DFS, so I understand how that works. But yes, I think Wyoming, the goal is to really be on the forefront of really demonstrating in a way, and hopefully Tether will follow, although I'm curious to know if Tether is like, the criminal's choice for stable coins. Maybe you'll tell me afterwards. I'm sure the answer is yeah.
On chain.
Yeah, I'm sure on chain, yeah. So, but to that point, the goal is for us to be forward thinking, and we're always open to new ideas and suggestions, which I think is really helpful when you're trying to collaborate in a private-public sector approach. While at DFS and even in the state of Wyoming, we are always looking to talk to people who are in the industry that can help us think not only presently, but prospectively as well.
But at least those trades are on the blockchain. You can find them. We advise people on AML, and in the DeFi world, when you don't know who you're facing, how do you satisfy yourself that you're not trading with a bad actor? And the answer is there are companies like Chainalysis that look at those wallets, check back the past 6 trades or whatever, and make sure that it's not, North Korea. They're able to do that. Whereas, my daughter got some call saying she desperately needed to pay the IRS some back taxes she owed, and she should go to Walgreens and get a gift card to do that. Now, obviously she didn't, but there are other means that these criminals are looking for to get paid.
There's an underlying thing with all this too, right? If we're talking all these like fraud cases where we're investigating stuff, something that doesn't really get spoken about a lot is like custodying and reissuing these back in the market a lot of times. So if I'm, CSP and I seize, 10 Bitcoin from a bad guy, and I want to put that, if I were to, not knowing anything, put that back in the market, I could very easily tank the market for the day and make myself a little money. So law enforcement and I think government agencies don't necessarily think, especially at the state level, I think right now, that how is that going to happen? So if the government agency, like I'm sure you guys have probably already thought of this, obviously, but like custodying assets, where do you do it? Who's housing? What are the protocols and policies behind it? If I need to put it back into the market, what does that look like? What if it's some random token that we seize that like you've never heard of before? Like we're talking about, shit tokens a lot. If I have to reissue that, if the protocol went down, what do you do with it? Like there's a lot of like things that I don't think anyone really thinks about on that side of the house. So,
well, I will tell you, I advise I used to be an asset recovery prosecutor, and so I advise a company called Asset Reality, and they do this all day, every day, because we would have law enforcement who would seize funds, put it on a USB drive, and shove it in their desk and say, we took the crypto. Not having any idea that the criminal had a recovery seed and had moved it. And then a year later, they plug in the USB drive and there's nothing on there, right? To Matt's point, before you even get to the recovery, the forfeiture, the liquidation to swing the market, there was so much before that law enforcement is in no way ready or prepared for. That's assuming that they're even able to get anything, because it could be a stablecoin company that's located in El Salvador that has no regulations, no supervision, and doesn't respond to law enforcement requests, even if it's the feds, theoretically. So, like, I think there was another question I want to I don't know if we have time. I don't know if the timekeeper's gone. It's a free-for-all.
No one's saying anything. Go for it.
No one's saying anything. Question.
Okay, thanks. Are ICOs still illegal? Are you still advising clients not to have an ICO in the United States given the shift in federal leadership?
It's not that it's illegal to issue a token. It's just that when
Unregistered.
Okay, I know. It's not illegal to issue them. The question is, what process do you need to follow? The issue is, at what point is that thing not a security? Going back to Clayton and the Howey test and the Orange Grove, the whole idea that, gee whiz, in general, something that is not about an issuer shouldn't be a security. But on the other hand, if the
Your mic closer to your mouth.
Oh, sorry. The idea that in general is something that is connected to an issuer might be a security if you're really looking to the success of that issuer. That was Clayton's view. It's like, okay, in general, tokens that have some other use are not a security, but if really that use isn't developed and you're looking to that issuer, then maybe it's a security now. And that was how Ripple got in trouble, for example. But at this point, I think we might get some more relief on that at an earlier stage, some more clarity about when something ceases to be a security. So the way people were working around it for years has been things like airdrops, or giving things out with smart contracts and waiting for Rule 144 a year and then letting people trade. There have been solutions. So it's not per se that you can't do an ICO. You just can't assume that you've dumped this stuff into the market and magically it's freely tradable.
Did you want to add something?
No, I agree 100%. And I was just going to say that we're going to get further guidance also from the SEC. I mean, they have already released some about, their preliminary guidance on staking and other kinds of activities. And airdrops are very common. There's going to be, sort of procedures for that. And I think really what we're hungry for and what we want is the reassurance that the secondary market, how to issue it in a way that doesn't taint the token so the token remains a security, that it's the contract to sell it for investment that is the security, and then the token is free for secondary trading to trade as a commodity. And that's what we need, is the guidance for that.
Thank you.
I think one of the things as a former prosecutor that drove me crazy, because I was at DOJ when that was happening, was literally that there were people running around and saying, well, if we just change that middle letter, then it's not an IPO. And we won't have the same rules. And that attitude, like you see that a lot in crypto, like, well, if it's just, a crypto asset and we're transmitting it and its value and it moves, then we won't be a money services business. It's like everything about what you're doing is the same thing. Why you thought you could wiggle out of the and you saw this all the time because you had a lot of tech bros who came over to fintech and wanted to pretend the fin part wasn't there, as if they hadn't just entered the most highly regulated space in the world. And you'll hear this a lot when people are like, oh, you know what we could do? We could move millions of dollars with no friction. You know what the friction is? It's preventing money laundering and terrorist financing, you twat. Right? So like when you sit here and you say things as if you're not moving value, It drives a lot of us who are former regulators, former government, or the people who are advising to protect all of us. It drives us crazy because you're not moving people in cars when you worked at Uber. You're not moving people into Airbnb, into apartments. You are moving millions, if not billions of dollars for pennies on the dollar instantly, possibly to Hamas, possibly to human sex traffickers. So like when these great things are invented and well, now it's just technology. Actually, if it's tech that moves money, it's financial services. And I just like, if I could like one, and maybe that's how we end is just like what one takeaway point. Mine is the oh my God, I wish people would stop pretend that moving money is just tech. It's financial services. Deal with the regs, the rules, and for God's sakes, ask a lawyer, please.
It goes to the lexicon of like, it doesn't matter what you call it. It's the activity underneath.
No, I totally agree with that, that statement. Definitely, it's not only the movement of money, but as you mentioned, Amanda, it's the laws, it's the rules and the regs that trails behind it. You can't just put blinders on and say it's one thing when, you know, when is a horse not a horse, you know, we all see it, we all know what it is, but recognizing that people are going to try to squirm and move their way out of it and kind of do that. No, it's not really, you know, an IPO, it's really an ICO. But yeah, we know what it is. A horse is a horse. You're not going to BS our way out of it, bless you. And recognizing early and often in terms of talking to a lawyer, talking to legal advice, talking to the regulators, because they'll tell you.
I'm the only non-lawyer up here, so it's pretty cool. I would just say, just don't forget about your state and locals in the conversation for these things. And a lot of this is obviously very heavily, you know, Fed this, act that, but we're seeing everything first a lot of times before it even gets to those points. So just don't forget to include us in the room when you're making those decisions.
I mean, look, all of these rules were about making people safer. And we may debate whether some of them work and whether some of them should be relaxed. And there's a separate initiative about whether maybe more products should be available to the retail investor and maybe it shouldn't be so burdensome to get things to them. And maybe if it's small enough and whatever. That's one conversation, but we should not confuse that with this crypto world and imagine that the mere act of tokenization and otherwise creating crypto assets takes us out of the world of the rules that we already have.
I think that's unless I think we're out of time. Yeah, so I'm getting there's no music or a hook, but I'm getting the nod that, no. A couple, we started 15 late. So that's right. I'm so sorry. Are there any other, there's a great question so far, and I shouldn't I get very triggered, apologies. Like, it's just the old prosecutor in me, but I would love yeah. So many thoughts.
Great question.
Yep, it's a great question, Matt. You go first.
Isn't there a tech against scams organization that includes like Coinbase and Meta and all of them, Google? So that'd be a really good question for them. I don't know what they're doing.
Is the question, does that exist, or is the question,
I
does it
know
do
they
anything
exist. I'm
to
not really sure
combat
what
scams?
they do about it because I mean the reality is like how many phone calls do you get where it says potential scam? Why is it still going through, right?
Yeah. The ISPs?
Sorry, let me repeat the question really quickly. I want to repeat the question for people who can't hear. Why are the internet service providers, the phone companies, the dating websites, basically everything before financial services, why are they not being held responsible or required to do more to prevent scams?
Because they don't have to, and they don't want to. I'll give you a great example. On Inauguration Day, there is a woman that I think most of us know here on the day is named Erin West. She was a former assistant district attorney out in California. She retired from that position last fall to work full-time on a not-for-profit that she founded called Operation Shamrock. And its specific purpose is to combat pig butchering, which is a whole different level of scams, where they not only are sophisticated, they are based in foreign countries like Indonesia, China, like in compounds. And on Inauguration Day, you saw the CEOs of Amazon, Meta, and so forth. And Erin put on I don't remember if it was Facebook or LinkedIn. She pointed an arrow at them and said, you know what? These guys can stop butchering and financial crimes that same day. They don't have to.
Instead, you have like the Commodity Futures Trading Commission issuing multiple warnings about romance scams and pig butchering, and because they are seeing it in there, they're getting complaints from people that that I bought this and this happened to me, and it's amazing to me that I'm like, the CFTC is involved, because financial services has that authority and has that platform and has that ability to get the message out. But right, for the regulation, they're regulated very differently and not in this type of manner. So it's really their choice unless something happens and they get sued. That's what will stop them.
In Singapore, they put regulations on the phone companies and the scams dropped because they literally couldn't use the phones anymore. But that's because it's basically an authoritarian dictatorship and they don't have AT&T to pay lobbyists to ensure that they can't get it. That is the short answer. And the real answer is that until they're legally required to. I have a friend that works at Meta. We talked hours about this and they were basically like, Amanda, until we're legally required to do it, the company's motto is we don't do it. So that's the answer. So, I mean, I wish there was a better one, but now I am getting the hook. Yeah, it's... Because they can, and because your congressman gets money from them, not you. No offense. So I hate to end on that depressing note, but I am getting the hook that it's time. So please help me give a hand to our amazing panelists.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is just about out of power. I'll walk back. Okay, folks, we're going to get started with our next panel, which is entitled The Future of On-Chain Finance. You've heard a lot, if you were in the last session, about regulation and risk and so forth, but this is a little more optimistic in the sense that it really is one of the questions that everybody who comes to this wonders about, which is how do we invest in this area in a safe and orderly manner, but also profitable manner. So very quickly, I'm going to introduce the panel. Michael Moore is Chief Strategy Officer at IANX. Todd Ziegler, who's been on our stage recently, I think, with TCS Blockchain. He's the Chief Executive Officer. Thomas Cowan, Head of tokenization, mouthful, at Galaxy, Angel Warren, who's president of TBR Transport, and our old favorite, Annalise Osborne, who many of you got a book from earlier, I hope, Chief Business Officer at Cadena. So welcome, all of you, and I'll turn it over to Michael. Or no, sorry, Annalise. Yes, excuse me. Yes.
Great. So I am Annalise. We've got a great panel. I'm super excited to talk about the future of finance. There we go. Is that better? Oh, there we go. I'm still Annalise. We have a $3.3 trillion crypto industry. With that, if we look at kind of more of finance and tokenization, there's $250 billion in stable coins, which is something that people think about for finance and tokenization and payments that we've talked about. There's about $7 billion in tokenized treasuries, which is something else that we kind of point to. But we have an amazing use case as well. And so the idea is, how do you kind of either generate revenue or cut costs using blockchain technology? So it's a great panel here. We're gonna go down and everyone can introduce themselves, and then we kind of split it up into one talking about the market and tokenization, and then one talking about very specific use cases. So Angel, would you like to start? These are brief introductions.
Sure. Hi, I'm Angelina Warren. I am president of TDR Transport, which is a small trucking outfit. We specialize in liquid bulk.
I'm Thomas Cowan. I run tokenization and on-chain capital markets at Galaxy Digital. Galaxy is a crypto-focused investment bank. So think of a boutique bank, and we have the sales and trading, investment banking, asset management, and technology, all focused just for the crypto-specific industry.
I'm Todd Ziegler. I'm the CEO of TCS. The single largest problem in the U.S. supply chain is cost of capital. It's a payments problem. When a trucking company delivers a load, they're typically waiting 30 to 180 days to get paid, unless they want to sell their receivable to an intermediary, a factoring company, a bank. So TCS has built a solution on chain to get trucking companies and logistics companies paid in 1 to 2 days, typically 90% cheaper than what a factoring company would charge.
Hi, good afternoon. Michael Morrow, Chief Strategy Officer at INX. I'm happy to be here. INX, we are a secondary platform. We run a crypto exchange alongside an SEC and FINRA registered broker-dealer, transfer agent with an ATS license to be able to trade tokenized securities, security tokens, all of the on-chain assets that will be going deep into our panel here today.
So Michael actually pulled this wonderful panel together, and then I stepped in last minute and get to ask the questions. So I'm super excited about that. Thank you. Love to get Thomas to give us an overview of kind of the tokenization market, and kind of you can dive even into Galaxy and what you guys are doing.
Yeah, happy to. Thank you so much. I think at a high level, for those of us who've been in this industry for a long time, I feel like in every cycle, people talk about tokenization as, as the future and all the different use cases for it. And in each cycle, we've seen a little bit more progress, more and more. And this one specifically, as Annalise mentioned, we have seen stablecoins and money market funds and on-chain debt kind of move the ball forward in the ways we haven't in the past. And so the real key use case that we saw in the last cycle that really took off was stablecoins. And those are on-chain dollars. And the three main use cases that we often talk about there are, cross-border payments, overseas dollar access in emerging economies where people are subject to weaker currencies and they would love to be able to maintain or grow their wealth in dollar-denominated assets. And then the last one and the biggest use case right now is still US dollar pairs on most exchanges against Bitcoin and Ethereum and other digitally native assets. So that's kind of stablecoins in a nutshell. With the stablecoin bill that is moving its way through Congress right now, as well as through other jurisdictions across the world, we expect this to grow substantially, and really what that'll do is cut out a lot of just the cost basis of how much it costs to move dollars globally, and we see other currencies following suit as well. Galaxy's actually funding a company with Deutsche Bank in Germany to launch a euro-denominated stablecoin that should launch in July. So we very much believe that the future of fiat is on chain, and there are a lot of different use cases there that stablecoins have already shown utility. Moving towards after, it's clear we have a more efficient way to move money. Now people are looking towards what's a more efficient way to store money on chain, and that's really where we're beginning to see tokenized money market funds. Some of the market leaders we've seen have been BlackRock's Biddle Fund, Super States Fund, as well as Franklin Templeton's Benji token as well. And these are mostly private funds or a 40 Act fund in Benji's case that is backed with treasuries, repo, and cash. So we very much see the utility there just for people who are looking for the risk-free rate on chain. We expect that to really take off over the next year, specifically for the collateral use case. That is really the big benefit there, is people being able to take this risk-free rate, take their tokens, and post them to different players across the market to be able to leverage their assets in different ways. So we have stables, we have money market funds. Kind of the next wave that we at Galaxy see are more and more tokenized funds as people move out the risk curve. So we definitely expect to see that. And then one thing that I'm very much focused on my team is on-chain capital markets. So creating specific structured products such as CLOs and other equity offerings that leverage tokenization technology specifically. And I guess one bonus topic that 6 months ago I wouldn't have talked about nearly as much, but given how quickly the regulatory kind of energy has changed in the U.S., given the crypto task force and the progress they've made, is tokenization of equities. We've seen a few different announcements from major players saying that they're looking to tokenize stocks. Galaxy announced about two weeks ago that we're in the research phase of thinking through how that would work. I think the cool part about that is that no one has the answer yet. There are multiple ways to do it. There are multiple structures that could work to actually get equities on chain. And the question is how we do it, both in a safe and fast fashion, but also most importantly from a regulatory compliant fashion. So I know that's a lot there. I thought I'd hit on all of those. We see that adoption curve accelerating substantially with regulatory clarity, and I think a year from now the market will look very different as more and more traditional financial institutions kind of make their jump to join the crypto folks that have been in the space for a long time. So with that, I'll pause.
So I have questions from what you were just saying. First, Galaxy is going to look at a euro stablecoin. The stablecoin market is about 90% backed by US dollars and very little. It's probably more than that. I think it's 93.
99,
but, and then why a euro?
So this actually started at a partnership in 2023 between DWS, which is the asset manager for Deutsche Bank, and Flow Traders based in the Netherlands. And we chose Europe because of the regulatory clarity that MiCA offers in Europe. The bill is actually quite similar to the stablecoin bill that we're now seeing move through Congress. And at a very high level, it just means that an on-chain euro and an off-chain euro are looked at the same, so that you maintain the singleness of money and make sure there's not a risk premium associated with the different ways you're moving and storing different dollars. Similar to today, how a dollar in my pocket matches a liability of JP Morgan, matches the money in my PayPal account. Even though those are actually very different risk profiles, they're still all a dollar. So we chose to launch into the European market because we had the regulatory clarity ahead of the US, and because the partnership with DWS and Deutsche Bank really means that this stable can be embraced by the traditional financial institutions in a way that we haven't seen with other stablecoins in the market so far.
And they're more euro-based, it sounds.
Yes, and they're more euro-based.
So you were talking about different types of tokenization. Why? Why are people tokenizing money market funds, and why are people tokenizing? Well, start with that, and then you were talking about tokenizing funds generally. Can you talk through the process of why?
Yeah, so I think it really started with the crypto native players specifically, of the 200 billion that you mentioned earlier of stablecoin holders, where they said this is great to be able to have their money in fiat, but they were foregoing the risk-free rate, and knowing that Circle and Tether, which are the two biggest players in the space, were just making unbelievable profits for holding that amount of treasuries. And so really different people in the industry said, hey, if we could have the risk-free rate on chain, we know that we'd be able to kind of eat away at the stablecoin market. And that's what we're beginning to see. Some of the major protocols and and on-chain corporates and companies, frankly, like Galaxy, who used to hold a lot of stablecoins just because we needed to for our treasury management to service our clients. Increasingly, we're saying, hey, let's go to the on-chain tokenized money market fund version so that we can still have the risk-free rate and be able to be on-chain and move money as needed.
What about why are Franklin Templeton and Apollo and Hamilton Lane tokenizing funds?
Yeah, so the story there is, first people saw that stable coins were better, faster, cheaper. Now they're moving towards the risk-free rate on chain. That kind of train has left the station. It's been proven. So now people are saying, okay, let's move out the risk curve. And I think one kind of way that we could double down is on Apollo's cred fund that they did with Securitize. And an interesting kind of anecdote there is that is set to return roughly 10%. But because of a few different partnerships that they've done with different DeFi protocols, it means that people can do what's called looping in DeFi. So you can start with a 10%, then you can post it for collateral. You can get a loan against that, and then you can go and buy more at cred, and then you can post that and do that over and over and over, and take the percentage from 10% up to 26%. And so that just means that you can monetize your assets in a much more efficient manner. Of course, the asterisk there is you need to recognize the additional risk that you're taking on by doing that and what that does, with the bullwhip effect. So it's important to note the additional risks. That being said, it's fully transparent and on-chain. So you can see that utility and see the risk you're taking given the additional return that you're expecting.
That's like the CDO world for all of us TradFi folk out there, the different leverage on leverage. You can also jump in, Michael. I'm sure you have ideas on this too. But one thing that before I move on to kind of INX and diving in, you talk about tokenizing stocks. Now, the stock market is a generally efficient market. Why are people wanting to tokenize stocks?
So 6 months ago, I had the view that I don't see the need to tokenize stocks because if I can open my Robinhood app and have complete access to vast amounts of capital across different stocks, and it's pretty efficient and at least to me, it feels great. On the back end, you have 14 different intermediaries and a settlement system that is very much cobbled together. It works, but it's just not the most efficient. And so I think in the long run, we definitely see that back end will end up being tokenized. In the short run, though, I think a lot of it is A, we're getting regulatory clarity, so people are looking to do that. But B, it really allows crypto native players to be able to take their on-chain capital and deploy it in a more traditional way. So a good example is Galaxy is very much a crypto native brand, and we have a leadership role in the crypto space because of our size. So we think that if we were to tokenize our stock, that likely other people in the crypto industry would likely want to purchase our stock and do so on chain because a lot of the other assets are on chain. So that's kind of the initial thought process. I think the real approach that we have today going through it is if we have the belief that the vast majority of financial assets are going to end up on chain, then it's kind of a no-brainer for us to do this research here. But the takeaway in our approach is we want to make sure that we do it right. And so we're doing it in a very slow manner by working with regulators and with other leaders in the space to make sure that when we do finally get to that point and get across the finish, it's a very sound and resilient system that we've created.
Okay, Michael, love to hear about INX, kind of where it came from, where it's going to, and how it ties everything together. You want to?
Yeah, no, happy to do it. And I'd actually like to add to Thomas's point on kind of tokenizing stocks. I think certainly if you're in the US, you'd probably just continue to buy the underlying shares. But I think kind of the beauty of blockchain is that it's intended to be borderless. Regardless of where you are in the world, you are able to make investments and do remittances and transactions across it. And obviously, there's lots of people in the world without access to the US capital markets. And so one way to actually give access to people who can't open kind of the Robinhood app or the Schwab app is, hey, if we tokenize the security and put it on chain on Ethereum, for instance, as long as you have a way to access that Ethereum market, you could be anywhere in the world and be able to participate and get exposure to NASDAQ and NYSE listed stocks. And so if I am in sub-Saharan Africa and I want exposure to NVIDIA, I don't really have a good, convenient way through my traditional brokerage to be able to do that. Putting stuff and tokenizing and kind of making it available, I think, is one way to expand the investor universe globally, not just kind of in the US, and putting things on chain kind of enables some of that. But I think Thomas is also correct that regulatory clarity is very important. And one of the issues that I think we're grappling with as we think about tokenizing stocks here in the US especially is, if you tokenize something, is that technically a derivative, right? If there's an underlying share that lives underneath the token price is supposed to mirror track kind of the underlying share. And so when you have an underlying asset, is that technically a derivative under US securities laws today? And therefore, but if you can't trade that token like you trade stocks, and you have to trade it like a derivative, broker-dealers can't kind of get involved, right? You have the CFTC regulated entities have to be involved to trade derivatives. And so some of these like regulatory and definitions need clarity for tokenized equities to kind of become a thing in the US for sure. All right, that's my addendum to Thomas's answer. So INX actually got started in 2017. So it's been around now for 8 years. It was started kind of following the Ethereum ICO boom of 2017. And the founder and CEO of INX thought, hey, we got Bitcoin, we got ETH, you know what's next? Stocks and bonds, right? And so he started to think about creating a company that would enable people to trade both crypto and stocks and bonds, anything that's on chain, on one platform. And so he started building INX. We issued what we think is the first SEC registered security token, and it got full approval from the SEC in 2019. We completed a sale of $85 million of our token across, I think, over 7,000 investors in 75 different countries. It was literally a, hey, this is a global opportunity for folks to kind of get involved and build INX. In retrospect, that was quite early, right? This is 2020 for a lot of this stuff to happen, and a lot of the developments that Thomas kind of went through, whether it's Franklin Templeton or BlackRock's investments, is literally like the last 12 months. And so what we've certainly seen, though, is an excited future. The last 12 months is certainly kind of the most exciting, not just because I joined the company 12 months ago, but because a lot of the promise of RWAs and putting things on chain is finally coming to fruition. We've seen a ton of M&A activity. We've seen a lot of the traditional banks start to kind of make announcements around tokenizing this and tokenizing that. We always talk about Larry Fink of BlackRock saying tokenize the world, and he wants to see every stock tokenized by the end of the year, right? I'm certainly bearish kind of on that prediction, but I think the momentum towards everything being tokenized eventually, just like we saw kind of paper money starting to kind of go away of like, e-payments and debit cards and tap your credit card kind of model. I think you can certainly see a world where the book entry form certificates eventually kind of go away, and we're in this world where everything is eventually tokenized. And in that spirit, we made an announcement about 2 months ago that we're going to be acquired. INX is part of an M&A transaction with Republic, one of the larger companies within the crypto and digital assets ecosystem. The acquisition is pending. It'll take us another 4 or 5 months, I think, to get all the approvals from the regulators to be able to do it. But you kind of see the plan of companies getting together. Republic is very famous for their private placements and crowdfunding for capital raises for private companies. We are the secondary market platform, so it's a horizontal and vertical integration across products, and we're really, really excited to do it. And I think we'll continue to see consolidation within the startup space with either a larger incumbent company or with a traditional financial services company, frankly, that knows, hey, this tokenization thing is happening, and what's our response? How do we deal with this? What if Larry Fink is right and things are tokenized sooner rather than later? How do we kind of deal with it, and what's our contingency plan? So I think that is a common topic across all the banks and asset managers out there today.
Michael, do you want to introduce the idea behind Todd and Angel up here?
So I will do no justice here. I will let Todd Ziegler to my left explain about his business. But I'm really excited. We've been working with Todd and his TCS company now for a few months. And I've been now in kind of the crypto blockchain space now for a dozen years. And a lot of the criticisms around crypto projects and a lot of tokenization projects is like, what's it for? Why do you need a token? Who's it helping? Like, what is the purpose of this thing? And I think it in many ways, it acted like an answer in search of a problem, right? And I think when I first met Todd a few months ago and started kind of working together, his project was literally one where there were pained customers. He had identified a pain point within the North American trucking industry. He'd come up with a solution to be able to do it. And he had properly, with his network of being in the industry for 10 years, had the contacts with the industry to actually pilot the program and get the company running, which is Angel's company at TDR Transport. So with that, I will turn it over to Todd and let him explain how TCS works.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So TCS, for this audience, we're tokenizing freight receivables, right? We're tokenizing commercial paper. About 70% of all goods that move in the US and Canada are on a truck at some point, right? And the majority of companies who are moving those products are Fortune 500, 1,000, 5,000 companies. So for those of you with a TradFi or finance background, it's a pretty significant arbitrage opportunity. You have transportation companies who are waiting 30 to 180 days to get paid to exit what is typically A to AAA rated corporate paper, right? And it's a little bit insidious for these transportation companies because they get stuck in these long-term factoring agreements and it shows that their rate is 3%. 3% sounds pretty good. They don't realize it's 36% annualized, right? So they're paying a 36% annualized interest rate, a hard money loan rate to exit, stuff that's like liquid gold in this part of the world and on Wall Street, right? So the original thesis of TCS was the thesis of Bitcoin, right? That the blockchain tech stack was not created to, and this is not to disparage Bitcoin in any way. I like Bitcoin, I own some of it, right? But the thesis was not about it being a store of value, right? The thesis was that blockchain rails can be a better alternative to banking rails, that we can increase transparency, efficiency, and reduce costs for business-to-business settlement and peer-to-peer settlement. And I was very excited to see at the beginning of May, because I've been talking about this for 3 years, and it's like, just trust me, right? Like this is an industry that's ripe for disintermediation because the pain is so significant, right? The holy grail for a lot of trucking companies is, and I'll just share with you, 97% of the trucking companies in the United States, these folks are the backbone of the entire US economy, right? These trucks stop running 3 days from now, there's nothing left on the shelves. We got a little bit of a glimpse of that during COVID, right? The majority of these companies are 1 to 5 truck operators. So the dream for a lot of these small businesses and entrepreneurs is to get to 10 trucks or to get to 50 trucks or to get to 100 trucks. How do you do that when your cost of capital is 36% plus annualized, right? How do you get oxygen when the market, cycles the wrong way? We realized that, we can do this on chain through an ERC20 Polygon token. We can settle transportation companies in 1 to 2 days, and we can do this up to 90% cheaper than what factoring companies are charging. And of course, the refrain then, the constant criticism that I got from, interestingly, a lot of people in the digital asset and blockchain space was, well, are trucking companies and logistics companies really going to adopt this? Right? Are they really going to come on chain? And my response to them, and this kind of goes back to the use case proposition that Michael was discussing. In order to have a really good use case, you have to have a systemic problem, right? You have to have a solution to a systemic problem. And I tell people all the time, I talk to truckers and logistics operators every single day. If you told them that you could cut their cost of capital by 50%, if they walked into their backyard every night and buried their invoices in the ground, and came back the following day to dig them up, they would do it. They would absolutely do it because they're entrepreneurs, they're small businesses, they want to grow their companies, they want to reduce their cost of capital. So what TCS is created with INX and customers like TDR is we've made this as simple as possible. Angel and I were both at the Mid-America Truck Show in March. Sounds, kind of interesting, but this is the largest trucking show in the world, right? This is a 3-day show in Louisville, Kentucky. They typically have 100,000 people show up for this show, right? And the way that we talked about this was you can come to INX and you can set up an account. It's an account, it's a wallet. It's the equivalent of setting up a second business checking account. That's all it is. You send TCS your freight invoices the same way that you would send them to a factoring company. A buying decision is made, but instead of maybe, if you're lucky, if your remittances match up and there aren't significant reserves and there isn't all this like friction in the system, maybe an ACH payment gets sent to you in 3 to 5 days from your factoring company. Instead of doing that, we're going to fund this transaction in TCS tokens. We're going to directly deposit those tokens into your wallet in INX, and in 2 clicks, you're back into fiat. You can keep that USD fiat on the INX exchange. If you want to dip your toes in a little bit of Bitcoin, you can do that. Or for $5, you can send an ACH of that cash transaction back to your business checking account. So we have truly, we have solved a systemic problem in the US supply chain, and we've made it very easy, and we have more demand right now than we're even able to onboard. I believe that's going to be solved in the next 30 to 60 days. But I want to put this in context for all of you really quickly before I turn this over to Angel, because I think her story is so important. This is a $2 trillion industry in North America. Okay, about $1 trillion of it is full truckload. About 70% of the entire industry is factoring. They're selling their invoices. And this problem is not unique to the transportation industry. There are probably people in here from the healthcare industry and other industries that are intimately familiar with the pain and friction associated with factoring companies, okay? So you have this absolutely, massive TAM, right? And it needs an alternative, right? It needs a better way of conducting business. And the reason that I wanted to get to this point, the single largest freight factoring company in the United States, and I share this with you as a former customer of theirs. My background is I'm an attorney by education, but I've been in the transportation industry for 10 years. I've owned a freight brokerage. I know this pain very, very well. I've been in contracts with factoring companies, okay? But it's a very difficult situation to get out of, okay? And you're dealing with these very high costs of capital. But the company, the behemoth in the industry, their service is slow, it's antiquated, it's expensive, their customers hate them, and they have a $60 billion AUM, right? So that is how ripe this market is for disintermediation, and that's why this is such a perfect use case or a convergence for blockchains and supply chains. Because again, very serious problem, and what has now become, with the help of INX and customers like TDR, a great alternative solution.
Angela, why don't you tell us how you got involved in this and what you're doing, how you and Todd are working together.
All right. So again, I'm Angel. I'm the president of TDR Transport. A little background on the company. Back in 2008, my husband started driving due to the economic crash. And he had a great background in sales and customer service. So in 2009, he established TDR Transport. 2013, we incorporated. So we've been running for many years, and we have, we have many miles underneath our belt. Back in 2022, unfortunately, we were in an accident, and it took my husband's life. I'm sorry. So I decided that I was going to take over the company and continue his legacy. And here we are today. Our business has survived through the past few years. We've seen many companies come and go, but we're still thriving. And a lot of that is based off of our customer service, our reliability, as well as our wonderful staff and drivers. And our biggest opportunity right now is the cash flow. And being a smaller family-owned company, it's very important for us to continue, our business. And with factoring, that does put a damper on our business, especially when you're paying out all the money that we're paying out. And when we sat down to talk with Todd, which, he has been a great, is it not working? Oh, which he has been a great contact, especially within this industry. Just learning about the opportunities that are out there that can help us grow even larger, gain more equipment, just by going with the whole blockchain and the token industry.
So as a smaller business, were you intimidated with the idea of blockchain, and how do you use it? How does it apply to you? Is it something that you have to think about from a technical lift, or is it kind of easy like an app on your phone?
Actually, when I started talking with Todd about it, I was a little skeptical because, being, again, a small business, not knowing what else, the opportunities that are out there and, what's available to us, I took it a little slower. I researched, I looked into things, and I do have to say that the process is very seamless. The people that you deal with are amazing. They're available, I have to say, it's like 24/7. And they're willing to answer any questions. And I've sat down with Todd several times, and he has been amazing, just, explaining everything and understanding it and how easy the process was. We processed our first transaction, and I do have to say it was probably the easiest transaction I've done.
Wow. So Todd, when you're dealing with customers and your long line of potential customers now, what are the questions that you get? Are they concerned about having a different experience or a technology that they don't understand?
There is a learning curve, right? But pain tends to lessen the adoption curve, right? So interestingly, I love pointing this out because I think it's, I don't know, something like 7% now of the general public holds some type of crypto asset. We get the majority of our inquiries through our website. We do really no formal marketing or advertising at all. We have over 100 million in AR that we're working to onboard right now in terms of the companies who are trying to onboard onto the platform. But about 50% of these folks, because one of our questions in the HubSpot inquiry on our website is, do you have any familiarity with crypto digital assets? About 50% of the companies that reach out to us do. They had a Coinbase wallet, they have a Kraken wallet, they bought a little bit of Ethereum, they bought a little bit of Bitcoin, and it does make sense for two main reasons. Number one, there is a really serious libertarian streak that runs through the transportation industry. Right? These are small businesses, they're entrepreneurs, they may not have, a master's degree in trade finance, but they understand it, right? They're doing this every single day. The other reason is there are a lot of foreigners in the industry, folks from second and third world countries who are dealing with the type of problem that Mike just outlined, right? They don't have access to NVIDIA stock. They don't have access to the US dollar. They are familiar with cross-border payments. They are familiar with Western Union and those types of folks, right? And the costs associated with that. So there's this kind of natural conversion of the two industries that already exists. And I do believe that, the trucking industry, the transportation industry, it's large. It's $2 trillion, but it's also very small. Okay, we all go to the same conferences. We listen to the same Sirius XM stations. We listen to the same podcasts. People run into each other at the same truck stops. And again, from my background in law, there's always this saying, judges like to hear from judges. Well, truckers like to hear from truckers, and operators like to hear from operators. And if somebody tells you that they can get paid in 1 to 2 business days with 2 clicks on an app versus the traditional way of dealing with these factoring companies and all this friction and all this cost, the proposition kind of sells itself. The other real value prop for TCS is most factoring agreements are long-term, right? They're not only collateralizing the AR that they're purchasing, they're collateralizing all the future AR. They're oftentimes getting personal guarantees. They're oftentimes cross-collateralizing other business assets. I've seen some absolutely draconian stuff and some factoring agreements. I've seen provisions where the factor is allowed to come into your business and basically take your business records, take your computers, take all, if there's some type of default that they deem, material, right? I mean, some of these contracts are crazy. So what we tell customers who are onboarding with us is, we're buying this receivable. We are buying this commercial paper asset, right? So yes, we're collateralizing that. We expect the shipper debtor to pay the freight, right? But we're not signing you into this long-term exclusive agreement, okay? So if you want to set up an account and you want to try it, if you don't like faster and cheaper settlement, you can go back to doing what you were doing, right? If you don't like faster, cheaper, better, you can go back doing exactly what you were doing with your other business relationships. And I can tell you that we have not had one carrier on board with us that has gone back to the way that they were doing things before. So I think that kind of speaks for itself.
Great. Kind of stepping back a little bit, impediments to adoption. So Michael, do you want to start, and we'll go down kind of for everyone, just the idea of what stands in the way of further adoption of any sort of tokenization, digital assets, however we want to take that, and then if you have ideas of how we can make that better.
It's probably easier to list the things that are perfectly fine and working when it comes to tokenization, tokenized stuff today. And, we'll start with simple trading, settlement, custody infrastructure. This is all brand new technology that now needs to be incorporated by some of the oldest legacy financial institutions in the world, right? And so, crypto thrived because startups were able to move fast, break things, and try new things and kind of get the product up and running. Large financial conglomerates are not exactly known for their speed and innovation and their ability to iterate very, very quickly and to be able to turn their ship in a timely manner. But like all these legacy systems need to frankly be ripped out and replaced, frankly, with the blockchain ledger and all of the new innovations that kind of come along with this. But today, we don't have kind of a traditional custodian that is currently in place to hold tokenized securities or security tokens or things like that. That's one. And we talked about tokenizing stocks, like the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ are not yet blockchain enabled, if you can believe that or not, right? So I think there's all of the chains of trading venues, liquidity providers, market makers, custodians, and like same-day settlement type things are all things that exist in the crypto world, right? But like we've seen innovation being like, well, we used to be T+3 settlement and now we're T1, so that counts. It does. But like in the crypto world, we're at like T plus a couple of hours. And the world, because my hope is that eventually kind of go into that. So not having the State Streets, the Bank of New York's, the Northern Trusts of the world to be a custodian and a holder of it is certainly an impediment, especially to institutional investors that are willing to kind of get involved and to even dip their toes in. Self-custody solutions are not going to cut it, certainly for institutional investors. You need kind of the big name guys to stand up and create custody support.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add on this, and I'm happy to kind of defer to Michael and Thomas, but I can tell you that I was invited to the SEC Business Forum a couple months ago. I went and I felt comfortable, and that was a nice change, right? TCS was one of the companies during Operation Choke Point that was debanked, right? Here we are trying to solve one of the single largest problems in the supply chain that impacts everybody, right? Because as all of you know very well, if you force transportation companies to take on high costs of capital, what does that mean for consumers and households, right? All that stuff rolls downhill, right? We have this silent VAT tax in the supply chain that nobody knows about and nobody talks about, right? Cost of goods is higher because of the system that we have. So I'm obviously very excited I think we now perhaps even have tailwinds on the regulatory side of things. It's good to see kind of the repatriation of the industry, and I'm very bullish on the industry in that context for the next couple years, hopefully.
Yeah, the only two things I would add would be regulation and education. Regulation, we definitely see we have a lot of tailwinds. We still have to get that stablecoin bill fully across the finish and signed, and then we still have the markets infrastructure bill as well. That is a more broader, regulatory regulation for all things. For all things crypto more broadly. I think we can look at Mika as an example where it really kind of carved out DeFi. And so while we still are making a lot of progress on regulation, we have a long time until we actually have the rules of the road across the entire ecosystem, across all of the different asset classes. And that is going to take a long time. It's not going to be something that happens in the next year. It's going to be kind of a conversation between the markets and between regulators as things continue to progress. So I think we still do have a long time. That being said, we are so much better positioned than we were previously. By education, really what I mean is, more forums like this where we have more and more conversations about the potential of the technology and what it can do and how it can solve everyday problems such as factoring, which I think is a really good example. And one thing that I spend a lot of my time focusing on is separating crypto and DeFi and risk on digitally native assets from tokenization and what the underlying blockchain technology can do for the traditional financial institutions that still want, they just want transparency. They just want faster, better, cheaper settlement, and more liquidity and the like. So those are really the two things that I still think we have a lot of progress to make. But I think over the next few years, we'll really begin to see that materialize as adoption continues up the S curve.
So Angel, you're a client and you stepped up and tried something different. So how can we get more small businesses to step up and try this? What can we do as kind of an industry, do you think?
I think if you're not familiarized with the crypto or tokens, I think it's just more education. Getting people to understand it a little bit better, getting it out there more. When I started this, I did not understand the whole point of a token and everything that goes along with it. But again, once sitting down with Todd and discussing it further and really getting the education on it, it really does make a lot more sense. And it's just moving forward with the times and understanding what else is out there and the opportunities for small businesses like myself to be able to keep the cash in your pocket and continue with the cash flow to continue to operate on a daily basis.
That's great. So I'm trying to keep track of time, but I have one last question, then we can go to questions. Really kind of looking forward, 2025. It's been an interesting year already. The regulatory environment is a little more open to discussions and finding ways to work with us, I think, as an industry. Where do you see us going? Like, what are your positive, or what are your outlooks for kind of 2025 and on, like the next? Michael, do you want to start on your side again?
Sure. So it's funny, when I thought about initially when RWAs and real world assets coming on chain, that kind of conversation started, we're talking 2018, 19, right? The first use case was like real estate, right? Let's put real estate on chain. And while there were lots of efforts to kind of get it done with some success, the fact that you needed kind of governments and local municipalities to kind of get involved, and their record system is keeping systems terrible, right? So to try to like clean up that proved to be an incredibly difficult task. And while there's been pockets of success, real estate I think still remains one area to be gotten. Now, I expect more illiquid financial assets to be one of the first assets to actually come on chain. And I say that even after the US dollar and money market funds have already been done, right? But as Thomas kind of went through, the reason the dollar tokenization worked is because we had lots of payments to be made and there was a use case for it. And the reason that, the tokenized money market funds is kind of that, the risk-free yield, as well as the ability for those things to be used as collateral, to be counted as good collateral for margin trading and things like that. Now, when you move away from those two things and you get into the equities market, for instance, like, I can't believe I'll say this, but the TradFi market like works, right? When it comes to equities, It does. And you know, if you were to try to tokenize everything today, given again lack of infrastructure, liquidity suffers, right? You have very liquid Apple stock and Nvidia stock and whatnot. If you tokenize it and put it on chain, that liquidity disappears because there's not enough investors, not enough market makers or whatnot. So there's a liquidity trade-off to putting more liquid things on chain today, which is why I say the more illiquid things, the things that are not traded on exchanges, are likely to be the first ones to actually get tokenized because they don't have any liquidity in TradFi in the existing rails today. They're not giving that up on a trade-off by putting things on chain, which is why I think some of the funds, the capital markets on chain that Thomas kind of talked about, I do think those are the ones that we're going to see a lot more activity on going forward into the second half of 2025.
Yeah, Amazon announced last month that they're pivoting to on-chain stablecoin reconciliation for freight invoice settlements. I wonder where they got that idea. So one of the things that I see, and one of the reasons I'm excited about the industry is I think we're not only in a chapter of tokenization, but I think we're in the chapter where the majority of B2B and peer-to-peer settlement is now going to move on chain, right? In fact, I'd be shocked 3 years from now if all business-to-business invoice settlement wasn't on chain. So that that's kind of, you know, what I see in terms of macro. In terms of TCS, I feel very confident that we'll have, you know, 100 million in annual flows on the platform by the end of the year. And again, we're racing to grab market share from companies that have $60 billion AUMs, right? So there's a lot to scale into, but I'm very excited to see TCS and companies like TCS starting to get a larger piece of the pie and providing a real value proposition to the customers that they serve.
The only thing I'd add is looking back in a few years, I hope that tokenization does the same thing that encryption did for the internet, where no one really knows how encryption works. You just know that you can log on to Amazon, log on to Netflix or whatever it is, and know that your credentials are safe, and that you can put in your credit card number, and it just works, and it truly powers the back end of the entire internet. And what I hope is that tokenization does the same thing for different financial assets, so that I can go back to talking about debt instead of talking about tokenized debt. Because at the end of the day, if everything's on chain in the back end, then we're just back to the traditional financial assets that we're using. They just happen to be moving much more efficiently and much more widely available to many more people. So that's kind of the hope, is that it becomes the back end technology. And I think this example that we walked through is a good example, where I think quite soon people won't even know that they're using a token. They'll just know that they are getting the financing that they need in a much more efficient manner.
Angel, what about the trucking industry? Where do you see the trucking industry in the next year? Is it growing, shrinking?
Well, I've seen the trucking industry go from going, full force over the past couple of years to slowing down. And I think right now the industry is regulating. And with that being said, I think that with what is going on up here, I think that it's going to be the way the trucking industry is going to go, especially since the 1%, charge off the invoices, and the quick turnaround on payments, and how easy it is to navigate on the INX website and to process your invoice. So I definitely see this as being a great opportunity for the trucking outfits that are out there to be able to bill out their invoices and to get paid a lot quicker than most are right now.
Great. Well, thank you guys. We have some time for questions.
Yeah, we have about 2 questions because we've got to get out of here in 5 minutes.
Anyone have any questions? Otherwise, I can keep going.
Hello, hi. I have a question for Thomas. It's very interesting you mentioned about the transparency, and as we all know that the modern security law was built on the disclosure requirement. I'd be interested in your thoughts around when it comes to tokenization with smart contract stuff involved. How would disclosure look like, especially if this is faced to a global audience?
Yeah, happy to jump in. I think one of the key things about transparency and the different parts of the use cases that we see are parts of the market that benefit from transparency, but also the parts of the market where you see in certain BDCs and private credit and private equity funds where they actually don't like having transparency because they like the fact that they have the flexibility of the illiquidity where they can manage when they want to, right? So it's as we move out on the adoption curve, it's finding the places in the market where transparency is very much needed and wanted, and what that looks like. And one example you could use is mortgage-backed securities, right? Where in 2008, one of the biggest challenges was the fact that the underlying people thought was much higher quality loans than it actually was. And in this case, we're currently working on a tokenized debt structure that's a pool of underlying debt. And the token holders who choose to buy this debt will have the ability to see fully transparent the performance of every single loan in real time, 24 hours a day. So that means that on a Sunday morning, if they see that Bitcoin goes down some amount, they can see the portfolio, they can see what each loan looks like, but most importantly, they can see what's in margin, and they can see that how close they are to auto liquidation. And your point about smart contracts is it's all fully automated. So that means on the bottom side, people can choose to come in. But what's also cool is on the back end, you have a full waterfall built out across all of the tranches. So it means that servicing the underlying debt is much more efficient because every month or every quarter, however it's done, you just see that fall in depending on what you signed up for in the docs originally. And it's just much less of a manual process.
Questions?
Hi, thank you. We're a venture fund and we invest in companies like a traditional venture fund, and there are many venture funds that invest in tokens. So it's really more like a hedge fund strategy. They do staking. It's actually pretty sophisticated when it's done well. But there are a lot of these companies that I would liken more to penny stocks. So if Bitcoin and the other currencies trade on emotion, these trades at a much higher beta. So I think this is, in my view, a big risk to the concept of tokenization because a lot of people could get burned. Many of these fall outside of regulated securities. So what do you see the industry doing to get the benefits of the tokenization, which are obvious and you articulated them, while protecting investors from this, they look like scams or penny stocks?
Happy to jump in, and then I have a feeling you're going to have thoughts as well, Michael. At a high level, you're spot on. The question goes back to education and making sure that we delineate from crypto native assets such as Bitcoin and Ethereum that may not be viewed as having fundamental underlying value because they don't, they aren't connected to a revenue generating asset or business, and just the tokenization that represents the underlying revenue of a given business or of a portfolio. So when we're able to separate those two things, you go back to, oh, this might be a tokenized CLO, but really it's just a CLO that's on chain. And that could be one aspect. The other side, to your point, is if people do choose to invest in tokens that represent a protocol or a network or some kind of on-chain company, my personal view would that sounds a lot like an equity to me, where you're buying something based on the profits of others, and long term you're going to buy in and you're going to ride it if they do well, and you'll go down to zero if they don't, right? So to me that sounds a lot like an equity investment that might be a little bit more liquid because of the nature of the technology, but that's likely going to end up being regulated in the same way. But it comes down to delineating between those two, even if the underlying technology is exactly the same.
All right, I think we're going to end it there. And let's have a big hand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, Todd, Angel, and Annalise. And they'll take some more questions up here. Quick raise of hands. How many people know what glitch art is? All right. The art gallery is open, but you're going to see some mind-bending things done with digital. Thank you.
Everybody get enough coffee?
Okay, yeah, good. All right. We're very pleased to have our august last panel today. Rich Jordan, Chief Alchemist, founder of Global Stake and Silvermine Capital, is our moderator. Rich is no stranger to us, been on the stage here at least a couple of times. Scott Siegel, CEO of Helium Foundation. Greg Bell, Chief Business Officer of the H. Barr Foundation. And Chris Terrell, Private Markets Executive with Ondo Finance. We're glad to have them here, and I'll turn the mic over to Rich.
Fantastic, thanks. Thank you to the stalwarts who stayed the duration here. So the thing on this panel is one of the things we wanted to talk about was sort of blockchain adoption and how surprisingly mature blockchain is in a number of areas, and each of the guests here can speak to that in sort of a different way. First, we'll give an introduction. So my name is Rich Shorten. I run a small venture pre-seed seed fund that invests specifically in digital assets. And I'm also the founder of a blockchain infrastructure company called Global Stake that runs a global network, 100% bare metal, and provides essentially the flashing lights and servers that support all of these networks and others. So maybe first ask the panel to each introduce yourselves and what it is that your protocol fundamentally does.
Sure. So wonderful to be here with you all. My name is Greg Bell. I represent the Hedera protocol, which is powered by the cryptocurrency HBAR. Hedera is a public network that anybody can interact with, but is permissioned in the format that only the group of Fortune 500 corporations that run Hedera can validate and add transactions to the chain. And so this is a network of Fortune 500 companies like Google and IBM and Nomura and LG and Tata and many, many others. Wonderful to be here.
Hey everybody, Scott Siegel, CEO of the Helium Foundation. We are a US 501c stewarding the Helium network. Helium, for those who don't know, we have run a protocol to build, incentivize deployment of cost-effective wireless. It's used by the likes of AT&T, T-Mobile, Telefonica for expanding their coverage footprint for cellular networks, also used for low-power devices and kind of smart city solutions. So you're thinking about things like flood detection, air quality metrics. United States Geological Survey, Pacific Gas and Electric are some of the users on that side of the network as well.
Hi everyone, well, now I have a mic that's too loud. Hello everyone, I'm Chris Terrell. I'm the former head of digital assets compliance at Goldman Sachs. I spent the last 3 years at 3 different crypto firms, blockchain.com, EDX Markets, which is a Citadel spinout, and most recently Ondo Finance, which is the largest tokenizer of US Treasuries and the largest holder of BUIDL, BlackRock's tokenized fund. Ondo is launching a new chain, the Ondo chain, to knit together what's happening on blockchain in public and private assets. And I'm working on the private asset side on a AI data layer that would inform the private markets. Great to be here. And we'll try to be exciting because it's 3:30 and it's the last panel.
Woo! Everyone's going to leave here ready to go get drinks, not because they're bored, but because they're charged up.
Drinks and socks. There's a pair of socks outside. If you haven't gotten one, please go by.
So, you heard them. So one of the, I think, the really important things, particularly for, an audience here in Connecticut is, as I said at the beginning, understanding how mature blockchain adoption actually is in a number of different industries. And, my framing of the world is that I come from sort of both an investment and an infrastructure. I was a telecom guy back in the early 2000s when the last big tech boom was occurring. And I see a lot of, familiarity between that era and this era today. And when I think about blockchain, I think about there are at least two major areas that are sort of migrating from what I call traditional world to a blockchain world. One of them being financial assets, generally, which Ando certainly can speak to with at very sophisticated levels, and another being sort of decentralized physical assets. So this is an area of blockchain called DePIN, and that's something that Scott can speak to, and I'm sure Hedera touches both of these in different ways. So one of the things I'd like to just sort of prompt you guys to talk about a little bit is where you see, like, what are the use cases? Where do you see specific use of blockchain today for, you know, the movement of traditional financial products, you know, and how is it changing? And the same thing for physical assets. How's it changing the management of those assets? Yeah, why don't you start, because you can tee it up from a general perspective.
So today, actually, a little piece of breaking news. Arrow Electronics, you know, a public company on the New York Stock Exchange, just joined the governing council of Hedera. And so Hedera is operated, as I mentioned, by these Fortune 500 companies. And the largest use case of Hedera and of blockchains overall is supply chain. And you heard supply chains referenced frequently over the last several you know, conversations with other panelists. And you look at what is under the hood. Where we talk about mainstream adoption, often people think of the cryptocurrency casino that you see on a retail adoption. But there are a wide variety of large corporations that are utilizing this technology in very interesting ways. Dell is one of the other validators on Hedera. And you know, they came out with those famous commercials a decade ago, that's Intel Inside. And that's ultimately where I think we're going, to that Intel Inside, where there is a blockchain solution that is under the hood, that is powering a lot of the technology interactions that we either have on as an individual or on a commercial basis. And so it's quite exciting.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, the lens that we look this through is obviously kind of like meeting users and meeting the demand where it is, as opposed to trying to kind of be the, you know, square peg looking for the round hole. So for Helium, putting it in context of telco, so when you think about generally wireless coverage in general, and everybody's familiar driving around 95, you see those large radio towers. The capex that telco is bearing on an annual basis in the tens of billions every single year. And when you kind of graduate from 4G networks, so again, you go a few years back of when it just, how much more demand there is for streaming video and how much more we're doing on our phones with streaming audio, whatever the needs are, data consumption is only going up and up and up, which means that you need more coverage, you need density of coverage, you need redundant coverage. And large-scale telco, like the model that currently exists today, is not sustainable. So, you know, one of the things that Helium solves for is the fact of how do you start to create that redundant coverage? How do you expand that coverage footprint? Telco infrastructure has always been built from the top down, where it was always kind of a carrier level, or you had these other large enterprise players, and Rich, you probably know something like American Tower, Crown Castle. They're not necessarily household names, but the ownership of the real estate, the maintenance of those radios. So what if you could do that from a ground up? What if you could create an incentivized model? So what Airbnb did for hospitality, Helium is doing for wireless telco of anybody. So a coffee shop owner, a business improvement district, rural communities, people who are stakeholders in supply lines, to create that coverage that you could actually go out, deploy that coverage, earn on it. And that's really where Helium is kind of solving a very, very traditional industry problem of how do you think about expand that wireless coverage so businesses, people are not left behind. That's where, again, we think about what can we do? Again, like we have the crypto component, the blockchain under the hood of people don't need to understand it, people need to comprehend it of I have access to a cheaper cell phone plan, or I simply as a carrier can roam in using an existing roaming standard that Helium just happens to participate in. So that's how, again, like how we think about like meeting our customers, meeting the demand where it is of leveraging the kind of existing roaming solutions where the blockchain part is abstracted away.
I don't think people realize how long institutions have been building blockchains and using blockchains.
Yeah, for sure.
The founding team of Ondo came from Goldman, and they joined Goldman in 2017, 2 bull runs ago. And at that time, the institutions were already having conversations about what do we build to try this. And I think a lot of people think that this conversation that's happening now among institutions is fresh, but it's 8 years old. And there was a period in the middle when regulatory risks and other reasons, they, you know, maybe the people who were only dipping their toe in the water pulled their toe back. But those who were already into it, JP Morgan, which spun out Onyx, Goldman, which had entire teams internally committed to building things on blockchains in parallel to real systems to measure whether they could operate at institutional scale and grade. They've kept going for that period. And now I think you're seeing a renaissance that is fueled by a regulatory opening of this administration, but also by the fact that everyone's been getting ready for it for quite some time. And now it's just trying to figure out how all the pieces that people have been building separately will fit together.
I think, and one of the things you think about this, as you think about this panel in particular, I mean, each one of these protocols has its own token. But really what they're doing is not about the token. It's about the ultimate underlying utility of what they're providing. And maybe that will accrue to token value. There are some investors like me who believe that actual success of blockchain may result in token prices continuously declining, because it's not about the token, it's about the technology advantage that it provides. To banking and financial systems, Citibank, which is not very well known in the world of blockchain, they have internal blockchain that they're using for for settlements internationally between one of their Asian branches and one of their US branches, used every day to settle and move money around. And those kinds of use cases are going to grow and grow and grow and grow. There is going to be an important dynamic between the handoff between public networks and private blockchains, et cetera. It's going to be a really important element and a complex one, and it's how you create the types of incentives that Helium works with. But I think the important point to sort of take away here is if you listen to the names of the partners that each of these protocols have, like these are gigantic names. These are the leaders of industry, and they have not slowed investment. Some of them have quieted investment, particularly JP Morgan Chase, where that's sort of the secreted group of building something very consequential, while Jamie Dimon talks about how awful or how he doesn't believe in the value of Bitcoin. But there's a technology revolution happening here that overlaps with, but should not be confused with, a financial asset revolution.
Well, that is, I mean, if you take a step back and look at where, as an industry, we are in an adoption phase. Right? The changing of regulation within the United States is making it easier for institutions to adopt this technology. Retail has been adopting the technology for quite some time. Maybe they're the first movers. But there are a variety of scalability issues. There's a variety of regulatory issues that institutions need to address, first and foremost. And there are financial components. We talked about the value in the tokenomics and whether or not that accrues ultimate value to some of the assets within these networks. That is a really interesting component. And today, there are pricing models that are prevalent across many protocols that have surge pricing models. So this is the Uber or the Lyft. You experience it when when there's other people that want to take those cars. That is friction. That is not an ideal user experience. And many protocols will highlight the network revenue, but the reality is we are in an adoption phase. And so this is why Hedera made a decision to have fixed, predictable fees that are denominated in dollars. They are paid in HBAR, but that enables a CFO of an institution to budget accordingly if they understand what types of transactions they may be deploying. So when we think about what under the hood means, so auto manufacturers like Kia and Hyundai, right, the largest manufacturers in South Korea, they're utilizing Hedera for their supply chain, right? The CFOs would never say, okay, we can utilize this technology if the fees related to deploying that technology were subject to increasing 2,000% because of the fact that a picture of a monkey got really popular on the other side of the world. And that is the reality of some networks that we have today. And so there are both structural components, but ultimately we're trying to ease adoption. And we're using adoption in a variety of different ways, and each of us is addressing it in its own vertical.
I think to kind of yes and on the adoption side of it is like what's actually really great about this moment in time for I mean I don't even want to call it an industry because it's technology, is adoption was originally driven by it's novel technology, let's dip our toe in. Then, start with novelty. Then it was around the idea of like the principles of decentralization. And I think the reality is like, you're not gonna get 1 billion people on chain out of ideology. It has to be economic benefit and value. And I think that now we're finally at that stage of the reason why we have AT&T talking to Helium and we're in partnership with them, or T-Mobile or Telefonica, is because we're providing not trying to discount it, but like effectively it's a commodity service. I'm giving you access to a larger footprint of wireless coverage in a more cost-effective manner. And on top of that, I can do it with giving you those like kind of the metadata and the metrics around that coverage that wasn't possible before. So the idea that we can undercut on price through a model that doesn't have the legacy CapEx involved in that, but then we're also bringing in things that just weren't possible before in telco around. Anecdotally, if you go and if you're a Verizon customer, you might go roam you're in a Simon Properties mall. Just because Verizon might have a deal with that, they have no idea what that coverage looks like. The idea that you can actually provide, here's the uptime, here's the bit rate and throughput. We're bringing better metadata into this because of the nature of how these networks are being built now. So the fact that adoption is being driven so much more on the economic value creation is just great, and something to be celebrated that we're finally at that moment in time. And what was interesting is that you touched on the idea of like that predictability of cost. On one hand, for this like early stage of the curve, Helium did the exact same thing of let's price data based on the market value, where if you're in the US, here's the cost of a gigabyte. If you're in India, it's a different cost, so it's by region and by kind of the amount of data going through. But one of the things that's very cool kind of looking forward on these things is that these types of networks enable competitive dynamic markets at a regional, local basis. So the space that we're in, deep in, which is again thinking about that physical infrastructure of if you've got a number of node providers that are able to provide that wireless coverage and they can be dynamically bidding on lower cost of access, now you're creating even more economic efficiency, still through some predictable model of like here's kind of like your average rate, but the idea that you can have that be more dynamic through a decentralized network, again, that's just more economic value being created.
I mean, that's a great segue to Chris, maybe some of the products that Ondo and the one of the leading RWA platforms bringing financial products on chain. There's a lot of cost displacement that's possible there, right? And alternative products that can find their way on chain. And I think that's an area that's underappreciated. I mean, people certainly understand the concept. I think most of this room understands the concept of our real world assets and RWAs on chain, but the impact of that in cost avoidance, to the people who are actually buying and selling assets is quite consequential.
Yeah, I think people focus a lot on the liquidity expectations of what'll happen when you put these things on a blockchain, but the efficiency expectations can be just as significant in terms of whether it's visibility to the market, whether it's the more rapid arbing out of particular value. There's a lot of things that can occur once products are on chain that either don't exist now or they exist but not as broadly. And so
among a club of about 7 different trading desks that all operate between and among one another and are designed to keep the overall economics high. Just one gets the trade this day or the other day, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, so I think again, because Ondo has been focused on public markets and public chains, I think part of that is what are you bringing to the public that might have not previously been available to it through a blockchain. So that's another area of expansion.
Yeah. Well, I love what you just said there. What wasn't previously available, right? Because that is utility. And when that is represented to an individual or represented to a corporation, then there is adoption, if it is meaningful and economic. And so there has been this period of time where we said, all right, well, there's cost reductions, and cost reductions or efficiencies through technology, that's important, but net new revenues, that really changes the game for many institutions. And when you're able to utilize the technology, I'll give you another example on Hedera. Mondelez, the maker of Oreo cookies, right? Their global company has global supply chains. They're able to have greater insights into their customer behavior, into their supply chain through utilizing this technology. And they're able to have reduction in costs and increase in revenues based off of the knowledge they gain from their customer interactions. And so when you're able to combine those and provide utility to a customer, to a corporation, or to an individual, maybe it's access. Utility is also like an access point, whether that's a stable coin or a tokenized money market fund or other product. If that is accessible to a population that couldn't previously gain access, that is tremendous utility. And blockchains tear down many of those borders.
I have a fun story from in the access area. As I mentioned, my prior work was heavily in compliance and risk management, and one of the vendors that is using hashed photograph comparisons came to us, and they have the ability to take two photographs of the same person, hash them, and then all you send are the hashes, and it can tell that it's the same person or not. And I thought, oh, well, this is probably very interesting for catching bad actors. But they said that the most interest that they had from financial institutions was actually in bringing people back onto the roles of the institution who had been misidentified as bad actors. Because if you can really compare two photographs with legal certainty of identity, then you can say, well, oh, that person's not the bad actor that they got misidentified on, and I can actually bring them in to my financial institution, and again, net new revenue, I think is a big.
That actually highlights a really good dynamic of blockchain, and I'll ask the other two guys maybe to come up with a similar idea, which is by virtue of these public blockchains having developer access to most elements of what's built on these chains in a totally decentralized manner. Each of these chains have developers who are working on elements of it that are located in Romania and South Africa and all over the world. Like it could say truly decentralized community. You find very interesting use cases and technology advances surface from the most unusual of places. And that may even be true for Hedera, which has a closer group of Fortune 500 sort of operators. But I'm kind of curious if you guys have any examples of something coming up from the community, sort of surprising you and even surprising some of the larger operators within the network.
Well, it is interesting when you have a public network that anybody can build on, right? Even though the validation is permission, anybody can operate. And so the use cases are very diverse. I think when we are operating through our, putting on our venture capital lens, which is ultimately what the Hedera Foundation does, it provides capital to entrepreneurs to help them accelerate their business. And if they succeed in deploying an application on Hedera, then we succeed as well. And so those types of applications are becoming more and more diverse. And the AI space is really interesting because we want to understand where are the next trillion transactions coming from. It's not just where are the next billion users. The reality is device to device, DePIN is tremendously impactful in transactions. AI agents are tremendously impactful in terms of the number of transactions that will occur. And these networks drive revenue on a transaction by transaction basis. And so there's a couple, I'll give you an example of an Internet of Things type of device. WiseKey, which is a public company on NASDAQ, they send up satellites that interact and provide secure communications in space. And they're utilizing Hedera for the cryptographic security of these critical infrastructure communications.
Yeah, we've had, some of the stuff, and this is more on kind of like the IoT side of the network, but like the diversity of use cases and just how these things organically came out of the community were like absolutely inspiring. What was it, the wildfires in California last year, all of a sudden we start seeing like tweets coming from this team called Torch, and they all have, it's like their smoke detecting sensors. We'd never talked to them, we didn't know who they were, but they were, the coverage was 100% on Helium for them to deploy all of this in Southern California to track for its early wildfire detection. Came completely organically out of the community. Another one was a team they're in Portugal. They were working directly with the city of Porto because they wanted to do better flood detection systems. And they mapped out on a number of private networks and a few other public ones. And I begged them for their slide deck because it was a photo of like 25 different geographic locations and how Helium had the best coverage every single time. And the fact that they deployed out a flood detection solution for a municipality, they didn't deploy one additional wireless access point for them to be able to like serve a city, which just blew my mind.
Yeah, maybe we'll do some Q&A now, right? Get everybody asking any of the group questions. This is why those of us who are up here with gray hair want to be in this space, because it's certainly fascinating. There's ways to make money. It is certainly fascinating technologically, but the dynamics like Scott just described are absolutely fantastic thing to be a part of, and you see it every day in this industry. So Jarvis, it's all yours.
Questions? Okay.
Is there any relationship regarding supply chain between blockchain and EDI and the EDI clearinghouses like GHX?
So I'm not myself familiar with EDI, so I'm probably not the best to speak to that.
Electronic data interchange, it's
so
like a
lot of the use cases today are the track and trace. And so effectively large corporations have to make estimates based off of their supply chains around emissions and other components of their supply chain. And they lack the unit-based accounting for the overall process. And so the majority of the institutions that are deploying supply chain applications are tracking each individual part through a connection of devices and scanners and tags of their supply chains. And then there are more and more innovations like we saw in the prior panel where supply chain finance is being overlaid on top of that in factoring or invoice related finance for the components of supply chain that are being processed to compose a car, compose a shirt, compose a vaccine, compose a whole bunch of different things within a variety of different verticals. So when you were just talking a moment ago, it reminded me of the Pfizer vaccine during COVID was extremely sensitive to temperature. And so there was a trust problem where people weren't trusting whether or not the vaccine was still valid. And so that was addressed in the UK. The National Health Association there embedded a device to track the temperature and was hashing on Hedera the temperature to ensure that the vaccine you got from Pfizer had not breached particular temperature ranges to make it ineffective. And so it was a public disclosure of the validity, solving a trust problem within the healthcare space.
My answer to that question about EDI is that if EDI were built today, it would be built on blockchain 100%. I'm sure they have some significant blockchain initiatives because that's these are exactly the types of things that blockchain simply represents a better toolkit to solve. And it will likely be blockchains like Hedera, which have the buy-in from very large Fortune 100 and 500 enterprises to sort of help to drive it. So I would say, watch out EDI, these other supply chain solutions are coming.
You're making me work, Brenda.
Fewer and fewer companies that are startups are going the IPO route in the past 10 years. But you have stocks at various series that are restricted. So my question for those of you who deal in venture capital, do you have any knowledge of a blockchain solution for secondary offerings so that there are people who are holding this stock that can get out of it if there's a family emergency or whatever?
You want to take that, Chris? I'm aware of a couple, but you can.
Yeah, I think there's a mistaken expectation that by adding blockchain to a market that has low levels of liquidity that you can substantially increase its overall liquidity. The ability of that family to get out of it might technically be made more efficient by a blockchain system for the secondary trading of that asset. But the likelihood that it would increase the amount of liquidity available to them to do that is relatively low, particularly in private markets for restricted shares of something that have no pricing. That being said, one of the biggest advances in the private market for increased liquidity will be better data about the private assets that are trying to achieve liquidity or find a sale, and increase trust between parties that regularly deal in those assets, that they have sufficient data with which to price and trade. And so I think there will be data-related advances on blockchains that will increase the available information in the market around private assets and cause some of them, particularly the easier ones, to interpret like real estate assets rather than private stock of a non-public company. And I think we'll see some transformation in that market as well as private credit.
Yeah, I agree with Chris. I think Chris's perspective is correct there. I do think that the tokenization of assets generally, including the tokenization of equity assets, whether they're public equities or not public equities, and there's plenty of initiatives in a lot of areas around that, it enables the creation of markets, and you need players like Ondo to get larger and wider adoption and more platforms for that to occur. And there are some specifically evolving, to your question, for public equities. There's some that, if you want to own a share of Google and you're in Jakarta, like there are crypto tools to allow you to own that or a token that represents that share. But I think the core point is you need to have liquidity for any of that to matter. And the tokenization is just one step in the creation of that liquidity. The regulatory layers are probably much more significant layers to overcome.
Well, Rich, to that point, like it provides access to U.S. securities markets or other markets that might not be accessible in certain geographic locations. And so there is a new access component that may be made available through tokenization. But I think one of the things that is maybe less appreciated today is that the tokenization, if we were to believe, which I do, that Larry Fink is right, and that tokenization of financial securities is going to be pervasive and everything is going to be tokenized, then the client base needs to have the right infrastructure, the wallet infrastructure, to be able to buy and hold these instruments. And so, interestingly, the cryptocurrency exchanges that exist today already have the clients and the wallet infrastructure embedded. And so the wirehouses and/or distribution platforms that will exist for the securities market are going to rapidly change, because if cryptocurrency exchanges, and many of them are pursuing broker-dealer licenses, I know Crypto.com has made some great progress on that front. When I was at Binance on the U.S. side, we had similar efforts, and there are a number of different exchanges that are pursuing the ability to interact with both cryptocurrency and securities markets. Then you have built-in distribution. And so there's a significant advantage of an existing user base that has wallet infrastructure relative to a legacy firm that's trying to have either their retail population or institutions adopt a new technology. Both will converge, but one has a significant lead at the moment.
Anybody? Okay, well, I know everybody wants to get to drinks. We do have one more event. So let's first of all thank the panel. This is great. Rich, Scott, Greg, Chris. All right, let's put up the next slide. All right. Start our monthlies up in September. And if you look at the email that was sent to you last night, you've got the link to the HODL after party that starts at 6.
Deep's still charging some batteries back there.